In the year 2046 of the Blue Star calendar, the online role-playing game Apocalypse is about to merge with the real world. The horrors of Apocalypse devastated humanity. The world was swept by war, civilization collapsed, and all life was devastated. Human strength was completely useless against the gods and demons of Apocalypse. At this time, the entire human race was dead, and only this young magician remained. It's obviously just a game, so why did the terror in Apocalypse become real? No one could escape it. The last warriors fell, and the world became hell. Humanity had lost all hope, but even if I had to sacrifice myself, I still wanted to die like a hero. All I needed to do was risk my life to claim that gemstone. Sumu repeatedly blasted the death god with his staff. As the death god's scythe closed in, Sumu could only shout helplessly, "I can't accept this." Space suddenly shifted, and the same shout echoed through a classroom. "Sumu, what are you shouting? An average student like you is lucky to even take the college entrance exam. What could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Sit down right now. Stop disrupting the exam and disturbing everyone else." The teacher was furious. Sumu was still bewildered and didn't know what was going on when he heard the loudspeaker announcement. "There are 5 minutes left until the university entrance exam begins. Candidates, please check the exam for any errors, then fill in your name and registration number." The college entrance exam? Could I have been reborn 10 years in the past, just before Apocalypse was released? Is this real? Suddenly, Sumu's hand touched something. My Apocalypse ring also followed me back here. The Apocalypse ring is the means of entering the Apocalypse game. Could it be that I can enter the game first? Although he did not understand how he had been reborn, Sumu quickly accepted his situation. At that moment, Sumu finally paid attention to the teacher's vicious words. "You motherless bastard, did you hear what I said? Sumu, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or are you pretending to be stupid? Do you believe I'll throw you out right now? Every other word out of your mouth is bastard or get out. And you think you deserve respect? I remember you, Teacher Kin. During the Apocalypse, you were nothing but a deserter who betrayed his own students." After saying that, Sumu turned and left, ignoring both the college entrance exam and the red-faced teacher Chin behind him. When Sumu returned home, he discovered there was no one left in the house, only a piece of paper placed on the table. "Son, your father and I have left with a scientific expedition. Please take care. I've deposited money into your account. You can buy anything you want. When we return, we'll bring you a gift." Reading these lines, a warm feeling arose in Sumu's heart. At least God gave him a chance to come back. "Dad, Mom, I will definitely keep both of you alive this time." At 11 a.m., Sumu decided to try using the Apocalypse ring to log into the game. This game hadn't been released yet. If he could successfully log in an hour before the rest of the world, he believed he could change the gears of fate. "Thanks to you, it must be okay." With hope, Sumu began to gently rotate the ring and successfully logged into Apocalypse. "Welcome to Apocalypse World. Your current location is the Daxia area of the Tian Qingwo Long server. Warriors of humanity, the future is in your hands. Instructions for newbies. I succeeded. I actually logged into the Apocalypse game first." At this time, the instructor continued to ask, "Young warrior, please choose your profession." Sumu laughed loudly. "I choose the wizard, definitely the wizard. In the future, I will change my job to become a universal healing assistant, and will never again play money-burning frauds like the wizard of my previous life." Order error, cannot change occupation. What the hell? Why can't change? I have never chosen anything else. The instructor said, "Warrior, why don't you check your attributes first?" Sumu Lin listened and opened the attribute table to check. Mu Shen, Mage Profession, Level 1, 0% Experience, 100 Vitality, 50 Spiritual Energy, 15 Attacks, 5 Defense, 5 Speed. Ammunition, is there any mistake? If sentient beings still keep their past life accounts, then stop it. Why do you have to delete your levels and attributes? Sumu immediately questioned the instructor. Was it his fault? Do you know how difficult it is to train to be a magician? It seemed like an empty hole. If the warrior already has an account, why not quickly start the adventure? As he spoke, the guide ran away on 3 legs and 4 legs, just like that. Lao Tzu is reincarnated. Can't he receive some benefits from the dragon-slaying sword? The beautiful words he said reminded Sumu of his equipment and supplies. But when he went into the inventory to check, he discovered that the inside was anti-foul and anti-corrosion. What kind of innovation was there? Since I've inherited the mage profession that costs money to dig fire, why not inherit all the gold and equipment in my account? Sumu was thinking when she noticed an item in the bottom corner of the inventory. Dead hand bones, indeterminate quality, rank, emptiness, attributes, emptiness. When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. The equipment description confused Sumu. What the hell is this? It doesn't even have any attributes. This is not a 30-star product. What about the welfare of those who are born again? Congratulations to Mu Shen for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse world. Obtain a unique title exclusive to the first player. The fastest man receives the new mage outfit fruit pack. The fastest man, movement speed plus 20%, execution speed plus 20%, evasion efficiency plus 5%, defense plus 5%. Following the announcement, Sumu was moved to the novice village. At first, he was still dissatisfied with the title, but when he saw that the attributes increased, he happily accepted it. At this moment, a herd of pigs rushed toward Sumu. "Long time no see, little pig, have I missed you so much?" As he spoke, Sumu gave the pigs a fireball. As a result, the fireball hit a pig's head, but did not cause any damage to it. The reason is because Sumu forgot one thing, which is that she is only a beginner. While Sumu was being chased by the pigs and wanted to drop her pants, she heard the scream of a girl being chased behind by a supersized pig. "Save me, warrior, please save me." At the same time, Sumu received the mission. Receiving the main quest, the hero saves the beauty. Destroy the wild boar king, save Xiaohua, bonus 20 gold coins, 500 experience points. This is my first mission, with such a small kill, and yet I've triggered it. So do I have to become a king in this life? It's not useless to deal with those stupid piglets, hee hee. Xiaohua ran to Sumu, happily saying, "Warrior, you are finally here. Come baby." I thought Sumu would hug the beauty in her arms, but she didn't. Just when Xiaohua was about to rush into his arms, he gave her a slap on the ear, causing both Xiaohua and the pigs to freeze for 5 seconds. "Warrior, what are you doing?" It's just that, before Xiaohua finished speaking, Sumu stole her line. People were just picking mushrooms when they met the wild boar king and were chased by him. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. "Warrior, how did you know?" "Huh, I also know that when you were a child, you mixed your grandfather's treasures to exchange for candy and put frogs in the old king's water tank next door. I also know that little goblin you are trying to pretend to flatter me, then take advantage of the opportunity. Look, I can't hide it anymore. You know so much, yet you see right through my heart." The beautiful Xiaohua immediately revealed her ghost appearance and smiled cruelly at Sumu. "These are the tears and experiences of the warriors of that past life," Sumu replied. Seeing Xiaohua walking towards her, Sumu immediately tried to run away. When passing by, the wild boar king said, "Brother pig, you guys go first." "Go away," Xiaohua shouted. The wild boar king was angry when he heard that, but before he could do anything, Xiaohua sent him off to sell salt. After that, she immediately ran after Sumu. "Next comes you." Seeing that Xiaohua was about to catch up, Sumu suddenly stopped and pointed down at Xiaohua's feet. "You're exposed." This afternoon, it was effective. Xiaohua stopped and looked down. Sumu just waited, then threw a fireball at Xiaohua, and then ran away again. Fireball deals 100% magic damage to one target. Has a 10% chance to activate Luhuo Tianjiang. Xiaohua the owl continued to run after Sumu. Just like that, Sumu ran and occasionally gave Xiaohua a few fireballs. According to the power of her previous life, Xiaohua's demonic power came from the demonic pollution in the jungle. She cannot leave this forest. If she goes 10 meters away from the forest, she won't be able to move. So Sumu stopped running, raised his hand to provoke, "Come and hit me. The old lady will tear you apart." Xiaohua screamed and stretched out her long nails towards Sumu. But as soon as her body was just an instant away from Sumu, she was suddenly stopped by some invisible force, making her unable to move. "Why? Brainstorm yourself." So now I'm not being polite anymore. Having said that, Sumu used the fireball to attack Xiaohua again. But different from previous times, instead of just one fireball, there were hundreds of fireballs from the sky trying to fall straight down to where Xiaohua was standing, causing her to immediately lie on the floor. Congratulations to player Mu Shen, who defeated Xiaohua as a ghost and received 500 gold coins and 1,500 experience. Congratulations to player Mu Shen on completing the hero saving the beauty, special main route, receiving 200 gold coins, 500 experience. Congratulations to player Mu Shen on completing Xiaohua as a ghost and hiding, receiving 1,000 gold coins and 10,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Mu Shen on leveling up to level 2. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud. A stream of fire fell from the sky with a 10% kill rate just in time for him to activate it. Xiaohua, you are destined not to escape my palm. The hidden mission is not bad. A mission has been directly promoted by 1 level. Let's see what reward this Xiaohua gets for killing it. Suddenly the death hand bone item jumped out from the inventory. Death's arm bone, quality, unknown, level, 1, attribute, Death's hand, not activated. Introduction. When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. The arm bone of death has leveled up along with me. But why do I need to activate it? I've never heard of this thing in my previous life. This name looks very strange. Sumu was falling into 4th place when another notice board appeared. Death arm bone, not activated yet. Found divine tree essence, mummies unfreezing, 3,000. Cold blood, 3,000. Button them to activate this attribute. Is there any mistake? It takes a lot of ingredients to activate. Forget it, quickly upgrade first. These materials can all be obtained by fighting monsters in the beginner village. At best, just leave directly, Sumu thought. At the same time, Little Flower gradually woke up. Seeing Sumu, the Little Flower gratefully said, "I was taken over by that hateful demonic energy. Thank you for saving me. Please accept my thanks. Received the heavenly fire staff, unknown. Received the little flower's hairpin. What I'm waiting for is your magic weapon to work, otherwise how can I do my hidden mission? Sumu chuckled inwardly, then enjoyed looking at the new scepter. This celestial fire staff is actually purple. The hidden mission is exactly what it says. Later go to the beginner village to evaluate the attributes. Guess they won't be bad. Tuhoa now asked, can you take me back to the village? My grandfather will definitely be grateful to you. Do you want to accept the mission of protecting the flower messenger, declaring righteousness, escorting the little flower back to Thanvu village to meet the village chief? Reward 10 gold coins, 100 experience points. Sumu of course immediately agreed to accept the task. Seeing his niece again, the village chief was overjoyed, thanked the warrior, and let me introduce myself a bit. Don't. Just ignore this melon, no need to say anything rude, quickly send out the mission. Sumu quickly said, because experience from his previous life told him that if he did not urge him, this old man would bite the melon seeds and spread the wood and say all unnecessary words. The village chief heard Sumu say that and smiled, and said that the little flower still had demonic energy in her body. It needed the blood of the demonized monk to use the poison to treat the poison before it could be completely eliminated. Hopefully the warriors can help us too. Okay, I accepted this quest. I know where the item is. Received the zombie blood quest, main route. In detail, go to Luluan Forest to kill 30 demonized zombies and bring dried blood back to the village elder. The reward will be 100 gold coins and 500 experience points, and a new magic staff. After a while, Sumu took a deep breath and went into the pharmacy. The female engineer with a beautiful soul saw the wooden bowl and immediately said, come here, little brother. Sumu quickly turned away and said, I need 28 small blue potion bottles. In his heart he thought to himself, a small bottle of this blue medicine costs 50 gold coins, and when converted, it is worth the same as real money. Right now I only have a total of 1,500 gold coins, so I say if you're not rich, you don't need to be a magician. At this time, the female engineer still did not give up on the Sumu guy by promising to reduce the price for Sumu, but Sumu firmly refused. Coming out the door, the female engineer still expressed regret and said, oh well, this kid is really uninteresting, yet he didn't take the bait and didn't know his sister's good points. Sumu held the pile of items in his hand and replied, I can't afford to offend that old blacksmith. Just as I mentioned Cow came. Who are you talking about? Sumu looked at the big blacksmith and hesitantly replied, I said old brother, the blacksmith, he is majestic and powerful. Give me an appraisal paper, thank you. I hope you and the engineer get along well. It seems like you're a reasonable kid. Having said that, the blacksmith divided the appraisal paper to Sumu. When Sumu received the goods, he didn't linger but instead found a quiet corner, used the appraisal paper, and successfully appraised the death god's hand bones. Death's arm bone, quality, purple, level 1. Attributes, attack plus 40, spiritual power plus 25, storm magic effect, increases magic damage by 3%. Special focus, has a 30% chance to return the spiritual energy consumed when releasing the skill. Martial bullets actually created a special magic effect. This time the sword is big. The preparations were completed. Sumu immediately set out on duty. In the zombie forest, another group of zombies collapsed under a rain of fireballs, making Sumu excited. The 10% chance of fire falling from the sky is very high for me. Could it be that the death hand bone has changed me? Or is it because I'm handsome? Very good, completed collecting 6,000 dried blood. I have collected enough materials to upgrade my arm bones. The server will officially open at nearly 12 o'clock. Later it will be a situation where hundreds of people fight for a zombie. Haha. Time passed. As soon as the clock struck 12 o'clock, the restaurant officially opened. Hundreds, thousands of people log into the game, making the inherently peaceful scene more bustling than ever. Martial bullets. This game is so realistic, you guys should go touch the modifier. I'll at least give it to you. Damn, I had my garlic cut to pieces by a blacksmith after touching it a little. Do NPCs even know how to do that? I touched it a few times and was slashed away as many times as I could, and my experience dropped to negative numbers. Why is this old village chief so good at biting melon seeds and hasn't given me a task yet? Sumu stood nearby, listening to the new mats talking and smiling inwardly. Fellow recruits, cherish the happy time you are having in Tanthu village. At the same time at Chok the Geoi channel, a lot of people were complaining about the fact that the missions were there but the monsters were nowhere to be found. Of course no one knows the reason because the monsters this time have all been cleaned up by Sumu. Wild monsters will be refreshed every half hour. Everyone please wait slowly. Sumu thought to herself while absent-mindedly setting up the stalls, selling items. It seems like I've really become a rich person. After destroying all the monsters, I have 113 white items, 21 green items and 6 blue items, and more than 100 red and blue potions. Let's just say that this salary of 30,000 per hour is no better than a part-time job, and the rank is also much higher, which is great. Speaking of levels, Sumu, a level 4 mage, immediately remembered that when making a bet, it is best to hide information about level and equipment first to avoid attracting attention. After hiding information and equipment, Sumu started selling goods and came to take a look. The clothes are not beautiful, the prices are very high. Brother here has all the good things. If you pass by, don't miss it. The sound of communication immediately attracted the attention of new players. Look at that idiot. Instead of fighting monsters, he set up a stall here. He was able to sell it for a few dollars when the server first started operating. That's right, there's also a mental section. I think there's a mental section. Don't worry about him anymore. Let's go quickly and destroy the ghost. If you kill 30 animals in a row, you can earn a large amount of money to take care of your health. It was a bit funny for Sumu to listen to the taunts of this shallow group of people. Even if you form a team with that attribute, you can't defeat the devil. It's a good idea to think about it. At that moment, a voice rang out. The object was not beautiful, the price was still high. The owner of that voice is an extremely beautiful girl. Ting Shuaner, this ID, is her. In the future, the top 10 magicians in our Daxia region will be the top commanders of the highest level security region after the apocalypse becomes a reality. The Little Bamboo Hearing Snow Guild where we are located is supported by Huaxa's mysterious giant official company. Initially, the game Apocalypse did not enable the function to adjust the appearance 100% of the player's appearance and shape. It seems that Wanner's appearance and figure in real life are also very unnatural. I didn't expect to meet this goddess here. Sumu wondered. Tingshu Wanner initially came to look at Sumu's stall out of curiosity, then couldn't help but be surprised that the server had just started and he had so much equipment, and even sold zombie blood. The person in the zombie area is crazy about catching monsters. Where does he get so many dropped items? Thinking of this, Thang Tuyet Wanner tried to ask, how much is this pile of money? Thin Tuyet Ni said, everyone else buys a lot and gets a discount, so why is it your turn to increase the price? If you find it too expensive, there is a way to get a discount. That is, speaking of this, Sumu's face looked like a green strawberry lover offering. Let me touch your feet a bit and I will give you a 20% discount. As soon as he said those words he was scolded by hearing Tuyet. He was a coward and had no shame. Sumu shrugged and replied, not satisfied, then left. Anyway, the opportunity has been given to her. After passing through this village, there will no longer be this store. This guy clearly wanted to take this opportunity to attack me. Although Thieu Tuye Tu Treek was not short of money, during the time of Thieu Tuye and so on, a group of young men came from somewhere and aggressively bid. I offered 100,000, I wanted all of these things. Looking at the group of people, led by the crazy god of war, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, oh my god, I actually encountered these crazy guys. The president of the Berserker Guild, even after a lifetime has passed, his memory is still intact. In his previous life, the crazy war god was one of the top 10 warriors on this server. He is arrogant in capturing the boss and taking action on others. Several times he destroyed his weapons and equipment, which caused a difference in rank between him and the rest of the army. It's true that the family is unfair, but in this life I'm not afraid of you anymore. Ting Tuyut now turned to look at the crazy man of war. The crazy man of war, the boss and I have already discussed the price. What do you mean? This girl is really good looking, but if she competes with me, then it won't work. Thinking to himself, the crazy war god smiled and replied, sister, aren't you guys still not trading? Whoever bids higher gets that person's lost goods. This is very normal. Whoever pays higher will have their lost items, so I'll pay 150. The crazy god of war said equally, I'll pay 200,000. Let's quickly deal. I sat on one side and observed the two of them, looking like they were deaf and crazy. These two prepared forces did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy supplies, to be the first to destroy the dungeon that was about to be opened. Although a bit expensive, purchasing these items can significantly improve the performance of the core players of Thiet Tuyet Tu Trick. This way it is possible to suppress all guilds in the early stages. I can't miss this opportunity to let the crazy god of war steal it. After all, it's just a game, but the first copy has to be won. Thieu Tuyet silently calculated, then shyly agreed to Sumu's initial request. This is what you said yourself. Don't be sneaky. Sumu's eyes were as bright as stars as she looked at the snow, and then waved her hand at the crazy war god. Do you hear me? I plan to sell it to this beautiful girl. You guys go somewhere else. The crazy man of war was so bitter that he couldn't do anything, so he had to leave. But he secretly held this matter in his heart. When the time was right, he would definitely let Sumu know what a festival was. Back to the male protagonist. Although he said he was eating tofu, he did not do any rude actions, simply exchanging items and money. Just take money? Aye, that. In response to hearing Tuyet's question, Sumu gave her a little rice, but not too much, then explained, I and the crazy war god have a hand, and originally didn't want to sell it to him, thinking of it as helping you smooth the way. After the transaction, everyone went their separate ways. Hearing Tuyet watched Sumu leave, she couldn't help but wonder if she could receive such a large amount of supplies in the first place. I don't know where this god came from. Furthermore, a dozen people like him today, because of transactions, offended the other person's organization in the future. If necessary, still help him. Returning to the village, Sumu passed the zombie blood quest to the village chief, receiving 100 gold coins, 500 experience points, and a blue beginner's staff. Thank you, brave man. With this amount of dried blood, the demonic energy on Little Flower's body can definitely be completely eliminated. It is said that many people in the village were attacked by monsters, and the ice in the village was not enough. Don't waste any more time. Okay, go get the bandage. Sumu accepts the quest. This ice grab can also be used. Main route. Mission description: go deep into the Luluan forest, destroy 30 demonized sarcophagi, and bring the sarcophagi's bandages back to the village chief. Reward 200 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and 200 potential points. That's right, the potential reward of 400 points when reaching level 4 has not been used yet. It is directly added to the practice. Having said that, Sumu opened the attribute table to check. Mu Shen, Mage Profession, level 4, experience 41%, gold coins 120,000, HP 230, spiritual power 180, attack 120, defense 38, speed 13. My experience and gold have far exceeded that of a rookie, as expected of Sumu. Don't think about it anymore, just quickly go on the mission, making the distance a little bigger. Isn't it just that the embalmed color is demonized, although it's a bit more difficult to deal with? Speaking of this, Sumu suddenly remembered that she forgot to do something important. I almost forgot that I could make a lot of money from this chicken thief. The proverb is very true. What is the advantage of not taking advantage of something? So Sumu returned to meet the village chief and lay down on the row of trees. Oh, because I saved the little flower, I suffered internal injuries. Her hairpin, please ask the village chief to help me return it to her. Sumu did this because the hairpin reward for this hidden mission can only be used directly to receive 50 intimacy points, but giving it to the village elder can receive the hidden reward. As expected, right after returning the hairpin, the village elder said, "Don't worry, Deng-si, the road to apocalypse is still long. I will not let you go." Congratulations to Mu Shen for permanently receiving the village chief's blessing, including 10% critical hit rate, 10% movement speed, automatically restores 10 vitality and HP points every second, ignores defense by 50 points, increases a certain prestige value. After receiving the reward, Sumu happily left. Some new players didn't know the hidden mission. They only saw Sumu lying on the ground and being able to receive corn from the village chief. Village school, I also want golden light. When Sumu heard these words, he burst out laughing. You guys are so stupid, go out and kill the monster. Tonight we'll kill the first person in the dungeon. To then went to the Devil Swamp deep in the Green Bay Forest. As soon as he entered, his HP continuously decreased, and a notification panel also appeared. The area ahead has been invaded by ghosts, players should be cautious when entering. In the state of being invaded by demonic energy, you cannot use medicine to restore HP. HP will decrease by 5 points every second. You can use purifying medicine to eliminate negative states. HP reduces by 5 every second, and HP recovery potions cannot be used. Ordinary players are afraid they won't be able to last even 30 seconds. Each bottle of purification medicine mentioned in the system costs 200 gold coins. Only when used continuously can it resist the intrusion of demonic energy, required to maintain life. Luckily, Sumu had the village chief's healing charm to replenish lost blood without spending a single sou. After walking a little further, Sumu heard a scream and then a man and woman were being chased by zombies. The girl was unfortunately caught by them, and the young man, just a few steps away from Sumu, was also sent flying by an ice-cold zombie with a sharp weapon attached. Sumu looked through the information panel of the level 5 demonic mummy, a long-range monster with S-level attack power. A completely new assassin, no wonder those two were so mean. However, the speed of the demonized mummy is not considered fast, so Sumu decided to take advantage of this, standing from afar and shooting fireballs towards a rushing demonic mummy, causing it to fly thin. The other animals saw this and went crazy and chased after Sumu. Just in time for a net to catch the thieves. Isn't this the quest material just delivered to your door? Come here, you're lucky you can't catch up with me. Sumu intentionally lured the embalmers to the swamp in the forest of dead trees, then jumped to the other side of the swamp so that the embalmers could not reach them, then began to continuously shoot fireballs at them. Your mouth keeps provoking, why don't you chase me anymore? Are you scared? The embalmed animals screamed and continuously launched sharp spears towards Sumu, then simultaneously jumped to attack Sumu. Who would have thought that Sumu was part of the dodge team and easily escaped their attacks? Even collect the ice they release and run around the surrounding trees to control the ice in the swamp so they can't move. Just as he was about to use a fire to burn away the embalmed herbs, a notice board appeared. The Gen Workers Bounty Command, especially since all the newbie villages in the server have triggered the Gen Workers' fury. Gen has issued a special reward order for the warriors to act on their behalf. Mission description: to destroy 100 players who touch the modifier 3 times or more. After completing the mission, you will receive a mysterious bonus reward. Special note: mission completion is limited to the first player only. All beginner villages have activated the Gen Workers' wrath. It seems that the blender's emotions are really fragrant. This is Apocalypse's appeal. proves that men in past and present lives, except for me, are not good at all. But this particular bounty is exactly what I want. Destroy 100 vulgar male players, at the current level of these jerks. Waiting for me to finish peeling the mummy and reach level 5, plus the advantage of being an experienced player, doing the task of slashing 100 people is too much like hitting a child. Having said that, Sumu immediately used the fireball attack to attack the demonized mummies that had lost the ability to move. Luckily, this time it activated Luho Tianzhang, causing a rain of fireballs to fall and burn the entire area. Because of that, Sumu uses his skills a few times less. He just had to wait for the demonized mummy to be destroyed, giving him waves of experience. The system announces, congratulating the player on defeating the demonized mummy. Received 69 experience, 4 gold coins, crystal skill book. Equipment details, crystal skill book, quality, white color, level 5. Introduction. The spiritual power of the sacrifice is 10%, the defense is 50%. Physical attack increases by 5%, and normal attacks have a certain chance to ignore 10% of the target's defense. Cooldown lasts for 15 minutes. Sumu took out the skill book and smiled and said, I can't use this book. This skill is too normal. However, it can still be sold for thousands of gold coins. Suddenly, a system notification appeared that caught his attention. Eliminate players who are cheating on the Master 1 in 100. Sumu was surprised to look at the rain of fire that was still falling in the area in front of her and smiled. But suddenly there was a black player chasing her into this area. One side kills monsters and the other side conveniently destroys vile men. It is so relaxing and interesting. Not long after, there were people all over the world jumping out to shout on the channel. The little mushroom was picked by the girl, Uncle. I spent 1,000 gold coins to buy a bottle of purification medicine, but before I could kill the embalm, I was destroyed by a blast of fire. I have 3 wives, me too. What's the setup? Cute little rabbit. Is there anyone kind enough to give me some purifying medicine? The demonic energy in the embalming area causes people to lose blood and is very painful. At the same time, a group of people from the same guild, led by Kyung Ren Shen, appeared at the border of the demon swamp. A bunch of ignorant chickens. They blame themselves for setting up the game, leaving this difficult matter of opening up to the old man. My brothers and sisters, together with me, headed towards the embalming area, and marched forward. After finishing speaking, Kyung Ren Shen, along with the members who were screaming in response, entered the swamp of ghosts, causing nearby players to look. This person is so powerful, you can tell just by looking at the name. They will definitely form a guild in the future. That's of course, you look at the white light on their bodies. That's the special effect of the purification medicine. This medicine is very expensive, they're so good. Wait until level 10 to open a guild. It is estimated that the guild founded by this same person will in the future be the strongest on our server. Hurry and work hard to upgrade and join them. Hearing the chatter of the surrounding players, Kyung Ren Shen curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, and softly said, a bunch of poor devils, look at how we workers are scrambling to complete tasks. At this moment he discovered that there was a demonized mummy wandering nearby, so he pointed there and shouted loudly, discovering the target. Everyone followed me, but before they could act, suddenly a fireball flew from somewhere and destroyed this demonized mummy. Kyung Ren Shen exclaimed in surprise, the fireball. A thin blood mage can hold his own in this place. Is this mage from another power? But girls like Thin Toyette are still beating level 3 tree people. Is it possible that there are players who deposit money into the game like us? Suddenly, a guild member pointed to the sky and shouted, everyone be careful, there is fire. Hearing that, the crowd looked up at the sky suspiciously and was startled to discover that a rain of fireballs was about to fall on their heads. Someone shouted in fear, what is the situation? Scamper. Other members of the guild and people were also filled with fear and ran away. But because the range of fire and rain was too wide, no one was lucky enough to escape. So, every miserable scream kept ringing out. Missing bullets, burns, saving lives, notification system. Defeat Kyung Ren Shen. Meet bonus goal, kill progress is 8 out of 100. Kill with 3 swords. Meet bonus target. Kill progress is 15 out of 100. Looking at the notifications that kept appearing, the person who accidentally created the tragedy was Sumu, who was currently hiding behind a large tree, smiling very softly and saying, I just want to deal with monsters. Why do people who don't want to live always come looking for me? This team of soldiers is truly fearless. Speaking of which, the new skill unlocked at level 5, Flower Bones, is really good. Skills that deal active group damage and freezing effects are very useful. Vulture Bone deals ice damage to all targets within 50 m and causes a certain deceleration effect. Spiritual energy consumption 50, casting distance 40 m, cooldown time 30 seconds. Has a 50% chance to create a frozen door on the target. The next batch of wet wipes will be refreshed for a while, so I just need to rest to organize my storage space. More than 100 equipment and 12 skill books are enough for me to earn a lot of money. That's right, I have to send a transaction message to Warner. If you meet something good, you will naturally think of a good girl. My spring has come again. I smiled and thought, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know if Miss Warner is looking forward to it. Unfortunately, the mission to kill 100 people was still short of a dozen people. If it's a bunch of stupid people like that and let me deal with it 2 to 3 times, that's enough. Speaking of which, the skill book that fell from them was a good item for a magician. He then took out the skill book to look at it. Equipment details, Wind Shadow skill book. Quality, blue, rank, 1, suitable for use, mage. Introduction, consumes 50% of current spiritual energy, increases movement speed by 30%, and receives a defensive shield of 10% of spiritual energy. Increases movement speed by 30%, whether fleeing or chasing is extremely smooth. Quickly learn it. Having decided so, Sumu immediately used the skill book. The system announces and congratulates the player who has achieved the Wind and Shadow skill. Next, Sumu said softly, after reaching level 6, go offline to eat. The first kill of the first copy of the game Apocalypse is still waiting for me. In another area of the Foggy Lagoon, there is a team of 4 players farming monsters. After finishing dealing with the last monster, the fisherman spoke up. My quest items were enough. The whole team retreated. Tuka spoke up, fisherman, don't go. Form a team and continue to gain experience. The ghost chanted, and the ghost of the white ghost came down and opened its mouth to follow. That's right, beautiful fisherman. What Big Brother 2 said is right. Men and women combine life without tiring. Yes, beautiful fisherman, your treatment is timely. Otherwise we will not be able to defeat these wet colors. Two brothers smiled and said, fisherman, don't always keep such a cold face. Vong Ling Chan also said, yes, the beautiful fisherman is number 1. Hearing these words from the 3 people, the fisherman had no expression on his face, but in his heart he secretly said with disdain, all men are equally hateful on the outside. Except for him, seeing that the fisherman still didn't say anything, Two Brother immediately suggested, sister fisherman, I will soon establish a guild. How about you join too? Let me be the vice president. Vong Ling laughed and said, yes, if we had a beautiful vice president like you, we would definitely become the most famous guild on this server. The fisherman suddenly turned his head and shouted, silent. At the same time she raised the staff in her hand, shot a beam of light across Tuka's body, causing some damage, then continued to fly backwards, eliminating the newly appeared monster. Brother 2 gritted his teeth, his whole body trembled a little and he ran backwards silently cursing, oh my god, when will a new mummy appear? How did this woman realize that? Also, if I'm a team player, how can I lose health when I'm touched by her skills? The fisherman spoke up. He couldn't even remember the position to refresh the monster. What else could he do to become the guild president? Next, she decisively turned around and left, and thought to herself, if she hit him, she would lose blood. As expected, he was indeed the smelly person who had harassed the engineer. I can't waste any more time with these people. I have to quickly level up then. Where to go to find him then? There are a lot of hosts. Is Sumu in the same area? Behind the fisherman, the 3 brothers looked at her and talked in low voices. Big Brother 2, don't be angry. Isn't she just a girl? Let's go pick her up and introduce her to the boss. Anyway, this game is very realistic. Hee hee. That's right, that's right. It's just a portable flower vase. Really show how strong he is. Let her see what a real man is. What do you know? The fisherman has a good personality. I will definitely marry her in the future. Big Brother 2 is so handsome, he can definitely make girls fall in love with him. In the future, our guild will have a big brother and a beautiful fisherman as its leader, and we can definitely become the top guild of every server. Tuke clenched his fist, smiled sinisterly and said, she is not a vase of flowers. She can remember the place and time when the monster refreshed so quickly. Her senses are very light. Outside the demon swamp area, after being revived, the guild's players and humans immediately ran back here and kept screaming. This godless guy only fights monsters. Why does he have to kill others? That's right, I was also punished when I accidentally crossed the street, and I had to find him to ask for an explanation. Just fighting monsters. Why does this Mu Shen arbitrarily kill people? As for Qiong Renzan Shen, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, it was such a shame for the whole group to be destroyed. There must have been some mechanism in the swamp's demonic energy that he didn't understand. When he comes out, if I don't kill him 10 times, I won't be called Qiong Renzan Shen anymore. He scolded him directly on the world channel. The world channel. Qiong Renjan Shen, the turtle retracted its head and looked confused. If you have enough courage, come here for me. I'm waiting for you outside in the fog. Qiong Renjan Shen, the turtle. Qiong Renjan Shen, the turtle. Seeing Qiong Renzan Shen continuously spamming on the world channel, some players exclaimed, a speaker is worth 100 gold coins. Who is this god? Is it worth Qiong Renzan Shen spending so much money to scold him? At this moment, Ting Shuwaner led someone from the guild to speak up. Qiong Renjan Shen, if you have the courage, go in and find Su Chen. What is the use of asking for rice here? Qiong Renzan Shen questioned angrily. Ting Shuwan, you really want to help that bastard? In his heart, he silently scolded, hateful. Wasted too much time and experience points will be deducted when destroyed. Our current level is completely inferior to these girls. Tang Shuwaner spoke up. No way. God Mu, will protect you for sure. By the way, you can consider fighting us first. In her heart she thought, Mu Shen had sent a series of new equipment transactions. I have to save them for the little bamboo listener. I must step by step seize the opportunity to become stronger. Before that, this Mu Shen could not have been suppressed by this group of people. Kyongren Zanshen wouldn't dare attack in a situation where his side was at a lower level than the other side. Thinking of the person who caused this, he immediately became angry and roared loudly towards the swamp, causing the turtle to shrink its neck and look away. If you still need a woman to protect you, if you're a man, come out and give it to me. World Channel, Kyongren Zanshen, the god of the turtle, still needs a woman to protect. If he is a man, he will come out for me. The turtle is a godlike turtle and still needs a woman to protect it. If it's a man, he'll give it to me. Mu Shen, which wise man is looking for your grandfather? At this time, Temuk came out of the lagoon and said, Oh ho, is this a good nephew? Kyongren Zanshen angrily pointed his finger at him and screamed, Oh god, stop talking nonsense. If you dare to go out, then prepare to be beaten. Sumu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He snapped his fingers, hiding his personal information and equipment effects so everyone could see. Character attributes, god item, profession, mage, level 7. The people around were startled and pointed at him. Martial artist, level 7 mage. Where did the emperor come from? He also has purple weapons and is often used to carry weapons and weapons. You guys look at his buff. What the hell is the village chief's blessing? This equipment, this level, this buff, this person is definitely not playing the same game as us. Please report it immediately. Kyongren Zanshen was also startled and silently shouted, Here, this Mu Shen is not in the same dimension as us, so how do we fight? Then smiled looking at him and spoke, Grandfather, your team is here, what happens next? Tell yourself not to be afraid. Kyongren Zanshen gritted his teeth and pointed straight at the too big bowl. Mu Shen, you brat has murdered innocent people indiscriminately. Let us retry it, this matter will be over. Otherwise we will deal with you so much that even the beginner village won't dare to come out. The players nearby heard this and immediately picked up their weapons and shouted loudly, forcing them to give an explanation. Yes. Kyongren Zanshen said smugly to himself, So what if this kid is of high rank but he can't fight more than a dozen battles? He loves his power. Sumu looked back and spoke, I took action against an innocent person. You personally touch the modifier and become the target of the quest reward. How can you blame me? The surrounding female players heard this and talked in low voices. Turns out they all did that to the pharmacist. It's so nauseating. That's right, it's too much. Mu Shen thought that actually attacking them was for the sake of eliminating harm to the people. Kyongren Zanshen blushed and shouted, I'm not. You guys don't listen to Mu Shen's nonsense. In his heart, he silently scolded, This hateful godly bastard actually caused me to lose face in front of my sisters. I can't forgive him. Embarrassed and angry, he took out his weapon, stared at Sumu and shouted, Stop talking nonsense, Mu Shen. If you have the guts, come fight with us. Sumu was not afraid at all. He also took out his weapon and smiled and said, Come, your grandfather just has an itchy hand. Tingsha Wanner looked at Sumu Bao. They want to fight the council alone. We will help you once. Consider it a thank you gift for selling things to me. Sumu smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Wanner, but it's better to keep this favor. He secretly said in his heart, This Wanner is not as cold as he looks. Next, Sumu spoke up to remind Thang Tuit Wanner to take her men and move away a bit, then turned towards the group of people and turned on full battle mode. In his heart he smiled coldly and thought, thinking that with a large number of people he could win. That can only be achieved with equal strength. Tingsha Wanner spoke up, Then it's up to you. In her heart she thought to herself, she really didn't know if this god was too arrogant or really powerful, just observe first. Sumu smiled, began condensing skills, and the system announced, Attack mode has been converted. Overall attack mode. These soldiers only cost me a little money. After finishing speaking, Sumu immediately waved the Dharma in his hand. Immediately, not one but many fireballs appeared at the same time, shooting towards the group of guild players and people. Follow my orders, warriors, open your shields. Following the commanding voice of the old god of war, several warrior players immediately stepped forward and placed their shields in front of them to form a barrier, blocking several incoming fireballs. The old god of war shouted again, Mages, archers, shoot. Why are you still standing there? Immediately, a series of fireballs and arrows were fired, aiming straight at the wooden bowl. Regarding this, Sumu still calmly smiled and asked, You old people only have this little skill. He relied on many years of experience in his previous life, along with the title of fastest man to increase his speed and evasion. His body was light and flexible, avoiding the entire grave. This stupid old god of war let his enemies use all his skills. Isn't the skill on cooldown being trampled on by him? Silently speaking, Sumu escaped and disappeared from the sight of the guild players and people. Where is that little guy Mu Shen? Big brother, his speed is too fast, we can't see clearly. They screamed and looked around, not knowing that Sumu was hiding right under the big tree in front of them. Facing so many people, it's best to use the ice control system. It would be better if the control effect could be activated. I often use these guys and people to try out new skills. Thinking of this, Sumu immediately used the skill Bon Hoe Vu towards the crowd of people. And before they could react, Sumu's skill flew forward and exploded like a blooming ice flower, dealing damage and debuffs within a range of 50 meters. Bullets! It's so cold, it's freezing me. The warrior opens his shield. Everyone is about to die. What is the wizard doing? Adding blood. Kyong Ren Zan Shen Big Brother, our shields are still on cooldown. Big Brother, our treatment can't be used again. The blood continues to decrease, and the screams continue to ring out. After Sumu's skill attack, most people were frozen into ice. The lucky ones who weren't had a layer of debuff on their bodies. Kyongren Janshen pointed at the player soldier next to him and shouted, "Everyone is dead, why are you still opening your shields?" The player soldier hesitantly spoke up, "Sorry boss, I wasn't paying attention." This person secretly thought to himself, "Isn't it normal for me to open my shield due to the attack of such a terrifying god? I still don't want to die." Sumu hid behind a tree and chuckled, "Really stupid." The shield was blocked again, dragging these few seconds past the big fireball that served them. He misjudged the time in his mouth and then said loudly, "Grandsons, look up, are you surprised?" The guild players and others unconsciously raised their heads to the sky when they heard that. A second later, their faces were filled with horror because they once again saw a rain of fireballs falling on their heads. Looking at each member of the guild being buried in a sea of flames, the god of war could only stand and watch, helplessly silently lamenting, "It's over. The shield protection skills of the warrior and wizard just now have been used. This time it's really gone." He himself could only save himself by continuously using recovery potion. At the same time, he scolded loudly in his heart, "Hateful. What kind of damage is this fire?" Could it be that he didn't rely on Buger to do something in the demon swamp before? He was about to retreat when Sumu ran out of his hiding place to block the way, and then smiled and asked why he ran away. "Aren't you very disappointed?" The girl god of war was a little frightened and cried out, "You, don't come over here and I will fight seriously." In his heart he thought to himself, everyone was dead, and the red medicine couldn't last at all. But just a few seconds later, he remembered the more than 30 elite members of his team that had just been dealt with by Sumu, and his anger rushed to his head again. Lao Tzu fought with him, opened his mouth and shouted. The war god raised his weapon and used the wind chop skill, creating many wind blades that flew toward Sumu. Sumu thought to himself, early warrior skills, wind attack, 40-second cooldown. Using this skill, for the next 40 seconds he can only use normal attacks. We just need to keep a good distance from the god of war. His body flexibly dodged all the wind blades and then quickly circled behind the war god's back. Sumu shot a fireball at his back and smiled and said, "Hey, you are too slow, your grandfather is here." Kyungren Zanshen was led to turn around, used his weapon to slash hard at Sumu's position and shouted, "I will deal with you." Sumak shot another fireball at the god of war, then quickly jumped back, laughing and said, "Come god of war, you're not wrong. Can't a man say no?" The god of war angrily cursed. This god, how can a magician be so flexible? Just as he was about to continue his attack, Sumu suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a minute." The god of war's movements stopped, and he opened his mouth to laugh. "I'm waiting for you, monkey. Do you think I'm stupid? My cooldown skill has been renewed. Haha." Sure enough, his speed couldn't last too long, and he wanted to spare his life. Eat another bite of this old man's bad taste. In his heart he thought to himself, I'm a thin-blooded mage and can't withstand a few of my blows. My opportunity has come. Sumu spoke up, breaking his illusion. "I was talking. Do you need to look at your HP bar again?" Along with that, the wooden bowl shot out a fireball. Kyong Ren Zan Shen heard Sumu say that, raised his head to look at his health bar and averted his eyes when he saw that there was only a little left. A second later, a small explosion rang out, and the fireball hit his head, taking away the last bit of blood. Sumu waved his hand and smiled. "Who came out? It's so embarrassing, it was a mistake. The damage was a bit too weak. I originally wanted to joke with you for a while, Mu Shen. You wait for me, you're not done with my Kyong Ren Zan Shen yet." Leaving behind such a sentence, Kyong Ren Zan Shen immediately left his body and returned to the resurrection point. At this time, the surrounding players started to chat. Are we and Mu Shen playing the same game together? A magician destroying an entire elite group of the same person. Wishing to warm Mu Shen's thigh, the manner is also a magician. Can I accept him as a disciple? Mu Shen will be my male god in the future, both strong and powerful. That's right. The great god has made my legs weak. Hearing Tuyet Yen Ni stood in the crowd, slowly wondering, Mu Shen. Is it really that strong? Notification system. Congratulations to player Mu Shen on completing the blacksmith's reward posting order and receiving the divine will reward. 3 consecutive announcements on all Apocalypse servers made all players pay attention to this name Mu Shen. At the O2 Hidden Quack server, the player spoke up. Mu Shen, never heard of it, don't care about people. It's scary. What kind of god is this Mu Shen? At Yen Vu Jiang Year server. A young man had just finished dealing with a player who touched the engineer and saw the notification. Then his blood flew away. He pointed his sword at the sky and scolded him, his cheeks turning blue. I'm still missing half of my lives. Why did I let this Mu Shen go there? Mu Shen, waiting for the opportunity in the future. I must meet you. At the Imperial Capital server, Team Z's little spinner was speaking in the live stream. What a pity. We only have 20 more lives left to complete the 100 karma. Dear friends, do you want to give a few small gifts to comfort the future owner? At the same time, this person secretly thought, Mu Shen, a bit interesting, actually completed the task before an esports player like him. Our vehicle from Team Z is still not the strongest. On the Thantian Goaklong server, the players looked at Su Mu right in front and exclaimed, Mu Shen, this is about 100 people completed, but in another place, Gu Mok with a completion progress of 90 out of 100 said softly, Mu Shen, I thought I would be the first to get the reward posting order, but someone did it faster than me. Mu Shen, Su Mok, is that you? At this moment Su Mu suddenly mumbled, who's missing me? Next, he smiled and turned back to look at Warner. Sister Warner, we've made the deal clear, the second time, you watch now. As he spoke, he pointed to the side, telling him to find a place to talk. Tingshu Warner immediately agreed to follow. She secretly said in her heart, this Mu Shen was definitely offering that kind of strange condition. A moment later, Su Mu spoke up. There are 1,512 embalmed ices, 151 white items, 51 green items, 19 blue items, and 10 white skill books. Embalmed ice is worth 10 gold each. White equipment costs 50 gold. Green equipment costs 500 gold. Blue equipment costs 3,000 gold and white skill books cost 1,500 gold. Tingsu Warner asked in surprise, how did you collect so many things? Sumu put on a blue mulberry-loving look and looked at Hearing Tuyet Warner's feet and spoke. A total of 112,610 gold coins, calculated for her 110,000 years. Want a discount this time, Sister Warner? Tingshui Warner blushed and replied, no, you don't need to say that kind of discount. 110,000 years is 110,000 years. In her heart she thought to herself, I knew it right away. Sumu sighed and said, it's a pity. I was planning to be a little salty, but it would be a waste of money to give her a surprise. Tingshui Warner quickly asked, what's the surprise? Sumu took out a skill book and said, how about I sell it to you for 10,000 gold coins? Do you need it or not? This is a friendship price, Warner suddenly exclaimed, the green wizard skill book. She secretly said in her heart, how much luck does this Mu Shen have? There are very few green skill books in front of you. Even if you have money, you can't buy them. Next, she stroked her hair and asked calmly, what are the conditions for friendship? Sumu smiled and replied, in the future she must promise to let me touch her feet 10 times. Hearing this, Tingshu Warner silently doubted and thought, later, Mu Shen, is he so sure that we will meet again in the future? Sumuk gave the skill book to Hearing Tuyet Warner and said, then I will consider you as having agreed. Happy trading, Sister Warner, by the way. This is a friendly reminder for you. I haven't answered yet. What reminder? The tree people in Luklone Forest have poor strength and have a lot of experience. You can focus your energy on beating people to level up. Hearing Sumu say that, Hearing Tuyet Warner asked, why do you want to tell me this? What is your purpose? Sumu smiled and said, Sister Warner is too sensitive and left. If I say this is related to a hidden mission, will you help me? Tingsu Warner said, it's possible, but it's impossible to help without any benefit. In her heart, she thought inexplicably, a hidden mission. Why does Mu Shen know information that even the company doesn't know? Sumu raised a hand towards her and said, then this is the decision, Sister Warner. Rest assured, you will not lose anything. Tingshui Warner looked at Sumu's hand, briefly thinking, it seems that I have a good relationship with Mu Shen, so Mu Shen, you really make me more and more curious. Thinking of this, she immediately smiled comfortably and shook hands with Sumu. At the resurrection point of the novice village, you wastes let Mu Shen alone destroy all of us. Next time I see that kid again, I'll deal with it once. Qian Renjian Shen, big brother, we know it's wrong. Big brother, you can rest assured we will definitely practice hard and level up. Next time we will pee our pants when we beat that god. While training his younger brothers, the old god of war suddenly heard a reminder that a private message had arrived. Who's looking for me? Silently speaking, he opened the private chat area to take a look. Mu Shen, that old man, take your people out to sweep the trees for me. I'm not saying you can't stop at the end. Qiong Ren Zan Shen, this bastard, hateful. How can I listen to you? Mu Shen, if you don't go, I'll take action until you erase it. Every time I make a move, I take a screenshot and post it. Now I'll go find you. Qiong Ren Zan Shen, I'm going, big brother Mu Shen gave me a mission. I will definitely complete it well. Closing the chat area, he silently consoled himself. The good guy does not accept the immediate disadvantage. Waiting for him to become stronger in the future will definitely make you unable to play. On the other side, Tamuk was leaning against a strangely shaped tree trunk in the Death Lagoon. raising his chin slowly. Having the help of the snowman and the industrious person is not enough. To open the hidden copy, you need to destroy all the enemies. You can only go through the world channel so everyone can come. Thinking of this, Tamu immediately opened the world channel. Nim Tuyet is graceful. Nim Tuyet, we will accompany you to the end. Kyungren Jan Shen. I originally wanted to destroy the tree people. My brothers and sisters joined me in destroying the tree people. Looking at it without being harsh, Sumu chuckled and said, being protected like that by Warner doesn't feel too bad. A long time later, Tamu raised his head to look at the tree trunk he was leaning against. This group of people have been fighting for so long, considering the time it takes them to suffer, they are about to be completely eliminated. Besides, is it really possible to find rare equipment here? I've been sitting here for a long time. The great mystical power of the previous life's instructions said that looking up makes people have strange thoughts under the tree. After confirming with my own eyes, this is definitely the right place. Wouldn't that be cheating? Is that guy or not me, right? The place where the birds don't even poop. As soon as he said this, suddenly a drop of something fell on his face. A second later, Sumyukti pointed straight at the strangely shaped tree and shouted, did the bird poop? So why isn't the equipment used? Bullying honest people. Lies, lies. The system prompts, inviting all new players in village number 818, 30 minutes later to defend against the enemy. Successfully fending off all players will gain a mystical reward, failing to fend off all players minus 100,000 experience points. Rage of the Receptor, mission countdown, 29 minutes 57 seconds left. Seeing this, Tamu happily spoke up. The last hidden mission had been activated. Next, he spat and scolded. What a mysterious minister, a hateful fraudster. Don't let me see the person who posted this post again in this life. When the time comes, I'll find it and see if I can handle you. World Channel, Gu Ren Xiao Hu, Mu Shen, you asked us to scan, so we scanned this. Gar Ren Xiaolei. This mission is very difficult at first glance. Mu Shen has trapped us. Going through the mountains, failing the mission requires 100,000 experience. We're done. Seeing everyone talking on the GOE channel, Sumu chuckled and said, go back to the city first, take advantage of the half hour to eat a meal, then go up and hide. It's great. A few seconds later, in Tanthu village, Sumu had just returned from teleportation when he was surrounded by a bunch of angry players. Mu Shen, you must give us a satisfactory answer regarding the revenge of the gods. That's right, our current level doesn't have enough deduction points. Whether Mu Shen himself is aware of himself or not, he spent a large amount of money looking for a mercenary. Sumu was a little surprised and said, what? Welcome. I don't need such a big battle. You all think the mission will fail, so negative. The players couldn't help but wonder if Mu Shen was sure of completing this mission. Mu Shen's confidence is huge, eye-catching like the sun. Sumu said, it's easier to work when you're full. Why don't you go make dinner? The players looked at each other and spoke. Strange. Why do I feel hungry when I hear him say that? Maybe this is the domineering master. If Mu Shen says so, let's finish eating and quickly go on a mission. Great Mu Shen, I will always support my family. In the real world, apocalypse is the topic that people are most interested in. Wherever you go, you can see advertising and discussions related to it. Have you played Apocalypse yet? Super realistic. The NPC's emotions are exactly like real people. Haha, I wasn't just playing around. I was also punished because of touching the pharmacist. I set up a stall and sell materials, making a profit of several thousand yuan. What NPC beauty only affects the speed at which I make money. At a fast food restaurant, Sumu ate while scrolling on her phone, thinking. The game compartment was scheduled to deliver the goods to the door. Wait a moment and come back to the game to catch the assassin. Achieving the essence of the divine tree allows you to upgrade the divine bone test. It seems that more and more people are starting to play Apocalypse. The level of participation of the people is higher than in the previous life. I just hope that this life humanity can change the outcome of the previous life. At the same time, the girl who owns the Sumu account was also entering the store with her friends. As soon as she entered, Sumu saw Sumu sitting alone eating, so she went up and spoke up. Sumu. Sumu heard someone calling her and turned her head to look. Seeing that, Sumu said, it was indeed you. Meanwhile, several young men in the store looked at Sumu and discussed in low voices. Look, beauties, pharmacists, whatever, suddenly don't smell good anymore. You don't know, this is the beauty queen of the school next door. Don't be deluded. Hey, that kid is really lucky, dating the school beauty. Is he as handsome as me? Based on what? At this time, Sumu sat down next to Sumu and asked, Sumu, I heard that today you ran directly from the exam school, making your class teacher angry. Sumu replied lightly. Well, Sumu secretly said in his heart, to be able to do this kind of thing, so it's not surprising that it was him. As for Sumu, she was a little surprised and thought, school beauty Zhang Zhenyu. She and I don't know each other very well, but she actively sought me out to talk. Zhang Zhenyu opened his mouth to suggest, Sumu, do you want to go over there to eat with my friends? I'll treat you, Sumu replied. No, I'm not free. In his heart he thought to himself, forget it. After all, Jang Junyu and I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Let's go home and play the game quickly. So Sumu put the rest of the food in her mouth and left the table. I finished eating, my classmate Jang Junyu. I'll go first. Jang Junyu saw this and quickly asked, Sumu, are you also on the Tian Qingwan Long server? Sumu pretended not to hear and continued to leave. Jang Junyu raised his eyebrows and secretly said suspiciously, Sumu, why are you so cold to me? A few of her friends now came down next to her and began to ask questions. Tringu, who is that? Yet it's so distant to her. Does our Tringu have to respect people or not? I think that person is the weed of your school. Sumu, Sumu. Could it be that the person at Nuni school today left the high school graduation exam and had to return to play Apocalypse? Tringu likes this type of game-addicted scum. School beauties pair up with school idols. Top students fight scum. Isn't that great? Jang Junyu spoke up. Stop lying. Apocalypse is not an ordinary game. At the same time, she was also filled with confusion and silently said, Sumu. Apparently he appeared in my sight several times. Why do you seem to be avoiding me now? On the other side, Sumu walked outside the store thinking, Jang Junyu. My past life memories tell me I have to stay away from this woman. I'm not a savior hero, but I can't sacrifice my safety. Not long after, Sumu returned to her room. The game compartment has also been brought in. After installation was complete, Sumu immediately lay inside. Oh, not wrong, not wrong. Very comfortable. Having the game compartment and then playing Apocalypse is really refreshing. This money is well spent. In my previous life it took me a lot of time to get this. This time, I must step forward step by step, exploring the profound and difficult path of destiny. After finishing speaking, Sumu immediately activated the Apocalypse ring to enter the game. Notification system, entering the world of Apocalypse. Wish you happy gaming. Wrath of the Divine Tree. The mission is coming. 1 minute left. As soon as the character Mu Shen appeared in the new village, he was discovered by the players. Their faces were filled with worry and insecurity. God Mu, there's only 1 more minute until the Tree God's revenge will begin. The official website says those Tree Gods are all level 5 monsters. We can't defeat them. The Bat God Tree is a level 10 monster. Even if you're a Mu Shen, you can't do it. You've really harmed us. Sumu sighed and said to herself, these little beginners haven't experienced this life yet. It's too noisy. Next he spoke up. It's just a hidden mission, don't panic. The players spoke up. We don't want the mission to fail so badly. Mu Shen, please think about how to go, what to make noise. Mu Shen said it's possible. It's possible. Meanwhile, in the real world there are also many people observing directly through video filmed directly at the scene by Apocalypse himself. In an office, the Mock Vex man was watching live while talking to the secretary next to him, closely observing the actions of the Blue Dragon number 818 of the Novice Village. If they successfully pass the level, we will arrange for our people from other beginner villages to also go and activate this copy. In an internet shop, 2 young men watched live and talked. This is a large-scale area mission. Just 1 member of Daxia also wants to get the first kill. Tell a joke. The players of the strongest team in our country now don't dare to challenge. In the Apocalypse world, the countdown time also reaches 0. A heavy pressure immediately pressed on the entire Novice Village. Too scary. Apocalypse's 100% simulation effect is too scary. Don't be afraid, baby. I'm here. Going to the first line of defense. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I croaked, waiting for my brothers to finish fighting, and then I went back. We will also retreat. We can't bear the pain. We won't be able to bear the pain. We will soon die. Amid the screams of the players, Sumu suddenly saw the presence of NPCs, such as the blacksmith and the engineer. The boss map of this mission even activates NPCs to participate in battle. I remember my previous life. It didn't seem like that, strangely, right when you were thinking about it. The village chief suddenly stood up and spoke up. Dear young warriors, for the village, for tomorrow, fight. As he finished speaking, the village chief waved his hand. The book in his hand immediately shot out a beam of light that split into many small strands and entered the players' bodies. Notification system, village elders encouragement, plus 10% attack, plus 10% protection, plus 20 defense points, plus 100 vitality points. Duration, 30 minutes. A moment later, the players as well as the NPCs reached the first line of defense. Standing in front was the blacksmith. They didn't have to wait long before they saw a large number of tree people running out of the forest in front of them, rushing straight towards them. Let me go, the blacksmith shouted, a hammer smashing the tree in front of him. With him opening, other NPCs and players also began to join the fight. In an instant, the screams and light from the skill spread throughout the area. However, Apocalypse has just opened on the first day, so most players have not yet reached level 5. How can they be opponents of an army of tree people who are all level 5? Very quickly, the players were continuously dealt with and returned to the resurrection point. But that was not the end. The tree people were no longer stopped and immediately rushed into the Novice Village and surrounded the revival point. If anyone revives and loses 15 seconds of invincibility, they will use vines to deal with them. Just like that over and over again, the players collapsed and cried out. I've really had enough. Don't come over here, Mu Shen. There's no way, you said, you liar. Unexpectedly, my brilliant life would actually be defeated at the respawn point. I won't be able to play anymore. Voila. Hoo-hoo. After 15 seconds, when the champion revives, he will be dealt with by the tree man again. So scary. This level cannot be fought. Mu Shen is not here. This magic-catching guy, quickly come out here and take the beating. This scene was also witnessed by live viewers. At No 526 Beginner Village, the players watched live and spoke up. Damn, this mission is too scary. Luckily our server doesn't have this kind of trouble. Mom, 818 beginner villages have been defeated like this. It's over. The player's level has definitely dropped to level 1. In the real world, in the office, the secretary spoke up. The number of these tree people really made it difficult for people to resist. Even if our people want to complete this task, it is a bit difficult. The man wearing the mark spoke, recording all the details for later use. Suddenly, this person's expression changed because on the live screen, a small rain of fireballs suddenly appeared on the group of tree people and began to burn them. Returning to beginner village number 818, the players widened their eyes and exclaimed, "This is the skill of Master Li Huho Tianjiang. What? Such terrible damage? Fraud, right?" Next, they were stunned when they saw each ice flower blooming, creating an icy wave that froze a large area of people and trees within range like a mirror. Smashed into small pieces, bones and flowers, it is truly the great magician who has come to save us. It's the Mu Shen. It's definitely the Mu Shen. In the past, when he fought alone with the same group of people, he used this skill. In the cheers of the players, Sumu immediately appeared. He drank a bottle of potion to replenish the mana he had just consumed, and then spoke, wanting to let you guys practice a little more. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu quickly rushed forward. Along with the flames burning from the staff, the places he passed were burned by fire. These tree people were much lower in rank than Sumu. Hitting him was like hitting the wind, but he didn't care. He rushed into the middle of the forest of magical trees like a missing child. Outside, the players couldn't help but start cheering when they saw this scene, wondering how strong the equipment of the 3-in-1 gods was. Yet after beating the group of people to death, he didn't even shed a single drop of blood. During the fight, after Sumu finished fighting, he glanced at them. He remembered you and smiled and said, "Hey, why are you still standing there? Let's go together." As soon as his words ended, the players seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, bursting into flames as they rushed forward and began to kill those magic trees. At the same time, outside the game, everyone was shocked after watching this battle. A wave of confusion and emotion kept rising in the crowd. At the revival point, the three people listening to Wanner's resurrection couldn't help but be surprised. Ting Shushasha frowned and mumbled. "All the tree people on this side have been taken down," Wanner said, nodding slightly to help. It must have been the other person's doing. Carrying doubts, the three of them walked forward and saw a group of people constantly shouting and rushing forward. The little rabbit who heard the story said with emotion, "I am also a magician, but my damage is much worse than Mu Shen." At this time, Ting Shushasha asked again, "What should we do? Everyone is very experienced." Listener Wanner thought for a moment before opening his mouth to kill the tree man and replenish his lost experience points. At the same time, Tamuk on this side kept shouting, "Everyone prepared." The wizard scanned the status. Following his instructions, the 2 men and 2 women immediately stepped forward to use their skills to sweep across the battlefield. He smiled at himself, then shouted loudly with the staff in his hand, "The wizards can register to join the team and join me in coordinating actions with the big teams." Sumu nodded slightly and replied, "Okay wizards, archers prepare. Listen to my command. The farthest distance, attack." As soon as your words fell, thousands of sparks of fire fell from the sky. The players below were not idle either, as they rushed forward and aggressively attacked the magic tree. Outside, seeing this scene, everyone immediately started talking. Look, the 818 beginner village actually started to counterattack. The sounds of exclamation continued to echo in the crowded square. Who was that person? He just wiped out the resurrection points. The 818 beginner village wouldn't really be able to complete this mission, right? On the other hand, the archer god of war was also observing the match. He frowned fiercely and mumbled, "The members of the palace staff must be called back online, otherwise they would have just been killed so many times in vain." Right after that, he called someone from the Archer Guild online. He smiled softly and killed a tree man for 100 experience points. The attack assistant also has 20 experience points. Now online, he often goes to fix the leaky roof. On the other side, in the VSA National Research Area, a man after watching the battle slowly spoke up. "The enemy of the gods, that's all. How much power do you think it really has?" Having said that, he glanced at the person next to him and ordered, "Johnson, analyze the data of the 818 Thian Qing beginner village, so that our people will immediately go kill the tree man and activate the revenge of the god." Hearing these words, Johnson's face showed an awkward look. He hesitated and said, "Chief, this mission is very difficult. Our current average level is level 3. I'm afraid we can't defeat it." Unconsciously snorting, the chief coldly said, "Don't you dare say it again. We are #1 in the world. Our country will definitely do better. Johnson's face is even more ugly. It's really time to start this mission now. But the chief officer did not understand the hesitation in his heart. He glared and ordered the soldiers to unleash revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind changing to another deputy. Johnson could only reluctantly nod in agreement. At the same time, in Beginner Village 818, under the guidance of Su Mu, they successfully made all the gods run away, and there were happy shouts everywhere. But they were not happy for long, when a shocking sound suddenly rang out, making them startled and scared. Wait until you look closely. In the forest suddenly appeared giant trees climbing through the forest. Not long after, they gathered into one, becoming a giant god. With bloodshot eyes that scared others, it screamed and became my food, humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm towards everyone. The crowd was not able to take precautions and was thrown out by it. But it wasn't over yet. Another hand grabbed me. Seeing this scene, Tingshu Wanner's face immediately became ugly, and she cried out in horror. It's over. Another arm is attacking. It's impossible to avoid. Just in the blink of an eye, the god's 2 giant arms had slammed into the ground. Rocks were flying everywhere, and there was a cloud of smoke and dust in front of his eyes. But Sumu and Tingshu Wanner were okay, because at a moment's notice, Sumu hugged her and ran away, escaping a lifetime. Fin Tayet's concubine looked at him gratefully and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Mu Shen," and Sumu didn't care either. Just reminded her to be careful, then fell into thought. This attack from the Lord of the Tree seemed to be aimed at him. At the same time, the players were still trying hard to attack the god, but the damage was extremely low. This made them dissatisfied. Unpleasant cries rang out everywhere. This godlike boss's attributes were too much. 30,000 GP also has control skills to wrap around, and resurrection skills. How to fight this? During this time, smaller tree people also began to appear below the Lord Tree, seemingly receiving buffs. They were extremely ferocious at this time, opening their big mouths to threaten everyone. Seeing this scene, the players immediately stepped back, simultaneously turning their eyes towards Su Mu. Tingshu Wanner was no exception. She said in a low voice, "Mu Shen, do you have any strategy?" Facing a dangerous situation, Su Mu did not have the slightest fear. His lips were filled with confidence and reassurance. "Don't panic. Just like you just dealt with that group of tree men, I'm here to deal with that big guy." Hearing these words, Tingshu Wanner immediately replied, "Then you must be careful. The battlefield on this side is left to me." He nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." Immediately after that, she shouted loudly, "Everyone should not panic. Quickly gather." Soldiers and assassins followed Tingshu Shasha. The magician, archer and Tingshu Xiaotu act together. "The wizard, please follow me." As soon as her words came out, everyone gathered in 3 directions. She quickly commanded. The tree man headed 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock direction. Soldiers in charge of suppression, facing 3 o'clock, remote reconnaissance fire wizards stood in a circle. Su Mu, watching everyone's actions in the back, was extremely satisfied. It's true that Jiang Van can support a safe area in the future. Now she wants to show off her talent. At this moment, the God Lord suddenly turned his eyes towards him. Immediately after that, a series of vines like sharp swords rushed towards Su Mu. He couldn't help but click his tongue, not knowing why the target of a warlord was always him. Even though it was a boss with high damage and high recovery, he knew its heat point. The sole ruler of the Green Forest was once a friend of humanity, but it had become the culprit of demonic invasion. The heat point was the heart. Coming with a purpose, Su Mu's figure glided quickly through the air, running straight to the Lord of the Tree God, shooting out a fire towards its heart. Unlike everyone else, the damage he creates is much higher. Some people can't help but scream. "We can only deal a dozen points of damage in one attack. A bodyguard can deal such high damage, it's a pervert." But they didn't know, Su Mu was naturally dissatisfied with this. He mumbled dissatisfiedly, "This god's skin is really stringy. I need to release 50 fireballs to kill it. It's tiring. There is a wound that the heart is conflicted about, that it has suffered because of sin, and cannot be restored by recovery skills." Thinking of this, Su Mu immediately used wind and shadow to fly up to the middle. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot another fireball towards the heart of the Lord's tree god. As long as he was not attacked and kept his spiritual energy, he could destroy it in a duel. It's just that he couldn't let the boss fight to mix up the rhythm of Wanner's hearing snow. Su Mu decided to lure the boss away. After thinking about it, he turned towards her and shouted loudly, "Wanner, this place is given to you." Tingshu Wanner C heard this and nodded, then continued to command everyone, dividing a team of wizards and going to the resurrection point to increase blood and replenish the state. After finishing the assignment, she looked towards Su Mu. A look of worry appeared in her eyes. On this side, the God Lord continued to use vines to attack Su Mu. More surprisingly, the vines grow very quickly. However, they can't do anything to Su Mu, except for the wind and shadows. There were also movement speed bonuses given by the blessings of the village chief and the fastest man, so these had no effect on him. At the same time, Su Mu also realized something. These new thorny vines were more fragile, still connected to the heart of the god. Immediately, without hesitation, he unleashed a fire matrix, burning all those vines. The pain caused by the heat of the fire made the Lord of the Gods continuously scream, but it didn't die that easily. Sumu knew this. He backed away a few meters away from the scene. At the same time Li Huo Tianjiang was struck down by him, the Lord God's entire body was covered in flames. It seemed like it wanted to run away from this place, but unfortunately its feet were bound by 2 layers of ice, making it impossible to run even if it wanted to. Taking this opportunity, Sumu turned the long spear in his hand, smiled and said, "The taste of ice and fire is not bad." Below the ground not far away, Wanner is still commanding the player to kill the Lord's subordinates. At the same time, she also noticed that the boss's health was only 1/3 left. She breathed a sigh of relief. A god probably needed another 2 minutes to completely kill it. Right after that, Wanner looked towards the commanders again. In the last 2 minutes, everyone was a little more patient, arranged their formation well, and attacked again, not letting a small monster cross the military line. Thanks to everyone's support, Sumu here goes very smoothly without encountering any obstacles. He had successfully frozen the Lord's tree god, leaving very little of its health remaining, which made him very satisfied. Sumu nodded and smiled. The appearance of the ice and ice binding of Bon Ho Vu came at just the right time, a final blow. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant flame appeared from his long spear, rushing straight towards the Lord God. It only had time to utter 4 words. Humanity deserves to die before being burned to death. His entire body was destroyed into small pieces, then dissipated into the air. Even if he admitted his mistake now, it was too late. At the moment the Lord God tree collapsed, the god trees on the ground also quickly fell, and the players who were furiously fighting and killing suddenly saw this scene and were a bit surprised. At the same time, the system also announced that Sumu had completed the world's first personal kill of the god's revenge, and received the world's first kill personal treasure. Not only him, the players from the 818 beginner village also received rewards for completing the mission, in just the blink of an eye. Cheers of joy rang out everywhere. Tingshu Wanner smiled with satisfaction. He did it. The people outside observing this battle were also extremely frightened. Isn't 200 potential for all members equivalent to a free distribution attribute 2 levels higher than ours? Not only that, the internet also exploded. A series of exclamatory comments continuously appeared, and today's hot search was taken over by them. Of course Sumu didn't know about these things. He was considering his reward. It took a long time before he smiled. The essence of the god receptor in this way, the ingredients to activate the death god's hand bones were ready. Soon after he began to level up, quickly rising to level 9. Next is to activate the death god's arm bone. Let you see, what secret does this thing have? The moment the death hand bone was activated, Sumu had to consume 3,000 drops of dried blood and 3,000 embalms that consumed the essence of the tree god. Purple lights continuously surrounded the death god's arm bone, causing it to float in the middle. But the change was still behind. Seeing these lights suddenly surrounding Sumu, causing his body to stiffen, he cried out in horror, "What's going on? I can't move." Sumu suspected that perhaps this hidden mission had not yet been completed. Right after that, he saw something coming across the green forest, like a thick fog of demonic energy. The surrounding players were also in the same situation, and they also had an additional death spell. Thiat Tuyat Diani quickly spoke up. "Everyone to see if I had corn on my body?" Hearing these words, everyone raised their heads to look at the same time. Sure enough, everyone did. They cried out in horror, "I can't move, damn I can't move either, I want to vomit." This place quickly fell into panic. Before I could understand what happened, a big wind blew again. Darkness suddenly covered this place, and their health bars also began to decrease. In just a few pages their health bar was drained, but they did not die to return to the resurrection point. Hearing Tayatdini listen to everyone's bewildered sounds, her face a little irritated. It seems like after the health bar is cleared it won't die. Everyone is waiting patiently. Maybe the server is still debugging the parameters. Everyone who heard this thought that what she said made sense, so they waited silently. Only Dini was very worried. She also doesn't know why Sumu hasn't come back yet. Is he in danger? Sumu, you are currently deep in the green forest, surrounded by a gloomy black color. You frowned and mumbled. What are you doing? What is this uncle of death going to? While Sumu was confused, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. As soon as Sumu saw it, he cried out in horror, "These eyes. I just saw those eyes getting closer and closer to him, as if its goal was him." Sumu's face immediately changed color. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He trembled and mumbled. It was death. Isn't death the boss that will appear in the most difficult copy of Death Palace when the end of the world is near? No one has passed through the Temple of Death yet, so it is about to come, and then death will also try to appear in the world. Could it be because he activated the Grim Reaper's arm bone that caused death to come early? Sumu knew very little about death. In his previous life, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Death Palace. While Sumu was thinking, an earth-shattering sound came out. He reflexively used himself. There was even more panic in his eyes. This sound was right. It was death. This was the sound he heard before he died in his previous life. Not long after, a figure with bloodshot eyes and a wide mouth appeared in front of Sumush. There was a lot of aura around him, making those who came close feel oppressed. Sumu was even more frightened. He spoke tremblingly. This giant scythe. Death is really coming. I shouldn't have to end my life again. Why would I be reborn? Is it so miserable? I just opened my life. Remembering the memories of his past life, Sumu's body kept shaking. He wanted to move but couldn't. He fiercely bit his lip and scolded angrily. He couldn't escape this confinement. He couldn't move. At this moment, the low and gloomy voice of death rang out again. The light was not here. Dark songs descended. The gods fell. Death ruled the sky. Sumu suddenly raised his head and saw him staring at him with fierce eyes. His wide mouth kept moving, making sounds of fear. Young magician, do you want to live? I'll give you a chance. He wants you to join the Temple of Death. He will help you become the king of Death's great magician apocalypse world, and let you ascend the throne. Sumu's fear turned to horror. What is this situation? Are you joking? Death is talking to you. There's also Apocalypse, who has the strange profession of Great Mage of Death since when? What a paradoxical attribute. The system gave Sumu two options, one to join and one to decline. After reading it, he widened his eyes. It may sound like a scam falling from the sky. In reality, these two options are very difficult. The first choice will become an enemy of humans. The second choice will be directly killed by death. The reward for killing the first life of Sumu and evil dragon armor, which he did not get easily, cannot be lost. While Sumu hesitated, the low sound of the Grim Reaper rang out again, betraying the people to join the spear to the enemy, forever falling into darkness. This was impossible. He could only hold out a little longer, resist until the Grim Reaper's hand-bone progress was 100% and then speak again. But the Grim Reaper on the side has always been pressing him, telling you your choice. But the Grim Reaper's arm bone has only reached 95% activation progress at this time. Sumu bit his lip fiercely. His reincarnation was indeed full of names. After thinking about it, he raised his head to look at him. Sumu pursed her lips and said, "Okay, now I'll tell you my choice. I refuse." Hearing these words, the death god's face immediately became ugly. He roared in anger. "What a fool, you stupid ants are just ants. In order to protect the light to laugh, you dare to refuse my invitation." Unconsciously snorting softly, Sumu coldly said, "What's wrong with ants? They have great intelligence, have a life as thin as a piece of paper, so they have an indomitable heart. How can they bow their heads to a murderous enemy? A gentleman would rather die than be humiliated. If you tell him that he is good, then kill me again. Regardless of fate, at worst, start over." The angel of death is angry and coldly snorted, "Then go and die." Immediately, his sharp tip stabbed towards Sumu. But he was not worried. 3 seconds later, Sumu was a good guy again. Just as the nose crashed down, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, directly crashing into the nose of the god of death. This change shocked Sumu. Right at this moment, a voice came out from within that ray of light, a projection of a death illusion that also dared to cross the blue world to kill. It really looked like my temple was empty. Hearing this sound, Death immediately realized who was coming. He let out a strange laugh. Michael, do you think you can save him?" At this different time, Sumu could not hide the horror in his eyes. The figure with angel wings in front of him was truly too unbelievable. "This is Elder Michael of the Angel Legion, the highest-ranking officer of the Angel Legion." "Go back to hell," Michael said coldly, and a ray of divine power appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he fought towards Death. In just a blink of an eye, the figure of the god of death disappeared, but his strange laughter still rang out. He was a turtle. Sooner or later he would join the group of electronic gods. The situation changed so quickly, Sumu couldn't hide his surprise and mumbled, "This is the power of the highest vortex of the Star Temple Angel Army. One blow to destroy the illusion of death." The temple is one of the two major camps of the apocalypse world, the center of the divine camp. The angelic army is the prestigious fighting force in the temple. The electronic god palace is of course the central administrative agency of the evil camp. He only activated the Grim Reaper's arm bone. Not only did it lead to the projection of the Grim Reaper, but he also called this old man Michael. While Sumu was thinking, Michael's voice suddenly rang out, "Young warrior, your choice was extremely correct." Sumu looked at him startled, then discovered that his body could move. He quickly said hello to old man Michael. Sumu didn't know if he was saying hello correctly. In his previous life, he had never come into contact with NBC at this level. Michael smiled kindly at Sumu and happily said, "Your choice deserves praise from the temple. If you can complete my trials, I will give you the title of Temple Mage." Sumu looked at this title in surprise. Even though level 100 was still the main title used, moreover, only when receiving this title could one accept hidden missions of the temple. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He happily said, "I am willing to accept your trial." I nodded with satisfaction. Michael said frankly, "This is the trophy I received, now I give it to you. I hope you can complete the trial." Having said that, he took out a necklace and gave it to Sumu. When he received it in his hands, his eyes couldn't help but widen. "This thing is a broken evil heart necklace." While he was bewildered, Michael continued to speak, hoping that it would help you open a stronger path, the light of apocalypse illuminating you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the air, and the place was also restored to bright light. Sumu looked thoughtfully at the sky for a moment, then held the necklace tightly in his hand. He happily jumped up and down. I knew it, in his previous life. Among the top players, there was only one person who had this armor. This is the winning header, but I have a necklace in that equipment set. If Sumu successfully purifies it into legendary quality, this trip will be so important and beautiful, once it has the necklace. Meaning that other parts of this equipment will also come into your hands in the future, so you will become unbeatable. After a while of fun, Sumu decided to see what the deadly arm bone that almost made him reset his character again was. At this time it has also been activated. Sumu has received many skills and equipment. He was so happy that he cried and mumbled. He said it. He didn't support me in being a human being. He set out to stop bullying me. However, Sumu wasn't happy for long when he received the conditions for leveling up and needed 5 million experience points. He angrily scolded. This is clearly bullying. This is just experience to level up. Sumu angrily exhaled. Then putting this matter aside, Sumu decided to open the tree god's treasure chest to see if there was a reward. You have to quickly get to level 10, and you also have to get the first merit from Mu Shen's temple copy. Right after that, in the deepest place in the green forest, Sumu began to check his items. He looked around and finally decided to see the tree god's wish first. Having said that, he opened his mind and looked. The shadowy figure of the god had appeared. It spoke in a low, brave voice, thanking the person who rescued me from suffering. I was the lord of this land. Now that I'm about to disappear, there's hope that the brave man can complete the mission for me. Immediately a mission was proposed. Sumu hesitated and immediately accepted it. After that, he couldn't help but sigh. This is consistent with the goal of Michael's trial mission, destroying the star Apophis. In the vast universe, the Earth moves quietly. However, several hundred observations have shown that this planet will come closest to the Earth's eastern hemisphere at 4:49 AM GMT plus 8 on April 14th, 1229. The probability of colliding with the Earth at about 5:20 AM GMT plus 8 is 2.7. If a collision occurs, 6,400,000 billion kHz will be released, equivalent to more than 1 ton of energy emitted from the TNT explosion. Although the collision will not necessarily happen in the future, after Apocalypse tried to descend to reality, the first person to invade the army of destruction was Apophis. Not to mention how humanity can prevent Apophis from coming in the future, we must face the final boss in this simulated battle in the dungeon. Even if you are greatly weakened, it will still be difficult to fight to the death, and there are 3 small bosses ahead that cannot be underestimated. In the previous life it was still a level 15 professional money-making team from Yao Kingdom that got the first credit. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue. This game is not as simple as he thought. Ignoring this matter, he continued to look at the tree god's other treasure chests and see what happened. This time Sumu received quite a few things, the popular purple skill, and received 1,000 temple fame points. Seeing these things, he happily exclaimed, "Great, but there are purple skill books common to all occupations. There's also the famous temple, and the 3-legged wind and fire shoes are also quite good equipment, making a profit." Sumu did not wait. He quickly learned the purple common skill book and received the spiritual energy activation skill. This skill can increase attack power by 100, and the effect lasts 5 minutes. Sumu couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming in surprise. During battle, he can summon a clone, at his peak. As for the temple's reputation, earning more intimacy points with the temple's NPCs is easier to warm up. Shrine of Fame is not a normal mission that can be obtained. The higher the reputation, the higher the explosion rate. In the end, the world's first personal victory treasure and the products he received were also many, including the guild's blessing powers. This is a good item that provides buffs to players. After creating a guild, they can win right at the starting line. Also known as a demon slayer, this monster is completely designed to defeat evil type A monsters. The more you watch, the happier you become, Sumu excitedly exclaimed. Then the points were added. Mages of course must add violence points and then directly add all potential points to magic. The magician's sect of violence, a ball of fire, teaches how to be human. Activate this jewelry mission and find time to go to work. The additional features of the equipment are also very good. Now he will return to the city first, daring to equip it. On the other hand, at the revival point of the novice village, a group of people here were constantly whispering about the recent incident. At this moment, Sumu was revived. As soon as they saw him, everyone started running to thank him. This enthusiasm made him scared. Sumu quickly backed away, laughing and saying, everyone continued to try to level up. On the other hand, the chief officer of the VSA was extremely angry at this time. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, the glory of being the leader in the whole world should be our nation's." Johnson reported the current progress. Johnson on the side hurriedly reported, but the more he listened, the more his anger grew, and he screamed again. "If you can't fight, you don't need to do it anymore." Johnson is also a bit helpless. The difficulty of this task is too great. In the game at the pharmacy, A beautiful lady was standing in front of the store waving to Sumu. This time you came to buy 100 bottles of purifying medicinal water and holy medicinal water. But it's really too expensive. Sumu has a bit of money left in his wallet. The purifying medicinal water costs 200 gold a bottle. The holy medicinal water costs 100,000 gold a bottle. Even though his reward is so much gold, purifying the dragon bone inheritance line is too painful for his kidneys. The pharmacy owner quickly gave the items to Sumu, then sincerely said, "Thank you for helping me treat those male players. Also thank you for protecting the village." Sumu smiled at her. "Don't be rude." Right after that, Sumu found a place to purify the transmission line. He kept mumbling, "It must be of legendary quality. In my previous life I have never seen novel-level equipment." Not long after, the transmission line was successfully purified. Looking at its light, Sumu was happy. The color was golden, truly a legendary quality. After being reborn, he did not expect to be so lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a card. He smiled and said, "Isn't this assessment card also useful? Quickly use one to try it out. The explosive attribute gives me a special explosion for me." Just in the eyes, the evil dragon's transmission line was surrounded by a pale yellow light. The appraisal process was successful. The lineage was truly of the quality inherited. The attributes were also very good. Sumak was extremely happy. The technique of a transmission line is even higher than his purple weapon, and also has good elemental and antigen enhancement. Moreover, his current attributes have also increased significantly. Passing through the ancient wood temple is no problem. But if he wants to complete the hidden quest without getting injured, he still has to try a little harder. So Sumu decided to upgrade. The forest was quickly wiped out by Sumu. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He frowned and mumbled, "Coming to destroy the divine star, Apophis." The moment that light tried to fall, the surrounding players also saw it, and they were talking in surprise. "What's going on? Suddenly so hot. What is it? Something hit here. A meteorite?" In just the blink of an eye, the whole forest heated up, covered by a brilliant fire. This heat was too strong, causing the players to run away, and all the animals in the forest also ran to find shelter. At the same time, Sumu stood on the cliff and observed everything. This was still just a simulated effect of the real world. The destructive power has been greatly reduced. If reality is restored, everyone will be killed immediately. The fire quickly spread to beginner lane 818. The players in the city also quickly ran away, constantly shouting, "Run quickly! The fire has burned through here. It is not safe in the beginner village." Right at that moment, a graceful step suddenly appeared. Looking closely, the owner of those steps was the village chief, only to see water waves appearing in his hands. It danced endlessly in the air, then collided with the oncoming fire. Seeing this scene, the players were immediately frightened. The old village chief was so powerful, the dual-career player knew both wizard skills and water magic. Not long after, the fire in the novice village was extinguished by the village chief's stream of water. The players immediately cheered and praised. The village chief took advantage of the summit. It must be the boss who is in seclusion, right? The boss gave him some hidden quests. Hearing these words, the village chief immediately glanced at them. A moment later, he laughed and said, "The demon spirit Apophis invaded. Because protecting the world of Apocalypse cannot let him leave the green forest. I am here to send my blessings to all the brave warriors fighting Apophis." As soon as his words ended, the system immediately issued a mission. The players immediately shouted, quickly looking at the top of their heads. A mission appeared. Sumu also saw this mission from afar and was a little surprised. The first copy of the Apocalypse world had already opened. In the game, Apophis wants to find ancient items in the ancient relics of the temple in Luklone Forest. In his previous life, Apophis tried to go to Earth to destroy the world, and was crazy looking for some kind of material that the god-destroying legion needed. But deep in the Amazon jungle there is actually a place that resembles an ancient temple. In the Apocalypse world, many special scenes and items really exist in reality. They either don't exist yet, or are in a dangerous world. Even if these past life secrets were passed on to the country now, it would be of no use. To resist the invasion, humans' current strength is still too weak, being a reincarnated person. I will do my best to become stronger, when Apocalypse is made a reality, looking for a fighting chance. In front of you, this copy of a temple cannot be overcome by just spending money. You must understand the mechanism and have enough strength. However, the appearance of the copy will certainly create a new climax. Players who are passionate about reclamation must be brave. Tom decides to let them suffer a bit first, while he logs out and closes his eyes to recharge his battery. Outside in the real world, after a quiet night, light begins to shine menacingly in the city again. At the same time, in a middle-class apartment complex, after a long sleep, Sumu finally woke up. He stretched and yawned. He slept so well. Sleeping in a game cabin was not as comfortable as sleeping in a bed. He went to the forum to see how the bad guys in this copy were doing. The Apocalypse forum is extremely active right now. Everyone is talking about the ancient Mu temple. Sumo elegantly glanced at it for a moment, then coldly snorted. "What is this? This strange thing will scare you to death later. All countries are strengthening the power of the temples. The fastest progress in the world is Team Z of the Daxia Great Imperial Capital. They have reached the first boss level but have not yet defeated it. Thinking about it, Tamu entered the game compartment again. He quickly appeared in the novice village. My friend slowly walked over, she exclaimed in surprise. How come he was still only level 9? Sumo smiled and said. It seemed like she drank a lot of experience leveling liquid. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked. I still have some blue equipment and white skill books, do you need them? The commissioner nodded without hesitation. I need it. Luckily you provide resources. Our hearing development is still not bad. We plan to level 10 and then go fight the ancient Mu temple. Will you come? Do you touch your feet? Sumu remembered you asking her. Actually, I was just joking. You were still thinking that with Wanner's special status, it was natural to have direct intelligence. Yet Wanner thought it was true. She nodded and smiled. Rest assured, we heard that we are all beautiful girls. Just look at your own bravery. Sumu couldn't tease her, but I was only interested in her. She shyly bowed her head and said in a low voice, as long as you cooperate, I can get the information and share it with you, and I can also give you 3 rewards. Tamu, a traitor to the society, raised his eyebrows. With such confidence, the power behind her company was truly powerful. Wanner really spent a lot of money to tease him, not hesitating to reveal all this information. After thinking about it, Tamu said in a deep voice, the copy news that the whole world wants is truly worth thousands of dollars, but I don't seem to be interested. As soon as these words came out, Wanner was a little surprised and asked, why? Tamu glanced at her and kindly reminded, older sister Wanner, I advise you to focus on leveling up first. Don't touch the copy after level 10. You can't fight. I'm going to go fight. Goodbye. Having said that, Tamuch immediately left. Wanner looked at his back, a bit speechless. This guy is really strange. I have powerful intelligence, and the team is full of well-equipped beauties. Yet he refused. An hour later, the game's world channel was in chaos. People kept typing Tamu's name in and talking. Sumu also really saw it. He answered very frankly, I am going to kill the demon garden right now. The players were immediately confused. Then one after another started to stay away from the areas he passed through. However, Tamu didn't care too much. He just kept hunting monsters. Now he had reached level 10, unlocked new enhancement features. He happily exclaimed, brothers, I'm level 10. Immediately afterwards, Tamuk returned to Tanthu village and ran to the village chief's house. He spoke up boldly, Village chief, I want to form a guild. The village chief calmly looked at Tamuk, warrior. You really met my expectations. An excellent warrior like you must establish your own guild. You are the boss. That's 300,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, Sumu's expression immediately changed. He pursed his lips and said, it's so expensive, did you steal the money directly? The village chief smiled and said, warrior, Tamak wants to become a big man, he must invest in the early stages. Sumu thought silently. This time he no longer relied on others, established his own guild and recruited capable players, letting them become his strength for him to use. Right after that, Sumu chose to immediately join, naming him Oi Fong, Fong Than Kok, and happily walked out of the village chief's house. Fong Than Kok will certainly become a powerful force to protect Daxia when the end of the world comes. At the same time, the surrounding players also received notice that he had established a guild. Second Wanner couldn't help but exclaim, a god has established a guild. His movements are still faster than us, but he didn't expect that a god wanted to be the big brother himself. Shingu was also very surprised when she saw this announcement. She seemed to be planning something. On the other side, a group of people were hunting monsters. Upon receiving this news, someone quickly shouted, Big brother, I didn't expect this kid to take a step forward to form a guild. Big brother snorted coldly and said, our people's guild is the strongest. Not long after, many people asked to join Sumu's guild. He frowned at this amount, then muttered again, using the guild's level 1 blessing reward that had been rewarded by the system before. After that, Sumu began to bless. The corn attribute due to the guild's blessing is random and valid for 24 hours. The first refresh every day is free. The next refresh will cost diamonds or dedication. After finishing everything, Sumu went to find the blacksmith and gave me 2 regular appraisal talismans. But he annoyedly ordered 200 gold coins. You are a bit reluctant, isn't it just that the engineer likes to talk to you? But Sumu still accepted to take the 2 amulets, then examined the belt and 3-legged windfire boots. Looking at the properties of these 2 things, the second boy couldn't look down on them. Why did he need to run away? What special effects were there? Fortunately, the attribute is still quite strong, so collect the wind and fire 3 lotus helmet to increase the effectiveness. He quickly posted a message on the world page saying he wanted to buy a Tamlian wind and fire helmet. After that, Sumu checked his current storage area. He sighed helplessly. Everything was a mess. It's too difficult for these new recruits who haven't reached level 10 to come out with level 10 credit-colored equipment. Not only that, he also received something more special. A photo of a man's naked body, which made Sumu very scared. What the hell did you send? I'm a real good man. A moment later, he received a text message from a stranger. The other person said he had a Tamlian wind and fire helmet. Sumu sent a private message to the other person, but received a text message that made him angry. I don't want to sell. I intend to use it myself. Sumu pursed his lips and scolded. Why would you send a message if you don't sell? Fate, is there something sick in my heart? The more Sumu texted the other person, the more dissatisfied she became. This assassin was even more thorough than me, to the point of flying into the sky. Okay, Brock. Just before Brock had time, that person texted. Can I join your guild? I'll give you this equipment. Seeing this message, Sumu couldn't help but swear coldly, just a purple device wanting to enter Fongvan Valley. But in reality, Sumu had already accepted that person into the guild, that's the head wife, only by being able to do things at home. It's just that not long after, Sumu had a bad idea. This Enshen has never heard of it. Maybe after getting the equipment it put him in a blessed state, then kicked him away. At this moment, Enshen appeared in front of him, constantly calling for Big Brother. Sumu lowered his head and thought to himself, why do you feel so embarrassed? If not, you should quickly kick him away, otherwise he won't be able to fight you. At this time Anshen ran over and asked, Elder, why is our guild now only 2 people? Sumu did not answer. I secretly laughed in my heart. Wait a minute, and there will only be 1 person. Little friend, society is cruel, don't blame you for your limitations. It's just that Sumu's intention was quickly cancelled, because this person made a wise decision. Anshen happily spoke up. Why is our guild's fund so low? I'll add a little. This amount of money from him was 1 million gold coins, which made him so scared that he almost went crazy. But the other guy was very dissatisfied and said, Sir, can you add 100,000 first? If it's not enough, please call me. Sumu said with bright eyes, You first receive the guild's blessing. You can open the attribute. Ans quickly followed suit and also gave the 3-lot fire and wind helmet to Sumu. Now you have 4 purple equipment and 1 orange equipment. Use it to attack the ancient copy of Mushen Temple. While Sumu was thinking, Enshen texted, Boss, I have prayed more than 100 times and finally got the attack and speed enhancement attributes, followed by a long text message. Sumu feels like you've said too much. Leveling up. Level 6 now is too complicated. After chasing him away, Sumu sent an invitation to Wanner again. Seeing the announcement made her cry out in surprise. A god invited her to play a copy. The bus ticket was 200,000 gold coins. A moment later, Sumu arrived at the meeting place. He waved goodbye to Wanner and smiled. You have long legs, what do you think about getting in the car? She turned her head to look at Sumu. A look of doubt appeared. What a joke. He was really sure of passing the test. Wanner frowned and said slowly, Everyone was stuck in the first stage. When the monster is about to die, it will enter a violent state. No one can endure it, Sumu said indifferently. It's because you guys are too bad. His eyes were full of confidence. He smiled and said, No matter what, if you join a team with me at 9 o'clock, bring the ticket money to the car to find me, and you'll be able to cross the border. Wanner was still very hesitant. She continued to ask, What if she couldn't pass the barrier? He shook his head and smiled and said, There is no such thing as this. If you don't pass the test I will give you a full refund. If you pass the test I will accept it. Sumu's words made Wanner burn with anger. Realizing that she was too excited, she immediately ran away, not forgetting to play. I was joking, Sister Wanner. Don't be angry. I'll run away first, waiting for you. Half a day later, in an empty lot, Sumu and Wanner were waiting here. A moment later Anshen ran over and shouted, My big brother has been promoted, but very quickly he realized there was someone else. He exclaimed in surprise, His sister is so punctual. Is she also our teammate? So happy. Big brother, do you need to introduce me a little? I think hello, because in order to fight together, we can get acquainted first. If you have time, go call some loudspeakers for me to talk about business. Sumu glared at him in warning. Then he turned to Wanner and smiled and said, Wanner's older sister, welcome to the team. Wanner just nodded slightly without replying. At this moment, Anshen quickly picked up the megaphone and started shouting, riding out on his horse to kill the leader of the dungeon. 200,000 gold, only 2 holes, first come, first served. Sumu was a little speechless when she saw this scene. But this really worked. Everyone quickly started talking about it. But the previous tragedy was still in front of them. They decided not to go. After waiting for a long time, Wanner offered to let me take these 2 positions. I dragged my friend here. He thought anyone could come in except those in the ancient society, so he agreed. A moment later, Tingshu Shasha and Tingshu Xiaotu quickly appeared. Although Tingshu Shasha did not believe that Sumu could overcome the barrier, they also participated because of Wanner. The distant sound quickly came. Anshen immediately smiled and said, My big brother is very powerful. You guys can lie down and play. She couldn't help but snicker. This little assassin was still a bit interesting, lying around waiting to die. Anshen smiled and looked at the 2 people, then glanced at Sumu and asked, Big brother, can I pretend to be X? Sumu was a little confused. What do you want to do? This product was mysterious and mysterious. Then a series of announcements broke out on the World Channel, causing everyone to explode directly. The Sumu people here looked bewildered. 1,000 gold for one speaker. This guy actually used 1,000 in one breath. In front of the teleport gate of the level, a group of curious players came to look, not believing that this team of 5 people could do anything. Mu Shen didn't care much and took everyone with him to jump through the gate. Not long after, they successfully entered the ancient Mu Shen temple, and Shen excitedly exclaimed, "This place is huge." Hearing something from afar, he immediately reminded him not to make a noise, so he immediately woke up and shut his mouth. The group just kept going deep inside. When they saw a few doors, they stopped. Shen quickly spoke up, "Boss, on the internet it said the first level was a maze. How should we go?" The distant sound from behind also spoke up to warn you. "Do you need me to tell you the way? Since you said you wanted to lead us to take the leader's life, then how about going directly to fight the boss of the first level?" When Sumu heard it, she snorted coldly. "Maybe you should go your way, I'll go mine," and shouted dissatisfiedly in the distance. "So you charge 200,000 gold per position, is that all? If it weren't for the captain calling you into the team, she wouldn't want to come." Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, he simply smiled and said, "Not willing to volunteer to leave the team at any time." "Oh, that's right, he won't pay for leaving the team himself." Warner heard it even more dissatisfied. Shen, who was next to him, also happily chimed in. "My sisters and big brother said that if they take the leader's life, they can take it. You guys go lie down and play. I don't have the heart to scold you. Money players have so many words." The final argument was stopped by Warner, after which Tom Wood immediately led them inside. The deeper you go, the scarier the scene becomes. On both sides are blood-red streams and a strong fishy smell. Anshin couldn't help but cover his nose and want to vomit. This bloody smell really doesn't need to be too realistic. Why did the drawing style suddenly become so strange? Warner also reminded, "Be careful, there is a blood demon behind this waterfall, moving very fast. It is very difficult to fight them. Even Team Z has difficulty dealing with them. Maintaining a wooden shrimp walking ahead is extremely calm. Don't be afraid, as long as you don't attack them, this passage is completely free." Little Rabbit Theet Tuyet asked somewhat incredulously, "Is it true or false? I wouldn't lie to anyone, would I?" His attitude made Warner a bit suspicious. These blood demons looked intimidating, but it didn't seem like they would actively attack the player. How could he know that wouldn't be the case? Just like the wood shrimp said, they went to another door without encountering any obstacles. Anshin smiled very proudly and said, "Sisters, you believe this time it's okay to listen to my big brother." Tom Wood didn't pay attention and walked into a door. Inside was a dark basement filled with human bones. Anshin too couldn't use himself. "This car has gone through a great battle. These skeletons will not come back to life." As soon as his words fell, the bones underneath suddenly began to tremble. They quickly got into an attack position, and their behavior was beyond reproach. With this crow-mouthed name, Anshin never thought in her wildest dreams that her nonsense would actually be true. He mumbled in panic, blaming me. Not long after, a group of skeletons appeared in the basement. These were all level 7 skeleton soldiers. They have been buried underground for many years, and have not tasted fresh blood for a long time. They got closer and closer, and from afar they coldly snorted and scolded, trying to convince us little rabbits that we wouldn't eat the bottle. As soon as she finished speaking, she released a burst of energy. As soon as the skeleton rushed forward, it fell directly down. Not long after staying there, its eyes suddenly turned red, as if they had been injected with blood. It slashed fiercely into the distance, and she quickly created a protective shield. This monster has thick health and high defense, so it is very difficult to deal with. Baini quickly spoke up, "Little Rabbit, provide fire support." The little rabbit immediately rushed forward, shooting out a fireball. Taking this opportunity, in the distance, he also cut off the arm of a skeleton. But at that moment, another one slashed her shoulder. Seeing this scene, Baini quickly treated her, and the little rabbit attacked the skeletons. A series of lightning-fast bone ice bolts rushed towards them, but the damage was not high. Realizing this, she immediately exclaimed, "The defense of these skeletons is too high, I can't deal any damage." Her ice and bones couldn't do anything to them, so in the distance she shouted even more urgently, "Disgusting. What's wrong with this monster? Mu Shen, didn't you say to take us across the border and onto this island?" As soon as her words ended, a fireball came from afar, burning many skeletons standing in front. The one who took action was of course Su Mu. "You calmly spoke up, don't rush, I will take action myself." Immediately after that, he turned the upper hand again in his hand. A thick layer of bone ice appeared to freeze the skeletons. But it wasn't over yet. Su Mu fired a magic fireball, one ice and one fire, causing the skeletons to die in pain. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 people were immediately surprised, calling out in disbelief from afar, "Is this damage reasonable?" The party committee now believes that killing the leader, perhaps he can really hope. On this side, Sumu had destroyed the skeletons. He calmly spoke up. "Skeleton soldiers do not have elemental resistance and die relatively easily, so it will bother you a bit to pick up dropped items." The 4 people quickly ran to pick up items and got a lot of things, but they all fell into Sumu's hands, making people far away feel dissatisfied. Do these items actually belong to the captain? That's too much of a dog. Indifferently shrugging her shoulders, Sumu replied frankly, I'm very short of money. That's right, your fight just now was not bad. Very brave. After hearing this, she immediately became cold. Don't think you don't know that this guy is talking backwards. Sumu lightly pursed her lips, not paying attention to them, leaving with sore feet. And Shen quickly smiled and said, Sisters, stop dragging your feet, quickly follow. It's worth spending this money. Angry and scolded from afar, I spat at him and slapped him. A moment later, the group of people came to a cliff divided into two elements, one ice and one fire. Kinnier exclaimed in surprise. This was not the path Team Z took. The little rabbit was very scared, trembling and said, If you go left you will become a frozen rabbit. If you go right you will become a charcoal grilled rabbit. From afar he also said doubtfully, This thing can jump, do you want to die? But Sumu calmly said, I'll go down alone. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Kyung'er will lend me the shield. Kyung'er immediately obeyed and created a shield for him. Then Shen asked in confusion, What are you doing, big brother? But Mu Shen didn't answer. He quickly jumped into the fire pit. His figure smoothly glided away. Even though he encountered a bit of difficulty, Sumu still successfully escaped. Above the cliff, the 4 Kyung'er people had no choice but to wait, asking suspiciously from afar, Where does Mu Shen want to go? Kyung'er shook his head slightly, not knowing, but he seemed to know the location where the monster appeared. At the same time, Sumu finally reached the point he wanted to go to. He immediately stopped. Sumu raised her fist high, destroying a block of ice covering the fire located in the distance. Not long after, he returned to the cliff. Kyung'er asked suspiciously, What did you pick up? In the distance, her lips snorted coldly. Her body was mysterious. It was definitely a treasure that wanted to monopolize it. Sumu chuckled softly, took out a small chicken from her body, and Kyung'er spoke vaguely. In the report, no one has ever mentioned this prop. Does it have any effect? He calmly replied, Just wait a moment and you'll know. So right after that, they entered the ice and snow area. This place was too cold, and their stats had decreased a lot. A moment later, the ice surface suddenly melted violently. Sumu immediately shouted, It's here. I could only see a sharp tail appearing from underneath the ice. Right after that, the giant body of a cricket slowly rose up. It was a level 10 human-faced cricket, an elite monster. At this moment, it suddenly roared. Its scream was so hard to hear that the Sumu group had to cover their ears if they didn't want to be affected. After Sumu endured it, she quickly rushed up, constantly reminding everyone to focus their energy on resisting the disturbance and quickly disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a fireball at the cricket's face, causing great damage. But it had a lot of blood. There was no blood at all. It squirted a liquid towards everyone. Warner and the other 3 all suffered damage. Only Sumu quickly used Wind Shadow to move and successfully escaped. Immediately after that, he quickly rushed towards the cricket. He kept shouting loudly in his mouth, Let me attract hatred. The boss is immune to the water element. Magicians should not use flower bones. Warriors find opportunities to attack the stomach. And Shen didn't see him mentioned, so he hesitantly asked, So what should I do? Sumu continued to speak. The thin-blooded assassin honestly waited aside. Don't cause any more trouble. Sumu now successfully stood in front of the cricket, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw it opening its big mouth, wanting to spit something at him. Sumu quickly dodged and dodged. If she was hit by this skill, even with her current HP and defense, she would lose blood. Passing the barrier unscathed is the duty of the leader. He definitely cannot be touched by this monster, not even a drop of blood. Thinking about it, he immediately raised his stick, then commanded everyone to attack. Everyone simultaneously fired skills at the cricket. Its health began to decrease. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, doing great damage to the stiff abdomen for 3 seconds. Taking this opportunity, everyone simultaneously attacked. Its health bar was reduced by more than half. Its period of stiffness was about to end, so they gave it one more wave before moving away. Right at this moment, the faceless man attacked everyone. Aneshen quickly picked up his pants and ran. He cried out in fear, Don't, I haven't cut you yet. Don't let me see your grandfather. Quangchi quickly reminded everyone to be careful. At this moment, Sumu jumped forward to block it. You guys quickly get out of the way. Its hatred is me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure escaped and appeared like a ghost, passing through the tornadoes created by the cricket. At the same time, he also attacked it with a fireball, causing the people outside to look up and sing. Constantly feeling, Mu Shen is opening the accelerator, as expected of my big brother, moving so gracefully. Under Sumu's strong attack, the cricket's health bar was only 750 left, and at this moment, its eyes were also blinking. Realizing this, Warner quickly shouted, Mu Shen, the human-faced lizard is about to explode. Seemingly at the same time, it let out a scream in an ear-splitting violence. Its body continued to wiggle in the air. Not long after, it curled into a giant circle. The little rabbit cried out in fear. It was gone. It came out so fast, it even exploded. In the distance, he worriedly said that the human-faced and explosive creature was immune to all damage. On the contrary, An Shen calmly smiled and said, No matter, my big brother only needs a few minutes to defeat it. At this moment, blue rays of light emitted from the cricket's body. In just a blink of an eye, the whole sky was covered with energy rays emitted by it. The little rabbit cried out in fear. The attacks were coming here. He was sure to die. But Sumo Kanban was not afraid. He threw something out and said, "Come on, Pikachu." The thing he threw was the chicken he got from underneath the cliff. At this moment, the chicken emitted a blinding light, causing the people in this place to cover their eyes with their hands. Wait until the light dissipates. From a mini chicken it has become a giant golden chicken. It spread its large wings to protect the group of Sumu people. All of the cricket's attacks were blocked. Seeing the scene, the second Wanner couldn't help but cry out. It turned out that the first stage boss hid this kind of mystery, and the others couldn't hide the horror in their hearts. At the same time, the cricket's violent state ended, and its health was not much left. Realizing this opportunity, Sumu unleashed a fireball, and the cricket was burned to death just like that. There were also a lot of items dropped from it. Sumak saw it and cried out in surprise. Exploding purple quality equipment. Wanner was also very excited. She hurriedly suggested, "This is the wizard's purple quality equipment. I want it." I paid 50,000 gold, and from afar I nodded slightly. My luck was good. The boss had given me equipment that Wanner could use. Well then, the result was not bad. Sumu decided to agree. But before he could finish his sentence, Anshen stopped him. "Wait a minute. I will give you 100,000 gold." In the distance, he immediately shouted dissatisfiedly, "Don't know how to play, why bother with the wizard equipment?" Wanner also nodded in agreement. "Little brother, you can't use this equipment, let me go." But Anshen pursed her lips and said, "Yesterday I met a very cute female wizard. I want to give this equipment to her." Sumu sighed softly. "I'm opening the auction. You guys can bid on it yourself." The starting price for the TOT Moke was 100,000, so right after that they started to increase. Wanner added 20,000, and Shen added 10,000, increasing it a few times to reach 200,000. And Shen glanced at Sumu and asked, "Big brother, did the money from the equipment auction finally reach you?" He nodded slightly and replied, "The equipment is mine. Of course the money is too." He smiled and replied, "I understand." After finishing speaking, Anshin looked at Wanner again and spoke. "Our sister met a day later. Besides, I feel that you and your sisters still don't worship my big brother enough, so you offered 500,000 gold. Wanner sighed helplessly and left. This was too much of an outrageous price. As long as he was willing to spend money and time, he could still receive this equipment in the future. From afar he scolded dissatisfiedly, "This person must be sick." But Anshin didn't care. He just wanted Sumu to be happy. In the eyes of Wanner and the others, he was a brainless bastard. Sumu was also very helpless. He didn't expect that the female equipment would fall into the hands of assassins. The equipment auction was just a small prelude. They continued to go inside. In the dark tunnel, the sounds of Anshin's quarreling and far away could be heard continuously, but most of them were angry in the distance. Sumu didn't care one bit. He walked forward and touched the next door. Immediately a blinding light was emitted. In front of them now was a large forest. Sumu spoke in a deep voice. The forest in front was the boss area. This guy doesn't have any monsters, but the boss has a special mechanism. Each person chooses a stone pillar to stand under. Don't move around, don't attack. While reminding everyone, he activated the boss mechanism, then warned again. "Remember what I just said, and waited for me to give the signal to act." Wanner and the other three were very obedient and found 4 pillars standing there. Sumu walked alone into the house in front of her. This hut was formerly the residence of the temple builders and is also the entrance inside the temple. On the day the temple was completed, workers congratulated it here. Sumu pushed the door open and walked in. A gloomy breath appeared, and the system sound kept ringing. However, they seemed to have touched something that shouldn't have been touched and were left with evil turtle cholera. 48 workers were locked in a hut. I don't know how many years have passed, and these 48 people have mixed together. The moment Sumu entered, dozens of rays of dark energy surrounded him along with angry sounds. Outside, Anshen too cannot use himself. "Hey guys, did you hear any strange sounds?" Far away, I couldn't help but be sarcastic. "Is the little assassin scared?" And Shen bit her lip fiercely. "Who's afraid? I'm not afraid." However, she clicked her tongue in disdain. "What a coward. That can also be scary. So why are you still playing Apocalypse?" Thean Koi is a super realistic game. Just now there was a room containing hanged ghosts in one of the passages in the maze. She threatened him with those things right behind his back, scaring him to death. Hearing the two arguing again, Wanner immediately reminded them, "Don't be noisy, I heard some noise just now. Anyway, be careful, this stuff isn't simple." Just now the system popped up saying those 48 workers had merged. Inside the hut, Sumu was still standing there. He looked at the dark aura hovering around him for a long time, then slowly walked inside. But at this moment, there was suddenly a sound from the door. Sumu raised his eyebrows along with the anti-communist. The monsters of this gate have a certain intelligence, and the location of their appearance is not fixed. If it weren't for getting through the test without getting hurt, you wouldn't have to be so cautious. Not long after Sumu walked, she encountered a giant. As a worker with a broken turtle, he rushed straight towards him and attacked. Fortunately, Sumu was able to avoid it in time. It was too dangerous. He was almost hit by it. He also threw a fireball at him. Just like that, he died on the spot. But as soon as this guy fell, other guys came out. The sound of dragon footsteps rushed towards Sumu, their number increasing day by day. Seeing this scene, his expression changed. What's the situation? Shouldn't these monsters go out room by room? Sumu had no other choice, then used ice to freeze those mutants. But their number was too large, making him a little surprised. Why did they all rush out this time? The range of activities in the house is too small, but you can't leave the wooden house, otherwise the monster will reset. Although Sumu's damage can kill all of them, if surrounded, they will most likely be attacked. The hidden mission immediately failed, but there was still a way, that skill that he had learned before. Thinking of this, Sumu immediately used spiritual energy to activate. The attack power increased by 100. Very quickly there was a clone of Sumu, and right after that, one person and one clone started attacking the monsters. Just in his eyes, fireballs were continuously fired. He could kill the monster with one fireball, but the reflection needed 2 fireballs. However, even if the damage is reduced by half, it is still possible to barely stop the monster's footsteps. But the skill consumed too much spiritual energy. Not long after, Sumu's spiritual energy began to run out. But to successfully complete the mission, there is only one way. Thinking about it, he looked at his clone and suddenly said mysteriously, "Brother, sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu kicked his clone forward. Taking the opportunity to have his clone torn apart by the monster, he quickly drank medicine to restore his spiritual energy. After that, Sumu quickly created ice bones to freeze the monsters. Once the quantity is enough to stimulate the body, you will enter phase 2. At this moment, the surviving monsters turned around and ran inside the door. Just in the eyes of the frog, a series of black aura emanated from inside. When Sumu saw it, he frowned and began to fuse. The fusion process was irreversible. If interrupted, the mutant worker just killed will respawn on the spot and must fight again. Only when they complete the fusion can they truly be killed. However, if there are not enough workers within 10 minutes, the workers will respawn indefinitely, killing the player. Right after that, Sumu turned around and went out. And Shen saw it and quickly shouted, "Big brother seems to be out, don't leave your position. Even if a monster comes at you, you can't run away." Qianni hesitantly asked, "What if he was killed by a monster?" And Shen reminded you with a smile, "So you can't run whatever big brother says, just follow the arrangement. Why talk so much when playing chicken?" But at this moment Sasha cried out dissatisfiedly, "Can't you stand not talking for a while? It's obvious that your rank is the lowest. Is it okay to be the most chicken, can't be the worst that talks the most?" It was just that their argument was interrupted by an earth-shattering explosion. In that mist, the arms kept moving. Just in the eyes, the monster's monstrous body appeared. It was a mutated fusion, a level 10 elite monster. Seeing this, the faces of Warner and the other 3 immediately became ugly. Sasha exclaimed in horror, "Is this still considered a monster? So nauseating." Warner quickly exclaimed, "Quickly look at its resurrection state." At this moment, the monster suddenly let out a loud scream, its big round body rolling forward. Sumu, who was standing on this side, was a bit surprised. He quickly swerved to an old tree to avoid it, then conveniently threw a fireball at the monster. This boss has very high toughness. His explosion rate is not low, but it is also difficult to get a fatal blow. While Sumu was thinking, an arm like a vine rushed towards him, and Shen cried out in surprise, "Big brother, be careful." His scream made Sumu turn his head in surprise. Then he shot a fireball towards his other arm. In just a blink of an eye, it was consumed by fire. The cut part of the arm also made a hissing sound. He reflexively moved aside, almost forgetting that the blood of this thing had rotten poison in it. You must lead it to the pillar as soon as possible, otherwise its resurrection skill will be useless. At this moment, the monster's other arms attacked again. Sumu continuously shot out fireballs to attack it, while doing so reminding everyone to be careful of blood. The damage is toxic and cannot be cured. On the side of the pillars, Warner's group of people were also trying to attack the approaching arm. Only Anshin climbed the pillar in fear, but its claws still attacked him. Fortunately, Sumu promptly rescued him, helping him escape his life. Anshin breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He was saved. Luckily, Big Brother took action in time. Without being polite, he refused to give his opinion. Sumu continuously rotated the staff in his hand. At this moment, the ancient monster's feet were rushing towards him. Anshin cried out in panic, "Big brother, it." But before he finished speaking, Sumu used the feather flower bones to freeze the arms rushing towards the 4 pillars. They just didn't feel secure for long. A scene happened that made them widen their eyes in surprise. Because even though it was frozen by Sumu, its arms were so big that it could still rush away. It wanted to grab him. Seeing this scene, the 3 concubines immediately cried out, "One god, quickly get away." It's just that Sumu couldn't avoid it. He rushed straight forward at his fastest speed. The monster did not spare Sumu, constantly chasing him, but its health was only half left. Sumu ran straight towards the 4 pillars. He quickly shouted loudly. It was at this moment that he made his move. As soon as his words ended, Warner and the other three immediately placed their hands on the pillar, their hands emitting purple light. Just in the eyes, the 4 pillars are also surrounded by this light. Sumu quickly ran away, but kept reminding, stand in the light, don't move. Not long after, a matrix suddenly appeared in the sky created by that purple light. Immediately after that, they shone down on the monster's body. The beam suddenly struck down, causing the monster to scream loudly. Seeing this scene, Shen immediately exclaimed, "This special effect is so real. I can't believe this is just a game." In the distance, he also nodded in agreement, but he didn't expect to see it in the game now. At this moment, Warner suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the boss has an extra buff." Sumu on this side also realized that it had a new buff, but he didn't pay attention and immediately moved away. The boss's resurrection skill cannot be effective under the death seal, so let's use our skills. Victory is ours. Understood, let's work, Warner and the other 3 replied in unison, then rushed forward together. In the distance, Unshen and Unshen slashed the monster twice. Warner and the little rabbit created a fireball that began to burn monsters. Under the powerful attack of 4 people, the monster's blood was quickly exhausted, and its giant body quickly melted. And Unshen happily exclaimed, "Big brother, you are amazing." In the distance, they were also excitedly laughing and talking. We also got the first victory and killed the second boss. However, after not being happy for long, Warner panicked and cried out, "That's not right, the body is moving." Hearing the sound, Shen immediately turned his head to look back. But right now there are no monsters on the ground, only the workers have returned to their normal appearance. They immediately bowed their heads to thank Sumu, thanking them for rescuing us from the darkness. We knew we had committed an unforgivable crime, but we accepted the punishment, so it was. They also want to hand over the wealth they have on their person to thank them. According to what they said, a series of treasures began to fall out. Not just a little, but 2 large poplars, along with so much gold and silver that I can't count them all. Seeing these things, Sumu immediately nodded with satisfaction. The battle results were not bad, and Shen also exclaimed excitedly. Purple quality equipment broke out again, and there were still 2 items. Sumu quickly went to open the jar. Inside were ice-cold lapis lazuli belts and ice-cold lapis lazuli shoes. The expression on the little bunny's face immediately changed. She cried out in disbelief, "No." And Shen here is no exception. He spoke with emotion. "Big brother is really lucky. I will collect these 3 things to give to my sister." Sumu was a bit awkward. He quickly said, "I would still come directly to the auction." Having said that, he immediately took the items to the auction. Shen without hesitation bid 500,000 gold to buy each item. He tearfully looked at Warner and smiled and asked, "Sister, just no." Warner immediately shook his head. "I don't need it." Hearing this, Shen was immediately pleased. "That's good. I thought if you and I would raise the price again." After hearing this, the 3 people of the Toyot 2 Trick Auditorium immediately felt their heads flying, and from afar they scolded with dissatisfaction. "This guy really treats money like trash." Sumu stood to one side, observing everything. He couldn't help but sigh, believing there was a wizard, and coincidentally a female wizard. As a result, none of the 3 pieces of equipment belonging to the female wizard belonged to her. Warner's mood was probably about to collapse. He really didn't know where this guy came from. He tried to search through his memories of his past life, but this guy really didn't have any reputation. Ignoring this, Sumu continued to lead through the next level, this time an optimal staircase. Looking at the decorations on both sides, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim, the mysterious and ancient murals were truly awe-inspiring. And Shen chimed in, saying that perhaps the stories recorded above were all true stories that had happened before. At this moment, the system sound rings. You have entered the front hall inside the ancient wooden temple. If you want to worship the god, you must complete the challenge in the front hall. Those who fail will feel the taste of death. The system is also very kind and reminds them not to look directly into the snake's eyes. If they die here, they will respawn indefinitely and will not drop any items or experience. And Shen reflexively raised her eyebrows, but this level can be revived infinitely. The little rabbit also said excitedly, "Isn't this a very good benefit?" Far away, I couldn't help but scold him with dissatisfaction and naivety. And Shen did not give up and glanced at her. His lips said, speaking as if she understood very well, "You talk a lot, big brother. We need to stand in position this time, right?" Hearing these words, Sumu suddenly said seriously, "You guys take care of this yourself, I can't help you." Shen asked a little confused, "What do you mean?" Sumu looked at the new mats that had never been used before. Remember asking, "Do you know what infinite resurrection means?" He paused for a moment, before slowly explaining, "Infinite resurrection means having to go through infinite death first. If you come with me, you won't have any game experience at all, so please participate in this level and experience it a bit." The other person's father immediately panicked, but still courageously walked forward. Then level 8 dust snake monsters appeared. At this moment, Warner quickly spoke up, used a wide area damage skill, and attacked with all his might. But Shen trembled and replied, "I don't have wide area skills." But no one cared about him. Sumu's father activated the skill, simultaneously attacking 7 oncoming dust snakes. However, the more they attack, the stronger their attributes become, and mutations also occur in their bodies. Sumu frowned slowly. If he didn't explode, he wouldn't be able to kill them with one blow. This regeneration skill is really difficult to play. Thinking about it, he immediately activated Li Ho Tianjiang, and the fireball matrix instantly appeared, burying the dust snakes in close range in a sea of fire. And Shen here doesn't have wide area damage skills. He can only use pure knives to attack. He shouted fiercely, "Rotten snakes, I risk people." However, the damage caused to it is not too great, and it is still beaten back. Right at that moment, his body was suddenly surrounded by blue light. It was a protective shield created by Warner. He gratefully smiled and said, "Thank you, long-legged sister, you're very kind." Time passed, they finally finished dealing with the snakes. Their bodies were scattered everywhere. But before the fun could last long, a tornado suddenly appeared, carrying the bodies of the dust snake with it. Waiting until the tornado dissipated, another large snake appeared inside. Su Moonhot smiled softly. Here it is, the faceless snake of the 3rd level. At this moment, its eyes suddenly flashed blue light. "Don't look," Su Mu quickly reminded. Unfortunately, it's too late. The surrounding people were hit, their bodies could not move, their eyes could not see, their blood continued to decrease, as if falling into endless suffering, unable to resist. A moment later, the health bar was depleted. An Shen screamed. The 2 little rabbits in the far distance also followed one after another. Only Huan Yi was the blood one. The toxin damage was too painful, being the support with the most health so she could maintain it for a while. But not long after, she ran out of blood and died. At the same time, An Shen was revived, only to die again very quickly. An endless cycle appeared like that. The 4 of them continued to endure all kinds of torment. Sumu just stood to the side and watched, waiting until he felt they had had enough. Then he spoke up. "Okay, now close your eyes and walk back. With your protection, they will finally return to normal." Sumu remembers you looking at them smiling and asking, "What's up? How is it to experience the joy of apocalypse?" And Shen replied tremblingly, "Big brother, I admit that I'm the most chicken and talk the most. Next time you just need to pull me." Laughing softly, Sumu felt that they were a bit funny at this moment, but he quickly said in a serious voice, the boss was about to finish burning, preparing to open his eyes and enter fighting mode. Hearing his words, the 4 of them opened their eyes. As they faced the snake's current form, they couldn't help but tremble. The ordinary snake from before had become a faceless snake, its body extremely terrifying. At this time, Sumu spoke up again to warn him. Keeping the distance is equal to his long-range skills. "I don't have long-range skills," An Shen once again said in a low voice. "I don't have long-range skills." But still no one cared, happily shouting, "I beat them." The faceless snake was a bit dissatisfied with their attack. It opened its big mouth and sprayed venom at them. Seeing this, Sumu immediately shouted loudly, "Be careful of snake poison." He quickly hugged the little rabbit next to him and ran away, then shouted orders to protect her from afar, telling the guests to retreat 30 meters away. Everyone quickly did as he said, far away, creating a protective shield in front of the eunuch, blocking the incoming venom. At the same time, Sumu ran away with the little rabbit. His speed was very fast, the venom could not touch Sumu's body at all. And Shen quickly ran a little further, hiding behind the wall, where the venom could not reach, and was temporarily safe. At this time, Sumu threw the little rabbit back, then created a fire fairy. Without hesitation, he shot towards the snake. Immediately after that, he summoned his clone, and at the same time ordered the little rabbit. The little rabbit froze to assist, increasing the blood pressure attack. She nodded in bewilderment and agreed. Without any hesitation, she immediately created dazzling bone ice that chopped off the legs of the faceless snake. Taking this opportunity, in the distance An Shen quickly rushed over. 3 simultaneous attacks caused the faceless snake's health bar to be directly reduced by half. At this moment, its eyes suddenly flashed. Then they merged into one, becoming a giant eye. Not only that, inside there are also tiny blue dots. Seeing this scene, Sumu immediately shouted loudly, unaware that she was about to use her 10,000 snake neck. As soon as his words fell, thousands of blue snakes shot out from the faceless snake's mouth. The damage was not great, but the number was enough to make people afraid. They kept crawling on the ground, crawling towards the crowd. They backed away in panic, their faces showing horror. Sumu was a bit solemn. In his previous life, he played Faceless Snake more than 100 times, but the rate of triggering this skill was very low. Why did it appear again? Unless the entire team had strong firepower, it wouldn't be possible to kill them all. Sumu had to think of a way, but at this moment, he came up with an idea. Sumu looked at his clone and smiled maliciously, asking him to make a sacrifice. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu straightened his legs and kicked the clone forward. Sumu shouted fiercely. His brother relied on him. Even if he didn't succeed, he would become a man. Just like that, the clone fell straight into the faceless snake's mouth, successfully blocking its attack. Seeing this scene, Warner and the other 3 were immediately bewildered and speechless. Could they still play like that? How would they operate? Sumak didn't pay attention to their reactions and immediately shouted loudly, but when he was weak, he took his life and attacked. His words were like a scene of 4 hesitant people. They quickly attacked the faceless snake in unison. At most, the shadow clone can last another 3 seconds, and its health is not too much. Not long after, the clone finally disappeared. Sumu quickly shouted, "Just ignore the little snakes, just hide carefully, and focus all your strength on fighting the boss." He was just a little closer to killing it, but his acceleration skill was on cooldown. If he was bitten, even a drop of blood wouldn't be able to complete his old wish mission. But the quantity was too much. Sumu could no longer hide. He could only fight once. Thinking of this, he immediately fired fireball magic. The fire immediately burned, gradually burning the group of small snakes, and the faceless snake was also affected. There was only a little bit of blood left, Sumu quickly shouted. It only had this last bit of blood left. But before he could finish his sentence, a small snake rushed towards him, bearing its long tongue and fangs to bite down, making him extremely nervous. The people on this side were also very worried, but fortunately the little rabbit reacted in time, using flower feather bone to freeze the little snake. Before they could bite Sumu's body, they were frozen. And at the same time, the fireball finally reached the faceless snake's body. Its remaining blood was also exhausted. The faceless snake's body quickly collapsed, followed by a group of small snakes that also disappeared into the air. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief, extremely confused. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed. The system immediately sends out a series of messages. You will receive chain refining crystals. After use, you will receive 10 chain refining crystals. Sumu smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that his luck was not bad. Bienyi asked with some doubts. It was successful. Just now, we still thought it was your mission. Sumu chuckled softly and said frankly, making everyone worry. Having said that, he went to pat the little rabbit's head and praised him, thanking him. He was very trustworthy. Let's go see the reward. Right after that, they went to look at the primeval stones in front of them. Enshin looked around and asked suspiciously, "What is this red primeval stone used for?" Sumu slowly explained, "This is something that increases the success rate of enhancing equipment. The first thing is good. Even if you want to buy it, you can't buy it." At this moment, a sound suddenly emitted from the ceiling of the tunnel that frightened everyone. Bienyi cried out in panic, "What is this sound?" Sumu didn't answer. He looked towards the door in front of him, only to see the door suddenly slowly open, white air flowing in front of everyone. At this moment, the system sound rang again. The temple door was opened. Worshipping the god statue was the highest reward. And Shen frowned and asked, "Boss, is this the last door?" Sumu nodded slightly and replied, "The last door is here." Behind the stone door was the criminal leader, causing countless people to tremble, bringing about a massacre that created mountains of corpses and seas of blood, destroying the divine star Apophis. At this time, An Shen suddenly spoke up, "Big brother, aren't you tired of fighting 3 doors alone?" Sumu glanced at him. "What's wrong? Not as good as the 4th door you came to." Hearing these words, An Shen immediately waved his hand in protest. "How can this be? We even won the 1st door without a gift." Sumu lightly pursed his lips and said frankly, "There is no time limit on this door. Everyone should rest in place for their skills." As soon as he helped Fish, he sat down to rest. Seeing this scene, An Shen quickly turned his head to look at Wanner and spoke, squeezing my shoulder to calm me down. He was tired, and when he heard it from afar, he shouted loudly in dissatisfaction. He was so impolite and told her to go massage his shoulder. Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, An Shen pursed his lips and said, "Otherwise, so what? Otherwise you guys go attack the 4th door yourself." Wanner hesitated a bit, but the little rabbit spoke up to stop her. "No, she can't let Wanner go." Sumak heard their noise and was a little speechless. This An Shen guy is really cool. He's really a brainless guy with a lot of money, but it's also quite interesting, telling Wanner to massage, and he can still say it out loud. He thought that scene was indeed very interesting, but before that scene, An Shen had to overcome the fury of the faraway person. She constantly chased after An Shen, demanding to fight and kill. A while later, after resting, they finally entered the last door. Inside was a large stone area. Wanner looked around and asked suspiciously, "What happened?" And Shen pursed his lips again and said, "The 3rd gate beheads such a tall god statue. What else can disrespectful people kill without mercy?" At this moment, an earth-shattering scream suddenly rang out. An Shen was scared and hid behind Sumu's back. He didn't scold her. His sister wasn't even scared. How could a man like him be so scared? They just stood still and waited. A few seconds later, an arm with sharp claws suddenly emerged from the ground. Its giant body turned the ground into a pile of rubble. In front of them now was a large dragon with 2 long wings. It floated in the air, its bloodshot eyes looking towards everyone. It's just that its body has been beaten until fresh blood appears. It is a mysterious black dragon. Wanner's face is a bit angry. It turns out that the god statue that was destroyed was the owner of the temple. This black dragon was his mount. At this moment, the mysterious black dragon opened his mouth and let out a dull sound. "You are the master's followers." Sumu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, we are definitely believers. Heaven and earth can testify. We can clearly see." Hearing these words, the mysterious black dragon spoke again. You must definitely take revenge for the master. Those who are disrespectful will not be spared. Strange stars will come, even if you die. You cannot let the sacred object in the abyss be taken away. Please accept my baptism. It roared with steel, then emitted blue light from its mouth. In just a moment, the light covered the 5 carpenters. Although the Black Dragon mystical buff increases many properties, the shutdown mode is too complicated. Explaining to newcomers is very troublesome. If you make a mistake, you will be controlled and use such strong attributes to attack your teammates. The statue of the god is destroyed. The Black Dragon will die. The mascot of the temple is related to the survival of the continent. To complete the hidden mission, absolutely no mistakes were allowed. It seemed like he could only rely on himself to fight. At this moment, a sword suddenly shot down from the sky. It directly pierced the body of the mysterious Black Dragon. This sword, just like that, cut off the head of the mysterious Black Dragon. The powerful sword stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to constantly shake. The Black Dragon was still hanging in the air, its head now falling to the ground. Right after that, another tall figure appeared from nowhere, aggressively stepping on Black Dragon's body. Fresh blood once again splattered everywhere, making the faces of Sumu's group unable to hide their horror. The one who took action was the god-destroying star Apophis. Eshin looked at the giant figure in front of him and couldn't help but tremble. If it weren't for the Black Dragon's shield, I would have been killed by that Apophis just now. At this time, Sumu spoke up to warn. You must not take a step away from this pillar of light. Warner said hesitantly. Our current attributes are very strong. Let's fight together. Others also agreed to follow. Hearing these words, Sumu couldn't help but smile and thought to himself, what if Apocalypse comes after? Facing mortal danger, how good it is that everyone can still unite like that and bravely stand up. But right now it's not possible. Their strength does not allow that. He rushed out alone to give orders. Stay here, don't go out. This is the captain's order. Seeing this scene, Anshen quickly called back. It's just that Sumu was very determined, coldly scolding and holding his tongue. Anyone who dares to take a step forward, I will kick them straight out of the team. If I want to ensure that I pass the level without taking damage, I can only rely on myself. Please. Immediately he rushed forward, standing facing Apophis. At this time, its properties panel will also appear. Seeing this, the faces of the 4 people behind them immediately changed color. They never stopped shouting. 2.8 million attack, 5 million health, 5,000 defense. Is that wrong? At this moment, Warner suddenly shouted again. That's not right. Look at the seriously injured state of his body. Summoning a fatal blow from the mysterious Black Dragon. All attributes are weakened by 90%, lasting 30 minutes. Seeing this scene, they immediately became happy. But not long after, Warner cried out again. Look, a different state on Apophis. True damage completely recreates 100% of the feeling of damage. And Shen immediately cried out in panic. In other words, fighting this boss will not really kill you, but you can feel the painful effect up to 100. At this time, Apophis spoke again in a low voice. Human magician, why do I smell death on you? Sumu replied. I still want to know why this death thing seems like its soul is not dispelled. Apophis heard this and immediately barked orders. So where are those stupid teammates of yours? Come out here and die. In front of me, you humans are food. Sumu pointed his staff at him and said lightly, to deal with you, I alone am enough. Your words made him angry. He gritted his teeth and scolded him for being weak, arrogant, stupid, and inconsiderate. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand was enveloped in pale purple light. Sumu impatiently snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense, and fight. As soon as his words ended, Apophis fiercely slashed down, causing rocks and soil to scatter. He spoke in a deep voice. Destruction is the ending that you humans should suffer. At the same time, Sumu used wind and shadow to avoid the rocks coming towards her, then conveniently hit fireballs at him. Apophis does not have elemental resistance. Your current technique includes elemental damage, which is quite painful for him. Apophis couldn't keep up with his speed. He kept slashing into the air, making him dissatisfied. Humans, why don't you dare to fight me head-on? Sumu cursed silently, fighting him head-on. He was not a fool. Before he opened his next form, relying on a few hidden places in his previous life's power, flaming his blood, Sumu decided to use the flower bone to sneak attack him. The damage caused by the bone ice is huge. Just a few hits can take more than 9,000 damage. Apophis became even more angry. He shouted indignantly, cowardly, cunning humans. Immediately after that, he fiercely stabbed his sword into the ground. In the blink of an eye, a series of blood-colored rays swirled around the sword. Seeing this scene, the group of concubines behind them immediately became worried. The little rabbit quickly cried out and attacked in a large area. Mu Shen could not escape, and Shen pursed her lips and said, if she could not escape, she would have to feel that 100% pain. At the same time, the people outside, who were confronting the monsters at the other doors, received a notification. The team, led by player Mu Shen, is in a fierce battle with the god Apophis at the ancient temple of Mach. All the players were very surprised when they saw this announcement. No one believed that Sumu could reach the final door. All of the game's first missions originate from Daxia, whether or not Sumu can ultimately successfully destroy Apophis. Whether he got his first victory or not, Daxia was able to hold his head up and puff out his chest. At the same time, at Yao Kingdom's VSA research facility, Alexia saw the second notice and spoke up. Daxia had someone attack the last door. Johnson also nodded to help, but it was a miracle. The chief officer was extremely angry at this time. He did not accept the scolding because he was the god of Daxia. It's truly an insult, you useless people, treating so many of you like nothing else. The chief then ordered, Alexia, immediately arrange for our people to be planted in Daxia, telling them all to find the god of war and invite him to join the VSA team. Alexia quickly nodded and agreed to Chief Kevin. Biting his lip fiercely, Kevin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if only a Daxia person had children, he would definitely submit to the prestige of the Yao Kingdom. He thought you could only obediently devote your efforts to Yao Kingdom. At the same time, other countries' leaders also had the same intention. They did not hesitate to pay any price, wanting to take over to Mook to serve. Sumu did not know their intentions. He was still fighting fiercely with Apophis. Although this skill deals wide-range damage, it still has a mechanism to neutralize the damage. That was to go into the water, waiting for the shock to cover the ground to not attack the water, so he jumped into the nearby water. Warner and the others outside were constantly worried. Anshin cried out in panic. Is there something wrong with Big Brother? How long has this skill been going on? Should it stop? At this moment, Warner suddenly discovered something. She quickly spoke up. Look, Mushen's health bar is still full. He is okay. They couldn't believe that he actually escaped the demon sword's impact. After releasing the great move, Apophis will fall into a frozen state. Taking this opportunity, Sumu will activate the skill a little more. But at this moment, a strange change happened, only to see Apophis draw his sword again. Then in less than 2 seconds he stabbed it again. The blood flashed out again in the blink of an eye. Sumu saw this scene and cried out in horror. What? Why could Apophis attack the demon sword twice in a row? He quickly jumped into the water to avoid it. He kept cursing in his mouth. Damn, the system is bullying people. Isn't it worth playing? Is it okay to secretly change the difficulty level? At this time, Apophis's dull, angry voice rang out again. Die, stupid human. Then he went to the side of the water where Sumu was hiding. He quickly swam away to avoid being attacked. At the same time in the game, Sumu was constantly trembling from difficulty breathing. He could only force himself to hold back. If he breathed now, he would drown and lose blood in the game. The mission to overcome the obstacle without killing anyone. My wish has come to this point. Even like this, I cannot give up. Persevere. Suma cannot give up, does not give up. But not long after, he couldn't maintain his breath and finally had to rise to the surface. Sumu turned his head to look at Apophis, who was frantically slashing at the ground. Chaos arose in his heart. It was so dangerous. However, a different situation occurred than in his previous life, except he would no longer be able to launch the demon sword attack. Thinking of this, he immediately jumped to shore. The magic wand in his hand continuously shot fireballs, at the same time activating a special dwarf effect. This can blind Apophis for 5 seconds. Physical attacks will also be disabled for 5 seconds. He shouted angrily, humans, stinking ants, are unbearably annoying. Sumu is not afraid at this other time. A real man can only confront him head-on in 5 seconds. But how can this be possible? He always dodged to a small rock, after 5 seconds avoided facing directly, continuing to fight in a roundabout way. At the same time outside, Warner and the others looked bewildered at Sumu's battle, and couldn't help but cry out from afar. Mu Shen is really very strong. I really want to know how he avoided such a terrible attack. One Air also has the same thought. In the future he will stand at the peak of Apocalypse. Apocalypse is not just a game, the future belongs to Apocalypse. So what role will she play in the future? Sumu took advantage of his speed to avoid escaping behind Apophis, then fired another round of Liu Ho Tianzheng, causing his health to fall directly to the bottom. Seeing this scene, Warner and the other 3 outside kept cheering. Boss, you can do it. Mu Shen, you can do it. During the battle, Apophis was extremely angry and scolded. Stupid humans, do you really think you can defeat me? He declared that he would show Sumu his ultimate form. As soon as he finished speaking, Apophis was surrounded by flames mixed with blood. Immediately after that, he raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, destroying the world's thunder and fire. In an instant, thunder and lightning fell from the sky and were quickly absorbed by Apophis's sword. The ground was also cracked by lightning. Apophis's destructive power was so strong, the surrounding ground was almost completely swallowed by his lightning and fire. Even Warner and the other 3 inside the Black Dragon's protection were affected, but they were not in serious danger. Before long, however, the pillar of light began to erode under the lightning and flames, and Shen couldn't help but scream. It turns out that this is the reason why Big Brother doesn't let us leave the light column. They are also very worried about Sumu. Warner quickly opened the health bar to take a look. She exclaimed in surprise. Mu Shen's health bar was still full. Shasha stared in disbelief and hesitantly asked, could Mu Shen have died and been teleported out? But Warner shook her head. No. Mu Shen's name was still shining. He was definitely not dead. He was definitely able to avoid it. Inside the battle, lightning and fire was constantly hovering around Apophis's body. He said coldly, "Foolish humans, you actually dare to oppose the alien race." Hearing his voice, the expressions on the faces of Warner and the other three suddenly stiffened, and Shen hurriedly called out, "Where is Big Brother? Is it over?" But no one answered. They could only wait. But at this moment, Apophis's body suddenly collapsed. He had very little HP remaining. He pursed his lips and scolded, "Damn black dragon, if it weren't for you causing my injured body." But as soon as he finished speaking, a laugh suddenly rang out in the air. "Apophis, you trash. You can't do this anymore. What kind of alien lord, that's all." Apophis raised his head in surprise. On the contrary, Warner and the other three on this side were happy after hearing this. Their expressions brightened again. They cheered. Mu Shen was still alive. He had somehow dodged that massive area attack. But where was he? Everyone quickly looked over and saw Su Mu standing at Apophis's feet. He cried out in dissatisfaction. "You weren't hurt at all." No one had expected Su Mu to hide right beneath Apophis's feet. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Su Mu called out his clone. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, "Prepare to die." At the same time, Su Mu also activated his Death God's arm. All damage increased by 100%. Without any hesitation, a ball of fire and a beam of light quickly hit Apophis, causing him to suffer great damage. His HP quickly dropped to 0, and the sword in his hand also fell. Apophis knelt on the ground and trembled. "You humans understand nothing. We are the rulers. We are the supreme race." Su Mu snorted and stood on Apophis's shoulder. "Rulers, rule your own world. What right do you have to invade ours? Who the hell do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, murderous intent appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mu stabbed him. Before disappearing, Apophis left a sentence, "We will meet again." Immediately after that, he collapsed on the ground, completely dead. The sky instantly cleared again, a ray of light shining down from the sky. Under the golden light, on the ruins, the remains of fire and smoke had not yet dissipated, destroying the invaders. Su Mu stood inside that light, extremely proud. And Shen outside worshipped and shouted, "My big brother is too cool." Qinger was also moved to tears. She completely believed it. Mu Shen in the future will definitely become a powerhouse that will surprise all mankind. Apophis's body was quickly corroded by purple light. After that, a lot of items fell out. Sumok's eyes lit up. A total of 12 purple quality items appeared. He immediately opened it to take a look. Then he looked at everyone and said, "This set of ice crystals finally dropped the remaining 2 items. As always when I opened the auction," and Shen nodded slightly and replied, "I will buy these 2 items immediately for 100,000 gold. Right at this moment, the system announced that everyone had successfully defeated the god Apophis, destroyed the planet's plans, and protected the apocalypse world. They received 100,000 gold, 2 million experience points, 1,000 potential. Then the system also evaluated the individuals. Everyone was D level, only Su Mu was SSS level, and Shen happily exclaimed, "We were lucky to win and get a D, and the Big Brother's assessment of getting SSS was well deserved." At the same time, on national servers around the globe, announcements were also made, led by Mu Shen. The 5-person team successfully defeated the god Apophis and received the server's first king award. The players are still trying hard to fight monsters in the outside gates, fighting to the point of constantly having to revive and still not being able to pass. I received this message again. They didn't expect that there would be a team that could pass the final level. On the Tianting Go Along server, the players kept talking. Some didn't believe it, some regretted it. In short, there were any reactions. On the other side, inside the ancient Mu Shen temple, An Shen happily said, "Big brother, I'm returning to the city. I can't wait any longer and have to start my first victory." Su Mu nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, the team is disbanded. Everyone will go offline." After that, everyone quickly greeted each other and dispersed. In the imperial capital Daxia at night, at Warner's villa, she woke up from inside the game compartment. She took a breath and sat up. As soon as I stepped outside, I heard the phone ring. On the other side, at the Apophis battlefield at the ancient Mu Shen temple, Su Mu is still here. The source of life that caused the foreign star to invade is located below. I really want to go down there and find out, but right now he is still too weak. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Just seeing the remnant soul of the mysterious black dragon appear, it happily opened its mouth. Finally someone completed the revenge for me, and the master. Su Mu was a bit surprised. He had never heard that the copy still had this part after it ended. Its sound keeps ringing. For 10,000 years I have followed my master, fighting against those who come to fight evil intruders. I and my master once exterminated the evil dragon, used its body to make armor, and gave it to the brave warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, a set of armor appeared in front of Su Mu, a legendary damaged evil dragon armor. Immediately after that, the black dragon left a sentence and then disappeared, praying for the light of apocalypse to shine for eternity. Su Mu received the reward and happily waved goodbye. Senior Dia Xuan Black Dragon. Go well. Sumu had nothing to do anymore, quickly logged out and returned to the real world. The eternal light of apocalypse would be their will to continue, and humanity's journey would continue. He yawned and whispered, "Still, the real world is more comfortable. The next day will be a bloody war, so just enjoy this moment. Now sleep well and open the chest tomorrow." The next day, Sumu took a long nap and then returned to the game. He started to open the first battle treasure box, received a lot of things. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. The equipment in the box was really delicious. Equipment expansion skills, temple fame, all rare and hard to find things. At this time, An Shen sent a text message, or even a mass text message, making Sumu feel very annoyed. He pursed his lips and scolded. "This guy is too loud. About those olive scenes. Sumu, I was born a Daxia person. I want to come in." He decided not to pay attention to him anymore. Sumu went to see the 9 stars Dharma staff and its attributes. In addition, this time he also received a fragment of a secret treasure map. In this kind of secret realm, there will definitely be extremely valuable things. Waiting for later, Sumu will find an opportunity to collect all the pieces to explore further. The thing he was happiest about was the second legendary piece of equipment, when he took out the perfect appraisal talisman that he had been keeping for a long time. Sumu quickly assessed the armor. All of its attributes quickly appeared. Legend has it that this armor is made from the bones of evil dragons. Each piece of armor is crafted from dragon bones. He put it on. His 2 dragons smiled. The stats completely overwhelmed the purple quality equipment. Even beyond normal equipment, from now on I will no longer be a fragile magician. Even in close combat, I will not be afraid. At this time, Sumu suddenly received a message. The magical player wanted to join the guild. You follow the antisocial society and raise your eyebrows in doubt. Who is the eunuch? After that, Sumu received another message from a fairy god. A god welcoming me. The person who sent the message turned out to be a pretty girl. She was now standing in a corner, sadly sighing, leaving her little bunny sisters, still a bit empty. Why did she send a message like that back in time to last night? As soon as she left the game compartment, someone called, and Warner immediately picked up the phone. In a low voice, "Boss, do you have any instructions?" The other party quickly responded in a low voice. The company had an important task assigned to her. Regarding the company's position in the empire, you must achieve it. You and that god, let's have some friendship. Hearing these words, Ninna's graceful expression immediately changed. Sure enough, what was supposed to happen still happened. The boss on the other side continued to give orders. From now on, she left Hearing Toyot and joined Fongthan Valley. Of course, Hearing Toyot was still commanded by her from afar. He said Rustic Shrimp is not a simple person. The company has paid attention to him. Moreover, the war teams and even the countries were throwing out olive branches. He ordered her to keep him at any cost. Returning to reality, the Rustic Shrimp now replied to her message. One of the top 10 magicians in the country in his previous life wanted to join his guild. Senza has attracted the attention of the forces behind the beauty so that she can please her. It is not known whether it is a blessing or a curse. Deeply considering, Tom Mok seriously sent a text message to warn Warner that although my Feng Shengu temple is small, I will not become a chess piece in the hands of others, so your sister must think carefully. Seeing these messages, Warner did not hesitate to reply. Rest assured, I will cooperate with the power of Hearing Toyot, contribute to Fongthan Valley, and joining Fongthan Valley is also my intention. The negotiation was successful. Warner joined Fongthan Valley. The person who reacted the strongest was of course An Shen. There were so many messages from him that it bothered the wooden shrimp, so he ignored them and just gave a convenient order to go to the guild hall to gather. A moment later, An Shen of Van Ni appeared in the guild hall. An Shen looked towards her and said, "Hello. Big brother, there is no shortage of good things." Under his enthusiasm, Warner didn't know how to answer, so he continued to ramble on. "So we are all family. From now on, Mu Shen will be our big brother. I will be the second oldest, and you will be my younger sister." Sumu can't help but stop it. Stop it. Everyone will contribute well to the guild in the future. Now is the time to consider choosing the main city. Have you thought about which main city to go to next? The layout in the Apocalypse world is very similar to the real world, directly dividing the continents of the Apocalypse world by major regions. The size and number of major cities on the continent are also related to the size of the national boundaries corresponding to each major region in the real world. Daxia Great Area also has many white and mysterious city owners lying littered everywhere. At this time, Warner said excitedly, "I plan to go to Donghong Citadel." An Shen is more inclined. Calmly say, "Big brother, you already know. I don't know anything, so wherever you go, I will go." "I was planning to go to Lindongcheng," Sumu replied frankly, a little surprised. He wanted to go to Lindongcheng of Kolan Mountain. Only An Shen asked in confusion, "What's that? The name of this city master is quite good." Warner slowly explained that our Daxia district has many city masters of different levels. Lindongcheng, it is listed as an SSS level dangerous city master on Apocalypse's official website. Having said that, she looked towards Sumu again and spoke. The SSS level's path was extremely dangerous. Almost everywhere was a danger zone. Once you have chosen your main city, you cannot choose it again until you arrive at your destination. Sumu nodded slightly and replied, I know everything you said. Warner was even more anxious, knowing that if he still went, someone would directly abandon an ancient temple in order to quickly level up. But now all the teams that chose SS level master cities are stuck on the road, regretting it. Sumu still calmly said, Don't worry, I can't do things that other people can't do. I can't do them without representing them. There were a lot of rewards and resources there. She was really at a loss. She was breathing angrily. He stubbornly calmed down. As soon as she said that, she left. Sumu didn't stop him. He just told An Shen to prepare carefully, and tomorrow he would go to Dong Tham. An Shen didn't think much, quickly nodded. Then the two said a few more words and then dispersed. Sumu had come to find the village school. He nodded and smiled, but he didn't expect that the brave man had become a witch doctor. He was truly young and energetic. It seemed like it was time to say goodbye. He also thanked Sumu for his excellent contributions to Thanvu village. Perhaps you can use this, go and explore the wider world, and then give you the magic block to use. After receiving it, Sumu immediately left, then conveniently accepted the main quest and headed towards the main city, the main route. Sumu spoke firmly, this time determined to see carefully what this Koluan mountain actually had. The end of the world will come. Only the stronger you are in the game, the stronger you will be in the real world. Every step she takes, Sumu must go to the end. Fong Vin Kok will definitely become a force to support the world, continuing to fight in a desperate situation. As for those grave worlds, thinking of this, he immediately released an announcement on the World Channel, saying that he would not join any power, let alone work for another country. Having finished everything, Sumu logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Tomorrow we have to start a new journey, and I don't know how your parents are doing now. At this moment, Sumu received the message. He happily exclaimed, Dad sent the message, please transfer the account to me. Not mentioning the story of skipping the college entrance exam, perhaps my parents' love for me is quite special. In his previous life, Sumu did not understand that his parents were away from home all year round and always left him alone. He even blamed them for not loving him. It wasn't until Apocalypse came and they sacrificed themselves to protect themselves that Sumu understood the greatness of the two. After that, he took the time to rest, watching Apocalypse news on TV. When he saw the news of the A-level city master, Sumu too couldn't discuss it. The team moved the bricks and the manufacturers inspected the local heroes. It seemed that the reason for this chain of military and fire industries had been formed. At the same time, in an apartment, a long slender hand grabbed a glass of wine from the table. The other person put the glass of wine to his lips and took a sip. It turned out to be Chingu. She sighed and said, The world of Apocalypse is vast. I have to choose where to go. The next day, Sumu logged into the game again. As soon as he entered, a series of notifications appeared. For completing the mission, he received quite a few rewards, especially the random purple skill book. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, not supporting her hard work and overcoming the difficulty without getting injured. The reward from the hidden quests is very valuable. The opportunity to learn skills beyond this profession is too paradoxical. Beyond the profession, no amount of money can buy it. Quickly see what this purple skill book is. After looking at its properties, he was extremely happy, and then opened the magic solution to use. If you don't change your appearance soon, I'm afraid that in reality you will soon be found out by those forces. In just a blink of an eye, the sphere began to disassemble. Blue light enveloped Sumu's body. Wait until the process is completed. A new handsome face has appeared. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Big brother, you're online. The person who came was An Shen. He smiled happily and said, Quickly look at my equipment. I followed what you said and collected all the purple equipment and finished enhancing it. But the moment he turned his head, an unfamiliar face entered An Shen's eyes, causing him to bewilderedly ask, Are you my big brother? Sumu scolded dissatisfiedly. Say try. Just fix your face, you can also do it later. But before he could finish speaking, he was once again startled. Big brother, this armor is on you. It's really cool. Where did it come from? How much does it cost? Tell me quickly. Tell me quickly. I have to buy a set too. No, you can't buy it, Sumu shook his head boastfully. But not long after seeing his proud outfit, the one who was shocked was him. Wait a minute. Sumok's entire body, his pride. How much money did he spend? Hearing these words, An Shen tried to calculate a bit, then sighed and said, No more, it's not much, just a few hundred. On the contrary, it's less than 1,000. He just kept wandering around. But Sumu didn't listen and directly interrupted. Okay, don't say any more. Go to the teleportation formation. And Shen was immediately happy. Shall we depart now? I wanted to test how strong my current strategy is. Sumu walked in front, glanced at him and asked, Did he really decide to follow me to the SSS level main city? He casually replied, Otherwise my life would be very boring, inheriting a fortune, living a tasteless life. Hearing these words, Sumu seemed to feel like his heart was stabbed. He sighed sadly. My heart really hurts. Why do I have to say so many words? The two of them kept talking as they walked. Before she could answer, An Shen quickly said, Come on, this is right. There are a total of 3 people in our guild. We must be together, right? Come and see. His face has changed. My friend said frankly, in my eyes, he is Sumu. As for me, An Shen gave me all the ice-cold glass sets. How could I not go with the 2 of you? Hearing these words, Sumu glanced at An Shen, giving him a thumbs up. Great. I don't understand this operation, but I'm very shocked. An Shen remembers you laughing and talking. It's a small matter. We're all family. After finishing talking, Ueni asked to join the team again. Sumu happily smiled and said, welcome back, now there are enough people. So the 3 of them set out together and headed to the village. Immediately after that, a series of announcements appeared. 3 people entered the teleportation formation, moving to Lamdong Citadel. Not long after, the police in front of them turned into snowy mountains, and Shen reflexively shivered, shivering. It was so cold. The system's mechanical sound rang out. This place was filled with danger. Many battles between gods and demons have occurred here since ancient times. Countless warriors and demons in the temple have fallen here. The 3 people quietly listened to the system announcement, and Shen looked at it for a bit, then felt impressed again. The environmental and temperature details are all so realistic, shocking enough to attract the darkness of death and Michael. But unexpectedly there is a second skill. He originally wanted to chase the previous level, but he didn't expect that activating the second skill would require upgrading the previous skill to level 2. How much experience does this thing have to eat? And there are still so many ingredients needed to level up. At this time An Shen suddenly spoke up. Big brother, there are people nearby. My detection skills have signaled. I couldn't help but sigh when I heard. Just arrived. We were targeted. As soon as her words fell, a level 13 snow leopard ball rushed towards them from afar. And Shen cried out in horror. Next to the traditional spot, there was a snow leopard ball waiting in ambush, acting like a scoundrel. It's just that as soon as he finished speaking, it immediately ran out of blood and died. Another knife cut him to death. He widened his eyes in surprise. He fell asleep with 1 knife. Who did that? At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Isn't this a big brother who got the first life twice? I didn't recognize the wrong person. I glared at him, coldly speaking. It was me. Hearing this, he continued speaking. So I'm not having great luck. Being together with the minister, you said with your lips. Did I say I want to take you with me? Hearing these words, the killer laughed. He pursed his lips and said, do you still think this is still a beginner's village? Take me with you or not. It's not a matter of saying that it's okay. Come out here for me. As soon as these words fell, a group of people waiting in ambush appeared nearby, surrounding the 3 people within eyesight. The devil raised his eyebrows and spoke up. Most of the people who had not chosen the SSS level city main had already gathered. And Shen angrily scolded. Why do these people level up so quickly? She slowly explained that the experience gained from killing monsters here is very high. I'm very calm here, he coldly asked. You guys sitting here, are you trying to rob me? Unconsciously, he lightly snorted. The green killing blade said with his lips. Everyone just wanted to get to Dongthon as soon as possible. This place has a monster spot that hasn't been dealt with yet, so we need a team of dead guards to take the lead. Smiling softly, I coldly said, I understand. We'll go help you kill the monsters, so you can get to the resurrection point of the 2nd stage of Phoenix Min Road. What if I refuse? He immediately said dissatisfiedly, this is my territory, and I don't care what level you are. I guarantee that you will never be able to come to Dongthang, but if you let me come to you, I will consider letting you join. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding players laughed loudly. These bastards who thought with their lower bodies really deserved to die. I just glanced at the person next to me laughing and joking. How's it going? The 2 girls sacrificed a little. One scolded dissatisfiedly, shrugged indifferently. He frankly said, okay. After that I created a fireball. This is just a common fireball, if you cannot be killed. I immediately admit that you have some strength, and we are also willing to help you become pioneers. The expression on the killer's face immediately stiffened, but the subordinates next to him kept talking, urging him to go inside and die. So right after that he spoke up aggressively. Do you know who I am? Let alone a small fireball, even if it's 100. If you can kill me, I'm here. Just before he finished speaking, the fireball shot straight from Sumu's hand, straight into the face of the 6-bladed killer. One violent attack immediately caused his soul to fly away and die on the spot. This scene happened so fast, the surrounding people were shocked. They kept screaming. They were really asleep. A fireball technique killed our big brother. Sumu's lips sighed. Killing people on the wild map would increase the value of the crime. 500 crime value points will turn into a red guy, but the red guy will drop items 100% of the time. How about that? 2 seconds later, the green killing blade was revived, and he cried out in disbelief. I was negligent. I didn't have time to avoid it. That boy Mu Shen is definitely overbearing. I have to complain to him. Before he could finish his sentence, Sumu grabbed his face with his hand, making him tremble in fear. He forgot that the resurrection point here and the teleportation point were in the same place, and he revived next to Sumu. Unfortunately, it was too late to repent. Sumu used a fireball to let him see the naked chicken again. The players next to him immediately retreated in fear, gossiping, but absolutely no one dared to step forward. At this time, Sumu shot out bone bars to attack them. A group of people just like that were killed by him. After dealing with that group of people, the killing blade was revived. The group of people who had just died were the same, but they came very close to Sumu. So a group of people just like that were killed by you, then revived. Then killed again, boss. I was wrong. A group of other people outside saw this scene and cried out in surprise. Isn't this the leader of the killing blade of the Kinvu group, the one who bullied us before? They were just outside eating coconuts like that. Sumak remembered you smiling and asked, "You just said, if you can kill me, what are you doing?" The slaughter blade said in panic, "Big God, I'm just chatting a bit, please don't kill me anymore." He kept crying and complaining about how he was forced, that he was also a victim, that he was stuck here for 3 days, and that the female player was taken away. Hearing this, Anshen nodded clearly. No wonder these hundreds of people were all male players. Sumu remembered looking at him, said in a cold voice, "Tell him everything he knows." The green killer blade quickly nodded. Then he wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Anshen. He knelt down in fear and began to tell, "I was in the first group to arrive at Fengming Street. Currently there are 14 teams, about 2,000 people, who went through the Fox area." Sumu's face frowned. If there were more than 2,000 unknown enemy players ahead, some threats to his beloved brother and Anshen might not be able to be avoided. Bringing these people along would be even more secure. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "You give me the position of team leader, I will step on you guys across the map." The slaughter blade seemed to have found a savior and quickly led Sumu away. Not long after, he arrived at the snow python's territory. But he had bad intentions. These snow pythons were dozens of them acting collectively each time. At that time, he killed the 3 people of Sumu until there was no more armor left. He wanted to see how he would deal with them. At this time, Sumu spoke again. "I know you guys regret choosing to join the same city. As long as you can meet the conditions I said, I guarantee you can do it. You guys have some doubts." He calmly said, "First, you must obey orders. Second, anyone killed on the road for any reason will be directly teleported out of the team. Third, if the person in danger falters and runs away, I will also kick them directly." Regardless of what they said, Sumu continued to speak. "You all have seen my guild's request for blessings. There are also many purple equipment rewards. High contributors will also receive commissions. There is also another benefit. You have to work hard yourself. You also use your concubine as a tool to persuade." After a moment of hesitation, they finally agreed. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, talking about improving morale and skills. "There's no one else, but you seem to be collecting trash. No wonder the other team is treating you like firecrackers." Ignoring this matter, he immediately shouted, according to the profession, he created a formation. Enshen was in charge of the other 6 assassin teams. Xuanthan was in charge of the magician team. The rest followed me. The magician was in the front and went to the snow lake area. Sumu led the way deeper inside. On the way, he encountered many snakeskins. He cursed in his heart. These snakeskins, no matter how many times they looked at them, they made people feel itchy. These snow pythons know how to hide their tracks. In the past, every time they came here, many people died. After thinking about it, he told them to stop. Sumu quickly gave orders. Magicians and fireball magic attacked the road ahead. Some people wanted to refute, but Anshen scolded them. "Don't be too long-winded," the captain said. "Attack and attack." Immediately, no one protested anymore and began to use firepower to attack. As soon as the fire and smoke cleared, the pythons emerged from the ground. Sumu was afraid that the formation would lie, so he quickly calmed down. There was no need to rush out. All the archers used explosive arrows to attack the snow python, to retreat the roof. As he said, a series of missiles were fired. But Sumu did not let them stop, continued to give orders. The magician continued to attack the other snow mound with fireballs. The archers continued to destroy the armor, not giving them time to react. As he did, the fire and ice simultaneously attacked the pythons in front of him. A moment later, the ice armor was finally broken. Sumu continued to give orders. If he didn't do anything, he did it. Everyone attacked the snow python together, fighting to the death. They followed his words and continued to attack. Outside the battle circle, Anshen couldn't help but feel, "Big brother, you arranged for us assassins to be in the outermost circle. Is it for us to give the final spanking?" Sumu nodded and smiled in response. Children are easy to teach. With Sumu's instructions, they smoothly passed through the snow snake's lair. The players kept cheering. Sumu glanced at them and ordered, "Okay, let's come here today. It's very late, everyone should rest. At 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, it was time to gather online." After the hour, they didn't wait. They immediately received orders to leave. Just before leaving, the killing blade came to Sumu's side and smiled flatteringly. "A big man, there was one thing. You saw my back." Sumu pretended to not know. "Then he was chased back by you." In the end, there was only Sumu left in this place. He wandered around, following the memories of his previous life in one direction. Sure enough, not long after walking, he met someone. The woman wearing purple clothes stood on the cliff, her eyes filled with worry, and asked, "This brave warrior, have you ever seen a man in pain?" Sumu thought for a moment before opening her mouth. She couldn't see it, but maybe I could help her find it. Toyetlak spoke gratefully. "Thank you, that person is my husband, because he was protecting me. He was taken away by the Snake King." She explained that the Snake King was the leader of the snow pythons. His strength was much stronger than normal snow pythons. She asked him if he was really willing to help her. Sumu thought silently and immediately agreed to accept this dangerous mission. NBC would suspect the player's purpose, and the hidden plot would not be activated. If you don't want to answer, then send it directly, so you have to continue acting. Thinking about it, he hesitantly spoke up. The lord of the snow python area was very strong. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Tuyetlak spoke again. "I know this is very dangerous. As long as you help me, I will pay you the best compensation." Sumu smiled softly. It was successful. Then he saw Tuyetlak handing him a roll of paper. To act out, he could only pretend to refuse. But in the end, Sumak still coughed and said, "But maybe the scroll had some important clues. I took it back to study it first." Then he told her that if she had clues, don't delay. So Sumu's mission to accept the mission was successful. The two of them walked forward, came to a cliff and stopped. Tuyetlak slowly spoke, "Right there." The two quickly jumped off the cliff, walked to the front of the cave, and saw a sword. Tuyetlak cried out in surprise. It was the sword of the solar calendar. Sumu quickly calmed down. "Don't worry, maybe he's still there." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw something and cried out in panic, "Not good," behind him. Tuyetlak heard his cry and turned around to look, only to see a giant snake rushing towards him. It was a snake, an elite monster at level 20. Tuyetlak fiercely glared at the Snake King. She angrily shouted, touched him, and returned her husband to me. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed her sword and rushed forward, slashing twice. Just at this moment, a small purple snake suddenly burst out of its mouth. Tuyetlak was a little panicked and quickly raised his sword to defend. But the snake changed direction again. She realized the direction it wanted to go, quickly shouted a warning, "Be careful." It was rushing towards that person. Sumu was not afraid, calmly standing there. "Come and go." The moment the snake's large mouth wanted to touch his body, a series of fireballs came out from his hand to attack it, causing it to suffer damage. But just like the strategy in Sumu's memory, the damage caused by the normal attack to the Snow Python King was very small. If you can shoot a fireball into its mouth, it will instantly melt its ice armor. While he was thinking, the Snake King suddenly spat out ice and bones, and Sumu's body immediately froze. His face instantly became unsightly. He forgot that the Snake King's ice bones could freeze the target for 3 seconds unable to move. In a situation where the odds were hanging in the balance, Snowlack rushed in from afar, using his sword to block the Snake King's attack instead of Sumu. He breathed a sigh of relief, almost losing his life. He quickly thanked her, then rushed forward to speak. "Lost Snow. Be patient, now is a good opportunity." Immediately after that, Sumu began to attack the Snake King, while reminding her that I came to look for an opportunity to break the armor, but his attack was reacted by it. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then smiled coldly and said, "I still have a happy ending." After finishing speaking, he activated his clone, then used the Death God's arm to increase the damage to 100%. In an instant, a giant fireball rushed straight into the Snake King's mouth. Just as Sumu predicted, the Snake King's outer layer of ice was slowly destroyed. He quickly shouted loudly, "It was now." As soon as the words fell, Sumu created Li Ho Tianjiang, struck down from the sky, and the Snake King's body was covered in flames. Under Sumu's attack, its health bar was also exhausted. Taking this opportunity, Snowlack immediately rushed forward, touched life, and died. She stabbed the two swords in her hand into the Snake King's eyes, the pain making it scream continuously. The giant body wriggled around the fields and died shortly after. Seeing the giant body collapse, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But Tuyetlak shouted fiercely, "No, the solar calendar hasn't been found yet. It hasn't ended yet." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward and once again stabbed the knife into the Snake King's body. She directly made a long incision from its head to its abdomen. It wasn't until Tuyetlak's sword was blocked by something that she stopped. Tuyetlak's eyebrows were surprised, and she couldn't find it. But what she saw was just a bloody arm protruding from the Snake King's stomach. Snowlack immediately collapsed and knelt on the ground. She called out with a trembling voice, "Calendar." A part of the two people's story has now appeared. The solar calendar chases away the stray snow. The stray snow meets the solar calendar. Lich Sun is the only stubbornness of Snow lost. She blames herself for being just a shadow in the human world, why she lives together and doesn't die together. Sumu, standing next to her, couldn't help but sigh when she heard it. Unfortunately, this is not a beautiful fairy tale. The predetermined ending will not be perfect. At this time, Tuyetlak suddenly spoke up. "Fortunately, with your help, I was able to meet the solar calendar. I still have one wish. I hope you brave hero can help me." Sumu looked at her and said frankly, "You say it." Tuyetlak took a deep breath and said, "I hope you can hide me in impotence. hide in a place where you can look far away. Impotence liked this scenery. As she finished speaking, she used her sword to slash her neck. The fresh blood in the frog's eyes shot everywhere. Su-mu was a bit surprised, even though he had heard before that this mission really touched the souls of others and gave birth to him from the stars. He sighed helplessly, then carried the two of them over the cliff. He looked at the border of the two people's graves for a moment, then shook his head with emotion, asking what is the meaning of the world, blaming me for only having a shadow in the human world. Why do we live together and not die together? At this moment, a series of notifications appeared. He had completed the task, received many things, including the skill of impotence breaking and snow peanut double peach. Su-mu nodded with satisfaction. The skill scrolls were high-end luxury items. Although these two scrolls could only be used once, they were extremely powerful. He would use them well. After finishing work, Su-mu logged out of the real world. While he was resting, he received a call from an unknown number. He put the phone in his hand to listen, and the other end of the line quickly switched to the guest voice. Hello to Tien-sin. You will see that you have stopped recruiting from foreign countries. The Empire has decided to reward your performance. Su-mu listened quietly, not answering a word. He was falling into silence as he talked about the Empire. Through the Tian Qingwo Long server, he found the Tianthon city where Su-mu was staying, and based on his appearance in the game, it was really easy to locate him in reality. After thinking about it, Su-mu spoke in a deep voice. The magician is one of your people. The other end of the phone admitted without hesitation. Yes, if there is any place where Jiang Wan is not satisfied, I will immediately tell her to leave. On the contrary, there was nothing. Unsatisfied, he waited a moment. Su-mu shook his head slightly, but he realized something. Hastily asked back. He just euphemistically said his name was Jiang Wan. The person who saved him in his previous life was also named Jiang Wan. In his previous life, when Su-mu was injured and lying on a bed being carried home by everyone, his body was seriously injured. Where did he need a wizard? During the critical moment, a long, slender hand appeared and placed it on Su-mu's stomach, beginning to heal. When he opened his eyes dreamily, he saw only a beautiful figure appearing in his eyes. Su-mu recognized this person. Just now, it was she who used a healing magic to bring him back from the dead at the last moment. While Su-mu was dreaming, her gentle voice rang out again, feeling better, or he was seriously injured. The healing magic couldn't completely cure him. He needed a good rest. Thank you. Su-mu raised my head to look at her, wanting to say something but another sound interrupted. Jiang Ruan, let's go quickly. Another group of evil spirits have attacked the water element. They need support. She immediately said goodbye and left. My teammates are calling me. I have to leave. May the light of apocalypse shine. Take care. She really looks like an angel. That's why Su-mu always remembers this name Jiang Ruan, escaping from the past. He couldn't help but sigh. God of power, Jiang Ruan. How could I not have thought of it? Before I was still bragging to her. At this moment, Su-mu is extremely determined. In her previous life she saved his life. This kindness, he will not forget even in death. In this life he will definitely protect her completely, in the future to survive. The next morning, Su-mu logged into the game again. It's just that there's not a single person around, he thought suspiciously. Wasn't he supposed to gather here at this time yesterday? Where have all the people gone? Do they all like to treat themselves online? Thinking about it, Su-mu opened the chat area to take a look. He immediately saw a text message from An Shen. He said he was killed by someone else. He reflexively raised his eyebrows. What is this situation? An Shen briefly told Su-mu the situation. Basically, when their people arrived, more than 1,000 people rushed out and wanted them to use firecrackers to continue. Even though he reported his name, he was still killed. After hearing this, Su-mu raised his eyebrows. If the player of Tianthon Hua Dragon heard his name, they would probably give him some face, unless it was he who came by mistake. Right after that, An Shen gave Su-mu an extremely familiar name, which is your guild. An Shen kept crying and denouncing Su-mu, wanting him to regain justice for her. After listening, Su-mu immediately responded and waited for me to come over. The name of the god of war in the novice village is always weak. You really underestimated him. Yesterday he had just built up his army, but today he was in disarray. If he didn't stab this group to death, his name would be written backwards. While Su-mu was thinking, Jiang Ran appeared. She asked suspiciously, what happened to Mu Shen? He gritted his teeth and replied, our union members were blocked at the revival point by the crazy guild, so follow me and kill them back. Do you dare? On the other side, at the starting point of Fengming Street, An Shen had just finished reporting the news and was captured by a guy. He carried your bag and walked over. This kid hid on the side to inform Mu Shen that we had captured him. Qiang Renzon Shen commanded extremely arrogantly. You guys continue to treat this little assassin well. Don't let him accidentally die. Immediately after that, the group of prisoners began to beat him mercilessly. Qiang Renzan Shen is even more proud. If Mu Shen doesn't come, your end will be the same as this An Shen. If you guys are willing to post on the world channel and say one sentence to pray for Mu Shen, I will not calculate with you anymore. At the same time, at the nearby cliff, Jiang Xuan saw this scene and said angrily, this group of people were really bullying people too much. We kill below, Sumu replied frankly. This is of course, but we cannot act arbitrarily. You must kill them to the point of doubting life. As soon as he made up his mind, he bought a decisive battle order. Sumu also quickly joined the team. Everyone was immediately happy. Some people told him to quickly avoid the storm, but Sumu only told everyone to just kill all the opponent's wizards later. Right after that, Sumu activated the Shanhe map, and in the mission given by the snow, he did not expect to directly receive the highest reward of the Shanhe map, and also added a relatively useful burn effect. Qiangren Jianshen also discovered Sumu. He smiled and said, "You actually came. Mu Shen hasn't seen you for a long time. I hope you're still well. I thought you'd be like a turtle hiding behind, hoping women wouldn't dare show up." Sumu coldly scolded him. "The last time I killed him and didn't dare to show his face, it was you who left." He got angry when he heard this. "Now it's not like before. I'm stronger now. Letting you call me out will give you face." Sumu was lazy to take care of him, because right now he was paying attention to others. The person standing next to him is the evil War Emperor, a famous warrior from his previous life, but he is still really out of place with this group of people. It is said that at this stage he has already enhanced his weapons to 10. At this time the god of war was angrily scolded, not saying a word. Did he feel scared? That's all you have. If you have the skills, don't go offline. We still don't trust you in the novice village. Sumu was a little impatient. He was disobedient, said less nonsense, afraid that I would be offline, so he accepted this decisive battle order. Having said that, he took out a flag and placed it in front of them. The atmosphere and the eyes fell silent. No one could have expected that Sumu would do this. Even the god of war was the same. He turned his head to look at the people behind him and asked, "The war emperor and the reconnaissance squad have returned and haven't said anything yet." He replied faintly, except for a few leisurely people around. There were no other opponents. Hearing this, the god of war immediately agreed. "Okay, the order to fight in 2 hours is very good. Looks like I will clean all your equipment this time. The war emperor is ready to start the battle." The prisoner war emperor looked at him. "You are teaching me how to do things." The war god is a bit dissatisfied. "What do you mean by these words? Are you a vice president and still not put a president like me in your eyes?" He was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he went to Sumu's place and said, "I've heard about your story in beginner village number 818. I'm very dissatisfied with you. Taking action against you was the god of war's intention, not mine." Having said that, the war emperor raised his hand to draw his sword. "Remember what you said. I cannot interfere in your affairs. But I have a request. After they finish, I want you to give me a life and death order once." Hearing these words, Jiang Wan's face immediately changed. The consequences of the life and death order will be very serious. He was level 15. She doubted him except for his rank and certain equipment advantages and other trump cards. At that time, I still decided to agree. "The war emperor is your life and death order," I continued. Qianren Zanshen stood up and pulled the flag from the ground, smiling proudly. "I respect you as a good man, but I won't show mercy. Today I must beat you to make you regret ever coming to this world." Just like that, the decisive battle order was established between the two sides of the Chonan Association and Fong Von Kok. In just a blink of an eye, this place had fallen into battle. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Screams rang out everywhere. At the same time, on the side of the guild, magicians and archers on this side began to counterattack the rear of Fengtan Valley. In addition, the soldiers in the front rushed forward together to fight head-on. Qiongren Zanshen was the leader. He rushed forward with an axe, shouting fiercely, "Die. Let me cut you into two with one knife." Face the reality that the class gap is too big. It's just that the axe has not yet been struck. Sumok's figure is nowhere to be seen. He cried out in surprise, "Too fast. How dare you? Let's attack together. Surround all his escape routes. Don't let him get out alive." Right after that, the war god's people began to surround Sumu. However, the speed of his attack was too fast. They were unable to touch the Tod Muk, making them constantly confused. They had suffered a lot of damage from him. The wizards outside had no choice but to heal them. However, Anshin led the assassin team to appear and began to assassinate them. Sumu was very satisfied with this. He continued to command, taking advantage of the speed of the assassins to retreat. Limit firepower. The wizard went 50 meters ahead, buffing the assassins. The other two wizard teams buffed the team in front. Seeing that my army had fallen into the low position, the wind god shouted fiercely, "A group of waste." I personally went up. The other soldiers followed me back to support. Yet before he could return, fireballs fell like rain from the sky, causing the group of people behind Qianren Zanshen to be burned by fire. He angrily looked at Sumu and scolded him. "You bastard," chuckled softly. Sumu's lips spoke. His appearance made him look at the chaotic rear but could only show anger. I was very satisfied. His words made him even more angry. He shouted loudly, pleased with his grandfather. "Brothers, surround me. We have so many of us together to surround him and kill him alone." That scroll of heavenly fire material cannot be used in a hurry. In this type of situation, it is even more suitable to use this, which is the skill scroll of snow falling after digging. Thinking of this, two swords appeared in Sumu's hand, one green and one red. He smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. This sudden appearance made the group of people scared. What kind of skill is this? Isn't he a mage? But they had no other choice, and then finished it all at once. It's just that the damage they caused to Sumu was like salt in the sea, making them angrily exclaim, "What the hell is this, Mom?" The violent attack only caused a single point of damage. Sumak pursed his lips and smirked. Snowlack's super strong defense finished digging. I stood here for you guys to slash. At this moment the god of war had already carried the role, and the moment he arrived in front of Sumu, he had already swept his blade across the snow. In just a blink of an eye, the body of the god of war was frozen. He mumbled in disbelief. How was this possible? Regardless of whether he believed it or not, he finally died under Sumu's sword. Seeing this scene, his subordinates immediately wanted to blow him up together. Although each explosion only caused 1 damage, the combined damage to 100 people was not small, so they continuously used fireballs to throw them at Sumu. Unfortunately, the speed of their attack and the speed of his dash were very different. Just in the blink of an eye, Sumu appeared in front of them. Then, the twin blades in his hands began to slash out a series of sword lights. Many people died under his sword. Looking at the sword in his hand, Sumu mumbled with satisfaction. The ice and fire properties of the Snowlack's twin blades' power was something that ordinary people could not withstand. However, I still lost more than half of my health, so I had to refill a little. Just before he could heal, Jiang Wan behind him treated him. Sumu glanced at her and spoke. Jiang Wan, you are also injured. She shook her head and smiled, saying, It's okay, I'll give it to you first. It's still more important to protect our MVP. Sumu looked at her, wanting to thank her, but the scene in front of him made his face stiffen. The newly revived bastard Kyung Ren Zan Shen slashed Jiang Wan to death. He laughed proudly. Didn't expect it. I'm resurrected. Now your blood tree is dead. Your death is only a matter of time. I still overestimate you. At this moment, Sumak's face was covered with anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, You guys are the Enlightenment. His eyes were now filled with murderous intent. Sumak ignored the flames that were covering him. But the god of war on this side kept urging, a group of cowards, go up. All the magician archers were focused on him for me. At the same time, Sumu was very hesitant about using the skill. He still had another skill scroll, which he originally wanted to leave behind to use later, but there was no other way. Thinking of this, Sumu suddenly roared fiercely, surrounded by rays of judgment. This was a destructive move. I saw a giant sword appear in Sumu's hand at this moment. He shouted loudly, Go die, then without hesitation slashed down. The ground was devastated just like that. Rocks and soil were thrown everywhere, taking with them the lives of the same people. In just a blink of an eye, only Sumu's people remained here. At the same time, the War Emperor was still outside. The entire war fell under his eyes. He couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of trick is this? Is this really an attack that gamers can use? Is this guy actually a magician? Why such terrorism? So what about your life and death orders? On the other hand, in the real world, in a high-rise building in the city, someone is being cursed at. One person pointed at the man's boredom and scolded him. Look, this is all a good thing you're doing. It's not easy for our club and staff to train 1,000 elite artists. This person is the owner of the same club, Tu Hu Feng. The person who was scolded was the owner of Nick Game named Quing Renjian Shen. Because of the recent decisive battle with Sumu, this quarrel occurred. Tu Hu Feng sighed helplessly. With our strength, choosing a good A-level or S-level main city is good enough. But you're deliberately trying to annoy me. It's too late to say anything now. In the next room, the old war emperor, He Tian, was still in the game compartment. Inside the game, Sumu looked at him and said, It's my turn and you, how to open the life and death order. He Tian smiled and said, It seems I misjudged your strategy. You are much stronger than I thought. What then? Sumu remembers you asking. You know that the war emperor is very passionate about researching hidden quests, and is a big man who reclaims hidden rewards known as a lone warrior. He definitely has a trump card. This battle is dangerous, but rich in difficulties. This 10 weapon of his is a great treasure. At this time, He Tian spoke again. Our club owner wants to ask me to give up fighting with you. Hearing this, Sumu was not surprised. He continued to ask, What about my choice? Remembering his previous life, he was not interested in battles between guilds and individual battles, and the rankings were all ephemeral. But when he reached his limit, that time he single-handedly read the code to destroy an entire guild and became famous. This person's stubborn personality was still difficult to play with. Outside, Yu Feng kept stopping. He Tian. I did not agree to let him use the life and death command. Our club has suffered a lot, but He Tian said very frankly, I don't use any of your money. Having said this, he clenched his hands into fists, pursed his lips and said, I really want to fight him. I want to fight. He was so angry that he trembled and scolded. He Tian, you. But the words that came out of his mouth were immediately swallowed back, because what you said was so right. He didn't know how to refute it at all. At the same time, inside the game, He Tian faced Sumu. He seriously said, If you don't use the skill just now, I want to fight you. Sumu did not give in. smiled and replied, "I will accompany you until the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the flag planted on the ground was pulled out. "The life and death order has been received. The life and death match has officially begun." He Tian clenched the sword in his hand and rushed forward. "From the moment you took your first life, I wanted to fight you." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down. A powerful skill shockwave continuously emitted. This was ice, a skill that could cause huge physical damage. Sumu, following the traitor society, raised his eyebrows. His speed was too fast. The slaughter blade saw this scene and couldn't help but grit its teeth and speak out. This knife was too strong. Regardless of the distance or the range of attack power, it is much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. "Is the ice mountain good?" As soon as these words ended, a low voice rang out. "Of course this is ice. A piece of trash like you who doesn't know any skills can be enhanced." And Shen heard this and immediately turned his head, saw Tai Tru again. He was dissatisfied and scolded, saying, "Who is trash? If you know more, you will still be killed by us." Jiang Vuong advised again, "Leave and don't calculate with this type of person." Unconsciously, he lightly snorted and said in a cold voice, pretending to be noble, "Don't think I don't know who you are." In order to attract a relationship with Mu Shen, he did not hesitate to change the name of the guild. An Shen scolded him dissatisfiedly and kept his mouth clean. He snorted contemptuously, "What's the matter? Just worry about your Mu Shen, he will lose." Thit Tru's words made 3 people angry. He kept his mouth shut, after which he had to leave. At the same time, inside the battle, the shockwaves emitted by He Tian's skills were still very strong. This made Sumu's face a bit solemn. He did not expect that his skills had actually been enhanced. It seemed that the weapon also had a special lightning attack effect. In that instant, Sumu used Wind Shadow to increase his speed and defense to avoid this attack. Just from peripheral damage, they've already lost quite a bit of health. If he were in the skill center, this guy could immediately defeat him. While Sumu was thinking, He Tian rushed forward again. He quickly dodged, his attack was very sharp, and at the same time his state was very skilled. He definitely still had other tricks. It seems that Sumu must also give him a little pressure. Thinking of this, he held the staff tightly in his hand, creating a brilliant flame that enveloped He Tian's body. This sudden change made He Tian a bit surprised. In just a blink of an eye, those flames gathered into a giant fireball. He Tian bit his lip fiercely, creating a protective shield to defend himself. The moment the fireball touched the shield, it suddenly divided into 5 parts, turned into small fire fairies, and left. In just a blink of an eye, He Tian's shield began to crack. The damage he received became more and more, and his health bar continued to decrease. Waiting until the shield was completely destroyed, He Tian immediately jumped to the middle. He grasped the sword tightly in his hand, then quickly slashed it down, thunder and lightning continuously making screeching sounds in the middle. With a bang, the 10-meter sword around the glass table was destroyed, and Sumu had some difficulty avoiding it. He didn't expect that other people could only use heavy swords to attack on the ground, but he could use them in the sky. The second wave of attacks also knew how to use aerial attacks to avoid the deceleration effect caused by burning, which is very unbelievable. Why doesn't a resurrected person like you have a powerful golden finger? Thinking about it, he quickly used flower bones to fight back. But before he could make a move, He Tian screamed again. The iceberg was no longer there. A beam of sword came down from the sky as fast as lightning. Sumu could not avoid it, and was stabbed. The health bar immediately dropped to just a little bit. He fiercely bit his lip and scolded silently. "This is fine." But fortunately he activated the resilience effect. He Tian's fatal damage did not go out completely, otherwise he would have died with this attack. With the addition of non-wizard skills, he could continue fighting. Sumu didn't have any enhancement skills and people had 2 of them. He really couldn't play. He felt emotional as he took action. A block of ice and bones rushed towards He Tian. However, it was easily broken by him. At the same time, He Tian's heart was also very happy at this time. Both of his rushing skills were avoided by him. He Tian's 2 enhancement skills combined could not completely deplete his health, so he probably had to use it already. Thinking of this, he started activating the skill, only to see a flash of blood suddenly appear around He Tian. In a few moments, it covered his entire body. This is the skill of blood sacrifice and fighting armor, which can improve defense and physical attack. Seeing this scene, Sumu immediately panicked. God warrior skills cannot be replaced after level 100. 5 seconds of invulnerability really made him suspect that he was also a reincarnated person. He Tian definitely had golden fingers. At this moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "Mu Shen, it's over, this is it." As soon as he finished speaking, He Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Waiting until he appeared again, he was in front of Sumu. Without hesitation, he slashed down. Sumu's entire body was blown away. He bit his lip fiercely. Did he have to be so strong? Just used the divine light skill to restore health, and was almost immediately defeated. "You lost," He Tian said coldly, then rushed in front of Sumu and crashed down. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ron's group was immediately frightened and wanted to come to the rescue, but was stopped by the iron pillar. "Don't keep quiet for me, otherwise I won't be a guest." Right after that, he happily shouted, "The War Emperor should kill him and help the guild and our people." At this moment, He Tian's sword pierced Su Mok's body. With a sound, his body hit the cliff behind him. Smoke and dust dispersed everywhere in the air. Seeing this scene, the crowd and people were immediately excited, constantly cheering. The War Emperor was invincible. The War Emperor was mighty. The guild and people were the strongest. On the contrary, the people of Fongthan Valley became depressed. Zhang Ran cried out injured. Mu Shen was dead. At this time, Thiet Tru spoke up extremely proudly. "I give you two options. Hand over all the equipment on your body. From today onwards, the guild and our people will kill you once when we meet you." As soon as he spoke, one of the guys gave a lewd smile. "But if this beauty can accompany our president once, we will forgive you once." Thiet Tru was very happy to hear this. Hearing these wretched words, and Shen Lian angrily scolded, "This son of a bitch," then wanted to rush up. Just at this moment, a mutation happened. A sword suddenly flew down from the sky. Then it directly pierced the iron pillar's body, causing him to bleed out on the spot. While Thiet Tru did not understand what was going on, a dark voice came from within the smoke. "What did you say just now?" Hearing this sound, his face immediately became ugly. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his voice trembled as he mumbled. "This voice, how is this possible? Why hasn't Su Mu been beaten yet?" Just as he thought, the person who came turned out to be Su Mu. He looked at Thiet Tru and scolded him. He was a coward. The situation changed again. The people of the guild and the people fell into a state of panic. On the contrary, the people of Fongthan Valley were extremely happy. The one who won the life and death order was Su Mok. The group of people were so scared that they went offline en masse and ran away, as if they had lost their cage. At the same time, Jiang Wen, after being happy, returned to a calm state. She was a little confused. It was clear that Su Mu was bleeding just now, but he still won. How did he help? On the other hand, at the place of resurrection, He Tian was revived again. He looked at the sky bewilderedly, then sighed, but he lost again. Back 5 minutes ago, when the air was filled with smoke and dust, He Tian stabbed Su Mu's body once. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. However, he was not happy for long. His expression immediately stiffened. Yet He Tian discovered that what was in front of him was a clone. While he was bewildered, Su Mu's voice rang out from behind to avoid his killer move. Su Mu replied bluntly, in the last half second before he lowered his sword. Right after that, he used bone tape to tie him up, causing him to cry out in panic. His current defense with blood could not withstand this dimension. Unfortunately, He Tian could only try in vain. The fire of Su Mu hit him, killing him on the spot. Returning to reality, He Tian sat up and sighed helplessly. The purple plus quality equipment had just been destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of experience points were deducted. But luckily the skills and potential points were still incredibly strong. At this moment, his sword suddenly appeared at the resurrection point, flying from nowhere and plunging straight into the ground. While he was bewildered, Su Mu appeared and said seriously, "From now on, the God Valley and the guild are inseparable from each other." He Tian glanced at him and replied frankly, "If you win, you will be king. If you lose, you will be the enemy. If you want to kill and save, only when there is energy can one be revived." Thiet Tru didn't expect Su Mu to be here. As soon as he was revived, he was killed. He angrily cursed. "Damn it." Mu Shen and He Tian also asked in doubt, "What do you mean, why don't you kill me?" Su Mu frankly smiled and said, "Thousands of echoes are easy to find, but memories are hard to find, since the confrontation just now. I feel that you are very different from them. I don't want to provoke you because of the relationship between the group and the people." After finishing speaking, Su Mu immediately replied to equip him. He exclaimed in surprise, "What do you mean, give it to me?" Su Mu Demui asked. "If you don't want to cancel," he quickly shouted, "don't do it." So the two people completed the transaction. Having finished everything, Su Mu turned around and left. Before leaving, he waved and smiled and said, "I hope we can fight again in the future, but it won't be as a rival guild." When Su Mu returned, An Shen asked suspiciously, why did he return the equipment to him? He himself didn't have any. Why did he throw it away like that? Su Mu frankly replied, "I intend to form a fixed team of 5 people, that's all." Actually, Su Mu had other thoughts in his heart, but he didn't say it. And Shen didn't know. He couldn't stop feeling, "Great, big brother, I also want to form a permanent team with you." Su Mu nodded slightly. In a permanent team, assassins are indispensable. And Shen was afraid that Su Mu would leave him, so he quickly hugged his leg and cried. He reluctantly said, "Okay, it's a normal fixed team. We're not ordinary, so of course we need you to be an assassin." After that, Su Mu received a friend request from He Tian. Of course he agreed. His name has also changed now. Very effective. After that, the two of them started talking privately. Basically, He Tian thanked him for returning the equipment. Also told him that he had left the guild and promised that if he met again tomorrow he would defeat him. Su Mu also told He Tian that tomorrow he would lead the team to attack the hidden dungeon. When he heard this news, an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. In the real world, at the same club, as soon as He Tian left the game compartment, he was constantly complained by the right wing, who told lies about him leaving the guild. He Tian sighed a little helplessly. You're really annoying, right now I still have important things to do. What He Tian needed to do was related to the hidden copy that Sumu had mentioned. He asked Sumu about it, and asked him to bring him along, but he gave him a condition that he had to join Fongthan Valley. This made He Tian a bit awkward. Now that he joined Fongthan Valley, how could he still participate in the game in the future? But regardless, he didn't want to ruin his lifelong reputation because of a hidden mission. While he was still thinking, Sumu sent another text message, first asking him to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, second asking him to convey the message to Kyong Ren Zanchen. He will smash the guild and his people until it disbands. So in the end, He Tian still agreed to join Sumu. He was not too surprised, he was indeed the same as in his previous life, but if he wanted to join Fongthan Valley, he had to follow his orders. Seeing his request, He Tian immediately became angry. As a god-killing war emperor, I won't call. It was just a word of mouth, but in the end he still agreed. Sumak successfully recruited a big man into the guild. In the real world, Kulan Mountain, a group of people are standing in front of a cave. They seem to have discovered something here. Mount Kulan, Daxia's first mountain god, after sacrificing an army at a painful price, the people of scientific research finally made an important new discovery at Kulan. They discovered an ice phoenix statue here. They don't know how it was formed, how long it existed, and it was pierced by a long sword like that. It was truly beyond all understanding. An old man looked at the man next to him and asked, Tian Yang, is your wife okay? Tian Yang shook his head slightly and replied, it's nothing, just a little demoralized. It'll be fine in a few days. Uncle Qin mentioned the son of Tian Yang and his wife. Tian Yang said his son should keep playing Apocalypse. Uncle Qin could only sigh and admonish, don't say that. He was famous all over the world as soon as he debuted. There are many fortunes like him. But anyway, let's go explore. They have to go. On the other hand, in the game world, in Fengming Lo, Sumu led the players to the Snow Lake area. He spoke slowly. This cliff is also the boundary of the first stage. Everyone go forward. And Shen exclaimed in surprise. This ice and snow cliff is so majestic. Jiang Huing also nodded in agreement. Below that cliff, the blizzard's temperature is just over -100 degrees, which in a few seconds can freeze any living thing. It's just that at this moment, An Shen kept calling for help. He was not in a hurry. He looked suspiciously and asked, Big brother, is it activating a hidden mission? But Sumu hadn't answered yet. An Shen immediately ran to the other person's place. He happily shouted, this is an NPC, I'll go pull him and activate the hidden mission. But Sumu didn't think it was a hidden mission. He quickly reminded him, that's stupid, that's not an NPC, don't come closer. Unfortunately it was too late. An Shen had already run up to the other person. In just a moment the other person's face suddenly changed, turning into a scary purple color. Immediately afterwards, a series of tentacles full of terrifying thorns appeared from his mouth. An Shen was trembling in fear. What is this? Fortunately, Sumu promptly used his clone to block the attack for him. Looking at the clone being dragged away by the tentacles, An Shen gratefully said, what a terrifying thing. If bitten by this creature he would die immediately. Thank you, big brother. Very quickly the monster crawled back into the ground. And Shen asked in fear, Big brother, what monster is this? Isn't this the area of the beautiful snow lake? The Slaughterblade couldn't help but speak out. Our team had never encountered this type of monster. Sumuk slowly explained that it was definitely a real player captured by monsters and used as bait to seduce other players. While Sumu was thinking about what the hell it was, and Shen suddenly cried out, Big brother, look quickly. That pile of snow is moving. Surely it's not that monster again. In just a blink of an eye, a group of blood foxes appeared in that pile of snow, their eyes bloodshot and extremely terrifying. Sumu immediately calmed down. Don't panic, stabilize the formation, someone asked in panic. With such a large number, what should the president do now? How should we fight? Sumak slowly answered. Before attacking the beautiful snow lake we'll always jump back and forth once. Just rely on this fixed rule to predict an attack. If its jumping point is on the right, hit left, otherwise hit right. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a fireball towards a beautiful snow fox. With a bang, the snow lake exploded and was consumed by the fire. Seeing this scene, the green killing blade quickly shouted loudly. The defending warriors were on the outside. The Ziatrin was on the inside, attacking the gap, according to the guildmaster's instructions. In just a blink of an eye, they formed a formation, and the Snow Lake group was attacked by them using fire and ice. At this time, Sumu immediately ordered, don't stand still, fight and walk towards the bridge as long as you can cross this bridge. That is, we will enter the second stage of Phoenix Enlightenment, and at the same time activate the next resurrection point. Listening to his words, they formed a circle and slowly crossed the bridge. Sumu constantly giving orders. Archers and magicians pass first. Go to the other side to provide cover. Then assassins, magicians, and finally soldiers. They quickly crossed the bridge. Some people were scared and didn't dare cross, but others quickly ran away. On this side, Sumu still commanded the group of people to fight against the enchanting blood fox. A moment later, he quickly gave an order. It's almost done, let's all go, I'll clean up. Kill Luke only accepts orders quickly, big brother, see you face to face. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the people running across the bridge. Sumu killed the Snow Lake Phantom while glancing at them. He couldn't help but feel that even though these guys had little damage, their action speed was quite good. But at this moment, in front of him suddenly appeared an arm sticking out from under the snow, and Sumu's face immediately became unsightly and not good. He looked towards the bridge and shouted loudly. There were still people on the bridge who hadn't crossed yet. It was planning to attack the suspension bridge. Be careful, everyone. The purple monster emerged from the snow, its tentacles wrapped around the icicle. Sumu immediately panicked. He didn't know. It was the monster from earlier. He intended to use the icicle to destroy the suspension bridge. Just as he thought, the purple monster threw the icicle towards the bridge. Those who had not yet had time to cross the bridge were thrown down below because the bridge was broken. Sumu on this side was also seriously shaken by the shaking. He tried to hold on to the vines on the bridge to keep his balance. The people on the other side of the cliff were a little worried about him. He stepped on the intact rope and walked towards the cliff, constantly thinking in his heart, what kind of monster was so difficult? He couldn't be entangled by it forever. He had to quickly cross the bridge. On the other side, Shen hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, be careful behind you." But when he got close to the cliff, the monster once again threw the icicle towards the bridge. Sumu immediately panicked. Why was it still like that? This monster's continuous attacks seemed to want to hold him back. Sumu quickly jumped into the air, skillfully avoiding that ice pillar. Then he casually threw a fireball at the monster, saying, "Then I won't stand by anymore." With a loud bang, an earth-shattering electric explosion erupted, but at the same time Sumu was also thrown away by its ice pillar before being buried in the fire and falling backwards. Seeing this scene, the people on this side were immediately scared. And Shen cried out in panic, "Big brother, don't fall down, it's too dangerous." Fortunately, before falling into the river, the staff in Sumu's hand clung to the vine on the bridge, successfully pulling him back. He glanced at everyone on the cliff and reassured him, "I'm okay, it's too dangerous." Aggressively biting his lips, Sumu scolded him discontentedly, hatefully. He didn't expect to fall into a passive position. On this side, Shen is trying to order everyone to quickly think of a way to pull Big Brother up, but they shook their heads and replied, "But I'll be honest, the attack range wasn't enough. That monster had already rushed over there." Sumu was now floating in the air. He thought to himself that he had to find a way to quickly get to the opposite shore. But at this moment, the monster had approached the wooden bowl. Its hideous appearance made him scared. Was this the whole appearance of that monster? This is the meat and milk of evil spirits, a piece of meat that fell from the body of an evil spirit, relying on constantly parasitizing the human body to live. If it comes into contact with the skin, the whole body will rot at a breakneck speed. Sumu's face was a bit unsightly. It looked exactly like the temple's fusion device. This undigested arm was probably the player who was harmed on that snowy ground, and didn't even have a chance to revive. It is truly beyond Sumu's understanding. You can't let it get to the other side, otherwise everyone will die. You have to hold it back. Thinking about it, he glanced at the person on the cliff and shouted loudly, "Quickly cut the rope. Absolutely do not let it pass there." Hearing these words, Jiang Xuan immediately panicked and cut the string. The killer blade on this side immediately shook its head and refused. "No way, then the president will also fall. I won't cut it. Without the president, we can't cross the bridge successfully." At this time, the monster had come very close to Sumu's place. He became even more urgent. He pursed his lips and spoke. Everyone refused to take action, so I had no choice but to do it. Immediately afterwards, a fireball appeared in his hand. Sumu did not hesitate and shot towards the ordinary rope, quickly causing it to break in half. He and the monster were suspended in the air. Seeing this scene, the people on the cliff immediately panicked. They called out worriedly, "The president, below the riverbed." Sumu tried to cling to the ordinary wire, but the water was too cold. His fingers quickly froze, and even removing the string became difficult. Now the wooden bowl has become a meal on the monster's plate. "You and the monster, the water was too cold. Your whole body was frozen. I couldn't even move a finger anymore, but being cold to death was better than being eaten by a monster." Sumu glanced at the monster in front of him. He didn't want to die like that. It was too embarrassing. Let it go. Living was important. But at this moment, the riverbed suddenly shook violently. Sumu couldn't help but panic. Why was there suddenly a big wind blowing up from the cliff? While he was wondering what was going on, an animal suddenly appeared from deep in the river. Waiting until they looked closely and saw only a phoenix, the system rang again. "Welcome to the edge of the Kunlun Mountains. Legend says that only lucky warriors can hear the phoenix call." When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Is this really the legendary phoenix? It's hard to describe in words. At the same time, below, Sumu also saw the silhouette of that phoenix. He frowned and thought, the silhouette of an ice phoenix, yet he saw this rare phenomenon. But at this moment, Sumu also discovered that the monster in front of her was motionless, and some light was emitting from its base. In my previous life there was something like this. Could it be the legendary ice crystal primordial spirit stone? In a previous life this crystal was obtained by an ice magician. Later, that scoundrel defected to the enemy country. It turned out that the shadow of a phoenix appeared to seal and kill the evil, saving his life. Thinking of this, Sumu was a little hesitant. Should he take that jelly? If you take it now, then the monster will come back to life in the blink of an eye. Then he will continue to have his face fucked, but he doesn't want to miss it, so he uses his legs to wrap around the rope. Then he leaned back and used his hand to grab the stone on the monster's forehead. Immediately, the evil seal in the middle was lifted. As soon as he got it, Sumu immediately threw a fireball towards it. He successfully pushed it away, but just when he thought he had succeeded, the strange thing happened again. Just saw the monster, but it was okay. Using its tentacles to hold the wire tightly, Sumu's face immediately became unsightly. It's dangerous, it's climbing again, the speed is too fast. Above the cliff, Jiang Xuan spoke again at this time. Mu Shen's health bar was still there. He was still alive. The slaughter blade nodded slightly and suggested, if that's the case, everyone should come up and see. Okay, let's come, pull the big brother up. Anshin immediately agreed, running over to pull the rope with him. Sure enough, not long after, Sumu was pulled up by them. They were immediately happy. The president was really still alive. Sumu looked up at them and shouted loudly, everyone prepared. The attack team was far away, aiming in my direction to attack. As soon as his words fell, the people on the cliff began to attack. Bows, arrows, flames, and bones were continuously thrown into the riverbed. The monster continued to endure attacks. It could no longer chase Sumu. Taking this opportunity, Anshin reached out to pull Sumu up. Anshin happily said, big brother, it's great that you're still alive. Jiang Xuan, who was next to him, also hurriedly suggested, quickly cut the wire. The killing blade immediately nodded. He took the knife and went to cut off the remaining wire. With nothing left to support it, the monster fell to the bottom. But not long after, it jumped into the air again. Seeing this scene, the players immediately panicked. It's not dead yet, and it's still jumping up. This path to SSS level City Master is too difficult. At this moment, Sumu summoned clones and together attacked the monster. At the same time, other magicians and archers also quickly attacked the monster. Under the powerful attack of Sumu's group, the monster finally fell down the cliff. After defeating it, Anshin, who was next to him, also hurriedly asked, what was that just now? Sumu slowly explained that according to the introduction system, it was a piece of corrupted flesh on Tama's body. Afraid that everyone would worry, he quickly reassured everyone, don't think too much, Tama's shadow is in many places. It was a special event, no matter what, we survived, and continued on. At the same time, in real life, at Kolan Mountain, the group of archaeologists was still outside the cave. They set up there to rest and wait for the rescue team. They were facing a difficult problem to solve. Uncle Qin's legs were stuck by crickets from ancient times. Tian Yang said dissatisfied. Why is there this thing in the cave? Uncle Qin pursed his lips. The ancient crickets were extinct, so why did they appear in the mountain cave? Tian Yang raised his head and looked at everyone speaking, trying to figure out how to deal with it. One person quietly replied, I have already searched. I am afraid of fire and sulfur, he exclaimed in panic. In a place full of snow like this, where can I find sulfur? While everyone was confused, Uncle Qin suddenly suggested, Yang Zi, burn my leg. As soon as these words came out, Tian Yang and others' faces immediately panicked. But there was no other way. They poured a liquid into the cricket clinging to Uncle Qin's body, making it make an ear-splitting sound. Right after that, a person grabbed a lighter, but hesitated but did not take action. When Uncle Qin saw it, he immediately said, burn it. If you don't burn it, my leg will be done. Burn this monster to death. I still have a chance to survive. The other person looked at Tian Yang again. Tian Yang frowned and thought for a long time without speaking. It's just that they were too slow, Uncle Qin directly urged. Tian Yang sighed helplessly. Okay, Uncle Qin, sorry, then started burning those crickets. The heat burned his flesh, causing Uncle Qin to scream loudly without pain. The cricket on his leg couldn't stand it either and jumped off his leg, then rushed in another direction. The person next to him cried out in fear. It rushed towards me. Tian Yang did not panic. He took out a knife and cut his hand, pursed his lips and said, come over here, touch the creature. The other person saw it and was afraid to remind him, Mr. Duong, be careful. Tian Yang waited until the cricket approached him. Then he took out a brass plate to capture it. Tian Yang quickly closed the lid, successfully locking it inside. At this point, the other person breathed a sigh of relief, finally catching this strange thing. He thought for a moment before speaking. We may have touched something that shouldn't be touched. In history, the Kunlun Mountains have many myths and legends. Unexpectedly, we now encounter creatures from 300 million years ago. Speaking of this, Tian Yang sighed helplessly again. These words made those people panic. After saying that, they quickly went out. It's just that they saw something wrong, someone exclaimed in surprise. Isn't the position of this ice statue facing west? Has this ice statue moved? At the same time, inside the game, at Fengming Lu, Sumu led people through the snowy mountains. He slowly spoke. In front was Fengming Lu's second paragraph. Everyone rested in place for a while. It's just that they haven't had time to rest yet. Sumu suddenly reached out and plucked a flower from the snow, then slowly said, But there is a mission. When working freely, remember to look for this type of flower around here. He reminded that no matter how many or small the quantity, you must collect them all. Before exiting the game, please report the number of small white flowers you find to Jiang Wan, and meet here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone quickly ran to rest. Jiang Wan looked at him. His lips said, "It seems my beauty sleep is gone." Sumu smiled softly and replied, "What beauty? That's right. Give me your WeChat account. I want to make friends." Jiang Wan was a little surprised and asked, "Haven't you always been a hidden big man hunted by forces? What if my real-life identity is revealed?" Suddenly smiling, Sumu replied frankly, "Because I trust you." Jiang Wan's eyes widened in surprise, then his face turned red. Everyone was talking non-stop. Sumu was also in the crowd, eating ice cream and commenting, "This warrior is too weak." The girl next to him immediately asked in surprise, "Brother, do you think the archer will win?" He nodded slightly. The girl immediately panicked. On the screen, the warrior was constantly slashing at the archer, but the girl used telekinesis to avoid it. This action surprised the onlookers. Right after that, she shot an arrow into the middle. In just a blink of an eye, a rain of arrows appeared in the sky, surrounding the warrior, causing his health bar to fall to the bottom. The archer truly won. The girl looked towards Sumu and exclaimed, "How do you know she will win?" Sumu slowly explained, "Her ability to control cooldowns is very good. She understands the warrior profession very well, and if she doesn't change her profession, she will definitely win. The winner of the match is level 15 Yu Mei, belonging to the Thick Thang Guild. The next match will be a battle between her and the private candidate." A moment later, Yu Mei came out from inside and looked at the girl who spoke, signaling that it was her turn. Q2 said in panic, "I'm only level 12, she coldly scolded me. "If I level up a lot, is it still like that?" Yu Mei coldly scolded her. "If she doesn't dare, then admit that she's worthless." With an unconvinced gesture of denial, "I did contribute." She made a disdainful expression on her lips. "What's the contribution? Hasn't she been a girl for long?" She even looked at Sumu and scolded him for being a country boy, making him shy away from the ice cream in his mouth. Yu Mei went down and stood opposite the lady, coldly speaking, "The city does not harbor waste. You can fight me. Or directly admit defeat. Go on stage and publicly admit that you are worthless, and leave the world." The people below were clearly watching a funny show, constantly cheering as they fought, each side shouting loudly in disapproval. "Mages aren't trash, neither am I. Even if I can't win against you, I'd rather lose honestly." So here Yu Mei coldly snorted and spoke up. Only then did she cry out in panic, "I accidentally spoke too loudly. Sir, you are so professional. Can you show me how to fight? I can invite you to dinner late." I sighed helplessly. Where was your national spirit just now? Level 12 versus level 15 had already changed jobs. You consider this as bad luck. Why did you invite me to dinner late at night? Thinking so, he still agreed in the end. A moment later, inside the game, the candidate quickly logged into the game. Her ID was the candidate private. After seeing her attributes, I immediately started complaining that she was a magician. Why increase the potential points in the health and defense bar? At only level 12, the magic damage of 200 squares is not enough anymore. I stood outside the contestant's game room to guide her through the game. At the same time, in a room, a person observing the battle chuckled softly, his face truly refusing to give in. The person next to him couldn't speak up. He was so concerned about his behavior. Wasn't his face like he was on a boat? When Qin Lang heard it, he immediately remembered how proud you were. I was already fed up of being face to face, and the other person couldn't help but scold him dissatisfiedly. "You are truly a shepherd. It seems very difficult for your office to appoint you as vice president." On the other hand, in the battle between Face and Body, Face shot an arrow forward, causing the health of Face to continuously decrease. Seeing this scene, I was immediately horrified. "What are you doing? Why are you standing still? Quickly use the wind image to avoid it, you idiot." Q2 explained somewhat innocently. "I was waiting for the minister to give me instructions." At this moment, the Face shot out another arrow. Before it could reach the girl's body, it split in half. The girl listened to him, opened a shield and began to absorb the damage. But she couldn't last long. The girl trembled and cried out, "I'm at my wit's end." Sure enough, right after that, the priest's shield cracked. At this moment, the Face suddenly spoke up. The position and prediction had indeed improved, but these were all useless. "Show me how you can avoid this arrow, then shoot another series of arrows." Q2 panicked and asked, "Minister, what should I do now?" Sumu didn't answer. He was thinking about what he just said. Without your guidance, this party doesn't know what to do and can only take damage. A moment later, Sumu spoke up to remind her, "Prepare the great fireball technique. Time is almost up." Immediately after that, he started counting down. After 3 seconds, then gave the command, then moved away, immediately sending out a fireball. Seeing this scene, the people outside couldn't help but be surprised. How could they react so quickly? Really good. Take advantage of the interruption of your opponent's skills to strike first, and prevent your opponent from having time to react. She really couldn't turn back. She was hit by the fire. But her face quickly regained composure. She snorted coldly. It was a personal gesture. She got it, but this arrow she absolutely cannot block. As soon as she spoke, she pulled out a bow and arrow carrying lightning. Seeing this scene, the people outside couldn't help but be surprised. It was the archer's purple skill. Sadly, this level 12 mage's action, no matter how good the skill is, cannot be countered. Sumu also knows this skill, and slowly reminds her that if this arrow becomes a fatal blow, she won't be able to block it. Q2 didn't care too much, she calmly said. It's okay, I feel very refreshed after hitting this much. But Sumu is not willing. I am not. The ultimate operation remains to be seen how she is. Cold ice hits the ground, 45-degree angle, bends down, immediately obeys, creating cold ice around him. Immediately, her face was no longer able to aim at the target. Her bow and arrow kept hanging in the middle. At the same time, Sumu next to him reminded him to move half a meter to the right. Seeing this scene, the people outside were a bit confused. Even the wizards didn't think that the ice-cold monster could be used to block vision. At this moment, her face was a bit ugly. She didn't expect her actions to be so cunning. Since when did you become so smart? Or is it because of the boy standing next to it? Thinking of this, her face immediately promised contempt. It was selfish, wanting to rely on a man to defeat me. You don't know your strength, Sumu doesn't care about her. Continue to remind, the challenge is here. The moment the ice-cold monster disappears, standing in front of the frog in the eyes, and using the broken firelight, must be faster than her. Immediately the monk followed his words and launched a blow. His eyes were obscured by the light. The situation changed. The onlookers outside were once again shocked. They couldn't stop talking. I was shocked again. How many more surprises did this little magician bring to me? At this moment, his bow and arrows were still in his hand. I continued to remind him that his magic attack was too low, so take advantage of the opportunity to deal damage. Yes, Your Excellency, the minister immediately replied, then continuously launched firepower to attack the front. This made her face angry. She pursed her lips fiercely. If I used the shield to dodge at this damn time, all the energy of the 4 lightning arrows would be useless. At the same time, Sumu continued to remind her that her blind time had ended, and her skill activation rate was too low. With this health ratio, you're still very dangerous. Try your luck, you idiot. Sure enough, right after that, her face was visible again. She immediately shouted loudly, I see you, you little bitch, die for me. As soon as she finished speaking, the lightning arrow rushed straight to where she was. Sumu said calmly. His face no longer had the spiritual energy to launch the attack, the previous fireball technique. You have to use it without stopping until she falls down, then immediately jerks her head, shooting out a fireball. The people observing the match outside were constantly exclaiming. It seemed like coming here tonight was really worth it. This match was very interesting, but unfortunately the level on the schedule was still too high. Just when they thought they would lose, she suddenly activated the heavenly fire formation. Fireballs fell like rain, making her face bleed continuously. But at the same time he was also hit by one of her arrows, and his health bar immediately returned to 0. With a smug smile on my face. In the end, the winner was still me. What a pity, I was almost embarrassed by her. The surrounding crowd was also very impressed with the tenacity of his actions, but something unexpected happened. In the sky appeared Lu Hohei Dianzhang, his face screaming in horror, yet she activated the fire stream twice in a row. Looking at the flames continuously falling in front of her, she smiled fiercely. You bastard. With a loud noise, an explosion continuously erupted. The match ended like that. Both were bloodless, but victory or defeat was still undecided. Everyone outside immediately cheered, even though the result was only fire. This was still a good and surprising match, but at this moment, someone realized something was wrong. The other person immediately shouted, Look quickly, the match hasn't ended yet, it's a small election. Hearing the sound, they looked at the screen. G2's Wind and Fire 3 Lotus equipment had activated the life-saving effect, still retaining a bit of vitality. So the winner this time is you. Up until this point, she still couldn't accept it, but she lost to a rotten piece of wood. It was impossible. On the contrary, Kitu was extremely happy and cheered. We won, I did it, great man. But when she looked back, she didn't see Sumu. She only saw the message he left. Congratulations, luck is also a kind of strength, next time have dinner. The next morning, Sumu had just woken up and tried to contact his parents, but they couldn't reach them. He guessed that the two of them were working at some ruins, but he was used to it, it was okay. Only at this point did Sumu realize that there was a text message from Jiang Wan. The second uncle couldn't help but feel sorry. It seemed like she had to work hard until late at night yesterday. A moment later, Tamu logged into the game. He glanced at Jiang Wan and ordered, handing out white flowers to everyone. Dividing the team members into 10 squads, each person received 150 flowers. Jiang Wan nodded slightly to receive the order. After the instructions, he went to check out the ice wind crystal he had received last time. These legendary items were indeed treasures. With them, the damage of the flower bones had been enhanced. Right after that, he conveniently assigned An Shen and Jiang Wan as vice presidents. An Shen was immediately happy. Sumu felt a bit helpless. A good member who dared to spend money on the guild was a good vice president. At this moment, someone appeared in Feng Ming Lo. a figure slowly approaching. That person was He Tian. As soon as they saw him, the group of people immediately became confused. Just right after that, they saw the new member announcement, which was even more ambiguous. He Tian didn't pay attention to them, walked up to Su Mu. He happily greeted him. Welcome to join. He Tian nodded slightly and replied, thank you. Both of those things were his own intentions. What He Tian wanted was the hidden information that Su Mu held, but Su Mu was also very certain that if he got on his boat, he wouldn't leave. Immediately after that, he glanced at everyone and spoke. There were enough people, and set off to the Snow Forest hidden altar copy. As Su Mu walked, she reminded her that Snow Forest Emperor was a dangerous hidden copy. My friend accidentally activated the mechanism and got caught up, directly killing the entire team, so you guys have to be alert and careful. When Zhang Wan heard this, he immediately asked, friend, could it be that you could know the information more advanced than the company? And it came from this friend. A moment later, on the way they encountered a strange person. Unshin walked over and patted the other person's shoulder and asked, old man, what are you looking at? But as soon as he touched the other person, he suddenly broke. His blood continued to drop. He cried out in surprise. What's going on? What to do now? I'm about to die. Fortunately, Su Mu promptly stuffed the flower into Enshen's mouth, and he was lucky to escape a disaster. Then, he looked at everyone and reminded them that the rewards of the dungeon were generous, but along with them were fatal dangers. Don't touch strange things, otherwise you'll blame me for not being able to save you when I die. I couldn't help but think to myself, currently there are almost no documents related to the Snow Forest altar. Su Mu was certainly not simple. And Shen was still not out of panic. He asked suspiciously, Big brother, what exactly are these things? Su Mu slowly explained that people who have lost their souls and flesh, you can also call them vagabonds. At this moment, there was a sudden scream from the other side. Someone had broken the stone wall. Su Mu glanced at Zhang Wan and gave orders. Zhang Wan nodded slightly and replied, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, she used the Pawn Soul skill to bind the other person. Then Su Mu ordered him to feed him white flowers. And Shen walked up to him and asked, what are you suddenly crazy about? Is it poisonous? Just now, that person, after regaining my composure, replied, just now I saw that thing moving. As soon as these words came out, Su Mu spoke up to answer. It was an illusion. Everyone held a white flower in their mouth. If you encounter an unusual situation, immediately button the flower first, then determine whether it is an illusion or not. Even though the white flower was a bit bitter, they could only listen and suck it. A moment later they arrived at a vast plain. Furthermore, what surprised everyone even more was that there were as many people there as the army. Su Mu thought for a moment, then ordered, go up, remember clearly, the white flower must not be scratched. And Shen was a little panicked and speechless. He Tian on the contrary felt a bit interesting. Right after that, their group slowly walked past the kneeling statues on the ground. A feeling of numbness quickly came, making them shiver. It was just that at this moment a sudden wind blew past, causing their vision to be obscured, and the surrounding walls also began to crack. They quickly raised their hands to cover their eyes to avoid falling debris. Anshen cried out in panic. These are all broken human fragments, stay away and pee a little, it's really disgusting. In just a blink of an eye, the altar in front of him was covered with debris. A moment later, a figure appeared in the air. A low voice followed. It has been a long time since anyone alive came here. On you, there is the scent of purified flowers. The other person smiled and said, since you guys have successfully come here, then come in and take a look. This place has been dead for a long time. Very quickly the mission was given. Su Mu immediately shouted loudly. Everyone accepted the mission and entered the altar. Listening to his words, everyone began to enter the altar, surrounding the person who had just appeared. At this moment, a blue light appeared. Zhang Xuan saw something again. She cried out in surprise. Look quickly, there are similar corpses. Hearing her sound, everyone turned their heads to look, only to see those statues rushing towards them. This situation was too sudden, making them step back in fear. This number is too large, they simply cannot fight back. While they were confused, the altar suddenly collapsed. A large hole appeared here, many statues fell from above. The altar fell at a very fast speed, and it didn't take long for it to appear underground. At this moment, the system sound rang out again, welcoming you to the Snow Forest altar. The origin of this altar cannot be found, but it once had another name, the birthplace of the demon god. Su Mu silently listened to the system's sound, then quickly gave orders. Soldiers lead the way, wizards are in the last row, other professions are in the middle, paying attention to supporting each other. Very quickly they formed a formation line, with Su Mu leading the way forward. The gloomy feeling in this place made Anshen unable to help himself. He trembled as he spoke. Boss, why do I feel like I've entered a biological research institute? Perhaps there is a company in apocalypse in times of danger. Jiang Shen seriously said, what is certain now, those are dragon corpses, they were originally human. And they are failed products. Coming out of this place, if there is a failed product, there will definitely be a finished product, us. While they were talking, Su Mu signaled them to be quiet. as if something appeared in the black shadow in front of them. They held their breath and waited. Not long after, they saw an arm slowly come out, a set of sharp claws and hands full of hideous ulcers. This is a level 18 elite monster, called a bone guard. At this time, Sumu immediately spoke up. This door can only be passed through to be revived. Everyone must be careful. Immediately after that, they began to attack the monster. A series of fireballs and ice arrows were fired, causing it to receive damage. In just a blink of an eye, its health bar had almost reached the bottom. Sumu slowly walked in front of the monster that had fallen on the ground. Hitian also walked to his side, drew his sword and slashed it, then remembered to speak, simply. But Sumu smiled and replied, "That's not certain." As soon as his words ended, the monster that had just been cut in two quickly healed, and the health bar immediately increased. Sumu quickly spoke up. "Do you see that the thorn is longer? Kill it completely." He wanted to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late. The monster's axe would not break no matter how he cut it, making the other person panic. While he was confused, the monster pierced his body with its arm, causing his health bar to deplete. Sumu reminded a little helplessly that the bone spurs of the bone spurs were very hard. Using fire to continuously burn them could soften the bone spurs. Everyone quickly used fire to attack, but its speed was too fast to hit them. At this time, many other blue dots appeared behind the door, startling everyone. In just a blink of an eye, many monsters appeared here, making everyone even more afraid. Sumu's team quickly became chaotic. They could only aggressively attack the monsters, wanting to soften their bone spikes. But it was too late. They were surrounded from both sides. Forced into a difficult position, they have no other choice but to slash. If they can block it, they block it. If they can't block it, they die. But no matter how much you cut it, its body can heal again. And after that, it constantly bites and tears at the player. Seeing this scene, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect so many skeletons to suddenly appear. They attacked, leaving them completely unable to react. The casualties were quite large. Thinking of this, he immediately called out his clone, then used his spiritual energy to attack. He created an extremely large fire, causing the monsters to be enveloped by the fire. He quickly reminded, "I quickly gave shields to everyone, soldiers and assassins to cut bone spurs, and mages and archers to support the attack." The fire was so great that the monsters suffered great damage. Moreover, they were also burned. Their defense was reduced by 10%, their movement speed was reduced by 20%. Taking this opportunity, Sumu quickly shouted, "Good opportunity, quickly cut the bone spikes." He Tian was very obedient and fiercely slashed down. Just like that, he killed a skeleton soldier. Seeing this scene, the surrounding players also started rushing to slash monsters. Even Enshen, who was always shy, rushed forward at this moment. He smiled and said, "I also have to test the fighting techniques that Big Brother taught me." Before that, Sumu took the opportunity to teach Enshen the skill. The attack does not cause extensive damage, has no elemental weapons, and has no recovery skills, although at any time it is absolutely impossible to directly confront. Become a ghost in the shadow, take advantage of speed, move more, and find the enemy's weaknesses. As he spoke and practiced, he quickly appeared behind Anshen, speaking coldly. The guest was this sharp blade that took his life. Returning to reality, Anshen used his speed to move to the side of the monster, then used a knife to cut off one of its bone spurs. However, he did not take advantage of the river, and moved extremely flexibly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, it let out a finishing move, and the monster's health bar was depleted. Anshen happily shouted, "Big brother, I killed a bone-headed tick alone, but you didn't pay attention. Behind you there are two bone-headed ticks rushing towards you." Sumu quickly reminded, "Be careful behind you." Anshen turned her head in panic, as if a monster's claws were about to strike down. Fortunately, Jiang Wan took action in time. "Creating leaves was boring for me, so I breathed a sigh of relief. I almost died, thank you Tam." Hitian and the killing blade were not idle either, rushing from afar to slash the two monsters to death. Sumu walked to Anshen's side to remind her, "And one last point, never let your guard down." A moment later, they finally destroyed the skeletons. The first round of the mission was completed. Everyone's nerves relaxed, and they breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiang Wan's three people began to talk about that monster, finally concluding that it was a special form. Jiang Wan nodded seriously. Some crazy people had reached an agreement with evil spirits, secretly creating reincarnated creatures, and the transformed people lost their personalities. Hearing these words, Anshen opened his claws angrily. This group of corrupt morals, Sumu heard, and immediately his lips were cold. After the Jianglin apocalypse, it was the time when festivals truly collapsed, so civilization fell apart. Right after that, the TOT Muck team rested for a while before entering the next door. A large clock appeared in front of them. Sumu slowly spoke, "Everyone's test teacher has arrived. This level is very difficult, and what level we have depends on our luck. Behind this door there are many evil monsters, many evil lords and evil spirits." Hearing these words, everyone immediately panicked, and Shen exclaimed in horror, "What? There is a legion of destroyed gods. What are you joking about? We are only level 10. Can this system be played?" Having said that, he turned to look at Jiang Wan and asked, could he have to face a special level boss like Apophis? No different from that dead guy. Jiang Wan sighed helplessly. The evil demon lord or the destruction of the divine star. This is real. At the same time, Sumu picked up something. He slowly spoke. Each person chose a white lotus flower for themselves, then hid there. Very quickly everyone did as he said. The challenge officially began. The clock hand in front of him was originally standing still, then suddenly rotated as if in a daze. Everyone held their breath and waited, constantly praying that the divine star would not be destroyed, and that it would be enough to bring the weakest person to them. A moment later, the needle on the clock finally stopped, falling into the main shadow of the horse, singing the spirit of the golden lake. Sumu sighed helplessly. Why did he keep pulling out this name? In just a blink of an eye-catching light emitted. By the time the light dissipated, they had fallen into a land as hot as fire. The feeling of heat made them sweat constantly. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Brothers, look up, 10 suns, aren't they hot?" There are actually 10 suns above their heads, no wonder this place is so hot. Moreover, there were still many monsters around, and Shen cried out in panic, "Boss, is this really door number 2? It feels like we're about to end our lives." Sumu chuckled softly and said, "Don't be nervous, just randomly pick the most difficult evil lord." Hearing these words, and Shen couldn't help but speak up. Is this something a human could say? At this moment, a rain of arrows suddenly appeared from the sky. Their target was the skeletons on the ground. In just a blink of an eye, the monsters were burned by the fire. Thousands of monsters, all of them have been killed. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The heretical cults are in front of the heat. They will definitely be burned to dust. They will never be reborn. Mortals are banned from this place. Please leave quickly. The players were a little scared, the bridegroom said. We also want to go. Isn't this the one who was brought here? Or the one who told us where the exit is? This isn't the boss. Only Sumu calmly questioned that person. Neng himself will kill all of you. We are now just one step ahead, acting on behalf of heaven, quickly appearing and fighting. His words angered the other person. An angry, chaotic sound appeared in the air. Immediately after, a fire fairy struck down, causing the player's hair to burn. At this moment, the blinding light emitted again. Waiting until the light dissipated, a female figure appeared. This was Hailing Jin. The front line was still scared. The back line players were already fascinated, almost salivating out. It was really Tama Sao, a complete goddess. Hailing Jin stared at them, disobeying orders and scolding them. The idiots were stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, she swept a spear horizontally. The brilliant fire instantly spread in the air, and the players suffered huge damage. They seemed to be consumed by fire. Outside, Hitian couldn't help but speak up when he saw this scene. It seems that the establishment of the annex has reduced the power of Lord Tama. Sumu nodded slightly in response, thus bringing the team to the challenge. Having said this, he glanced at everyone again, then sternly reminded, no need to kill any more. Players who get hit by Hailing Jin's buff will definitely die. With Sumu's reminder, everyone dispersed to start fighting the boss. But how do they fight? Hailing Jin still stood there proudly, because the damage they caused was extremely low. They looked at Sumu suspiciously. He said helplessly, "Didn't anyone see the introduction? Wizards don't use fireballs. Archers don't use fire arrows. This boss's fire resistance is quite high. Everyone cannot cause damage." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu threw a bunch of fireballs at Hailing Jin, but the damage he caused was extremely large. Making the players bewildered, they looked at Sumu in disbelief as if to ask how he did it. Sumu remembers you with pride. Of course I'm not like everyone else. Yilingxing this other hour was so angry that he shouted loudly, "Disrespectful, stupid mortals." Immediately after that, she flew high, out of the player's attack range. While everyone was confused and didn't know what to do, Hailing Jin created a brilliant circle, surrounded by flames. The intense heat continuously poured down, causing them to fall into a state of severe burns, and also lose blood every second. It didn't take long before someone couldn't stand it anymore. Right at this moment, Hailing Jin fiercely rushed down from above, coldly scolding, challenging the gods. There is only one outcome, that is death. Seeing this scene, Sumu quickly shouted loudly, "All magicians should use flower bones, reduce speed and increase damage." Listening to his words, a series of skeletons continuously attacked her, causing great damage. This action made her even more angry. A mere mortal dared to hurt me. As soon as she finished speaking, the spear in her hand swept across a line, and the flame immediately burned. The players were quickly buried in a sea of fire. Sumu quickly reminded them not to group together. If they reduced their guns by 100,000, they would stop. Just like that, they attacked like a storm, forcing the black golden umbrella spirit into a defensive position. At this moment, anger surrounded her. Her eyes were filled with anger and she shouted loudly, "Disrespectful to mortals. Receive the fire of God's anger. I will use God's fire to purify your evil souls." At this moment, Sumu also quickly shouted, 100,000 health. Everyone stop. Right now, immediately think of the woman you like. Think seriously and focus on it. Have a feeling of immersion. So the players began to immerse themselves in their subconscious with strange fragrant flowers and grass, women with bodies like flowers but pearls constantly appearing in their minds. Zhang Xuan asked a little awkwardly. I don't know. Sumu knew what she wanted to say, quickly replied, think about men. If there is no goal, then think about me. This is the mechanism. Hurry up. It seemed that at the same time, Hak Ling Kim Umbrella had activated the Burning Heart skill. The player's subconscious quickly disintegrated, and his health continued to decrease. Even Sumu couldn't resist. Images from his previous life kept appearing, causing him to hold his head in pain and kneel on the ground. The sounds of someone whispering continuously appeared in his head. Sumu forced himself to clear his mind. He couldn't think about these things anymore. He had to think about things that made him feel happy and calm. Perhaps what made Sumu happy was the sight of meeting Zhang Wan in her previous life. She was like an angel who saved him from death. She grabbed Sumu's hand and pulled him out of hell. Zhang Wan is a glimmer of light in his dark life. Immediately, Sumu's consciousness returned. He quickly looked around and saw He Tian still standing there peacefully. Sumu asked suspiciously, why are you okay? He Tian slowly explained, I don't have as many stories as you guys. He was a bit reluctant, not knowing how to answer. Then Sumu looked towards Zhang Wan again. She was currently frozen, he sighed softly. Didn't I tell you to think about me? I'm not attractive. This Burning Heart skill will pull people into the scariest memories, unable to escape on their own, and will even die. Only when you think about good things from the beginning can you solve the problem. Nai, come here, he suggested. Let's attack that barrier together. Immediately after that, the two began to destroy Hai Lingjin's shield. In a moment, everyone's consciousness returned. As soon as they regained their composure, they began to gossip. Some even sighed in relief. Fortunately, Sumu reminded them, otherwise it would have been a big deal. Seeing this scene, Hai Lingjin immediately became angry and shouted, no way, this is impossible. Those mortals, how can you solve the Burning Heart technique? When the male players heard this, they raised their eyebrows and looked at her, their eyes filled with resentment. Hearing these words, Hai Lingjin's eyes were filled with anger as he screamed, daring to use such despicable tricks. Disrespectful to the gods, as soon as she finished speaking, she continuously commanded fire to attack the player. The group of people immediately ran away in fear. Hai Lingjin coldly snorted again, feeling the difference between the gods and the insects. But at this moment, her legs were frozen, tying her in place. Hai Lingjin was so angry that he gritted his teeth and scolded. Damn, just frozen, look at me. It's just that Sumu coldly said, it's too late. Even if a god falls into the crack, it will become food for the crickets. Then he called out his clone. She scolded you for being so arrogant. But Sumu didn't care. He kept mumbling something. His strength was exhausted. The thing that fell claimed to be a divine altar. In just a blink of an eye, Hai Lingjin's entire body was covered by two fairies of fire and ice energy, causing her to suffer great damage. Sumu didn't stop. He activated Liu Ho Tianjiang again. Wet sounds kept coming out. Taking this opportunity, the group of players still alive rushed forward, attacking like a storm towards Hai Lingjin. At the same time, the bone ice created by Sumu stabbed straight into her body. The weapon on his body had fallen. Hai Lingjin weakly knelt on the ground, mumbling in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could I lose? Am I a god? When Sumu heard this, he coldly snorted and scolded. You guys deserve it. You think that you are superior, but you don't hesitate to collude with me. Hai Lingjin, no big deal. What is right? What is evil? Only being strong is the reason to exist. But I always felt like NBC's reaction was wrong. At this moment, black energy suddenly appeared around Hai Lingjin's body, and she madly rushed towards Sumu at full speed. Mortal, the smell on your body is not clean. You might as well go to hell. Just as soon as it arrived in front of him, a jade stone flew out from inside him, causing her movements to immediately slow down. Sumu was also very surprised. Flying ice and phoenix raw stones, could it be that this is the path of phased awakening? While he was confused, the ice phoenix primordial stone began to drain Hai Lingjin's power. Making her angry, what have you done to me? Sumu shouted out. Of course, making you crumble into dust. He told Hak Ling, I guarantee that I will continue to kill God in the future, so that An Shen Alliance will lose power at the altar of God. Hai Lingjin was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only leave a promise before being drained by the ice and phoenix core stone fairy. We would meet again. Sumu was not afraid. Holding the primeval stone tightly in his hand, he hummed and said, I am looking forward to that. At this time, He Tian finally realized where this unusual feeling came from. The other team killed Hai Lingjin. This situation will not happen. In the end, why? Is it because they killed first, or is it some characteristic of Sumu? At the same time, he was looking at the properties of the Peony Ice Phoenix Primordial Stone, and he nodded with satisfaction. It's true that it has reached the awakening stage. It seems like it needs to absorb the power of the god. But the god boss is not the average one. Could it be that their mission has been completed? They are ready to move on to the next level. They reached a stone door. This was the final boss. At this moment, a slit of light suddenly emitted from the door. On the other hand, at Mount Colin in the real world, the rescue team from the scientific archaeology team finally arrived, but the leader wanted to touch the statue in front of the cave store. Although Tian Yang tried to persuade him, the captain of the magnificent rescue team stubbornly said, "No, Dr. Tu. When did you become so jumpy? I must definitely bring this back." Tian Yang was a bit awkward, not knowing how to answer. A colleague ran in panic. "Mr. Duong, it's not good. That ancient centipede has escaped." One of the rescue team kept wanting to see, but when we weren't paying attention, he opened it. When Tian Yang heard this, he angrily scolded him. "What the hell? Why did this happen?" Then he stopped paying attention to the miracle and followed his colleague back. A moment later, while they were running, an argument broke out, and Wei wanted to enter that cave again. Tian Yang angrily scolded. It was easy for him to say it, but the great man was very confident and said, "What's wrong? We can't go back empty-handed, right? There's no rush. If your archaeological team is scared, then there's no need to go." Immediately after that, he led his men to leave the resting area, coldly smiling and ordering, "Come on guys, let's go into that tunnel ourselves to catch insects, and cooperate with the archaeological team." Tian Yang hesitated for a long time, and finally followed them. The giant nodded with satisfaction. As long as he went inside and found the ancient cricket, his mission was completed. A moment later, the magnificent figure led the group into the basement. It's still the darkest color that makes others afraid. Just like that, the group went deep inside, with Tian Yang next to them as they walked and reminded them to go a little further. That's where we discovered the cricket. Everyone is careful, not knowing if it carries the virus or not. When Kaitu heard this, he snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? We have guns, brothers. Check to see if the bullets are loaded, if the gun is opened." Tian Yang looked at him so stubbornly and reluctantly advised you guys not to shoot around. "Inside, all of those things are very valuable. This is the runway. If we destroy the structure, we will most likely be buried alive." Kaitu originally wanted to say something, but at this moment he saw movement in a corner of the cave. He quickly pointed his flashlight in that direction and shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Just before receiving an answer, Kaivi immediately opened fire. Tian Yang quickly reminded, "Kaivi, what are you doing? There are people." Unfortunately, Kaitu's gun kept pulling the trigger, causing fire to flash in the dark basement. On the other hand, in the apocalypse world, at the Snow Forest altar, Sumu's group reached the birthplace of the demon god. The surrounding environment caused the players to panic quite a bit. "What the hell? Deformed, I'm so surprised. This stage is so difficult." Sumu observed for a moment, then gave the order. The assassin and the archer were responsible for one thing, placing small white flowers. Soldiers, magicians, and wizards, along with me, focused all our strength on attacking the boss, immediately placing small white flowers in the beam of light. Hearing his words, everyone immediately followed suit, placing the flower in the surrounding rays of light. In just a blink of an eye, the flower was covered by that light. At this moment, from within that strange shape, an arm suddenly appeared. This scene caused the players to panic. In everyone's terrified eyes, a monster appeared in that round, misshapen mass. They immediately backed away. In front of them is a monster named Hoengan. But what is more surprising is its properties. Everyone was even more frightened. Its properties were too strange. The defense stat is so unbelievably high, even Sumu is surprised. Probably surpassed the current attack stat. It's just that he still steadfastly spoke up. Having come here, how can he give up if he doesn't try? Currently the mechanism has not been activated yet. The assassin went to look to see if there was any place where white flowers had not been placed in the light beam. At this moment, the monster's eyes suddenly turned red, so they couldn't do any damage at all. It punched down fiercely, directly killing a player. It kills people without mercy. Its giant claws constantly descend, causing many players to die. While everyone thought they couldn't fight anymore, and Shen suddenly shouted, "I found it. I found the last ray of light. I threw it in." As soon as his words ended, the lights in front of him burst out in mid-air, making him a bit surprised. Seeing this scene, Sumu also happily spoke up. His body has been activated. "Good job, Anshen." At this moment, those rays of light seemed to turn into silk ropes, tightly binding the monster, causing its health bar to continuously fall. Taking this opportunity, Sumu also started to fight back. At the same time, he also instructed everyone that the Hoengan's defense had dropped to 100 points. Now was the time to go all out. The opportunity was limited. As soon as his words ended, everyone appeared at the same time, sending fire and ice arrows flying like rain, causing the monster's health to continuously decrease. At the same time, Sumu also created a brilliant fire that attacked him, causing huge damage. It's just that your firepower isn't enough. There's no time left. Sumu persistently turned the fire towards the monster. Its health bar continued to decrease, but it did nothing to its extremely large amount of health. Biting his lip fiercely, he frowned and shouted loudly, "Still not enough." Everyone helped attack with full force. But at this moment, the ropes on the monster's body had begun to destroy it. The flowers inside that light were also slowly destroyed. Sumu quickly shouted, tied up as tightly as possible for melee combat, and prepared to retreat. But it was too late. The rope had already been removed, its defense continued to increase. and all the white flowers had turned into nothing. As soon as it regained its freedom, the monster began attacking the player. Many people died in its hands. The way of death was extremely pitiful. They were torn to death by it. Blood splattered everywhere. Sumu pursed his lips slightly. He quickly reminded, spread out, attack tactics, attract firepower, do all he could to pull the boss, iron guests and archers to prepare. The next light target was about to be renewed. Everyone started working as he told them, using firepower and ice to attack it. However, it did not cause any injuries. At this moment, He Tian held his sword and rushed forward. He slashed its body, but it was no exception. The damage was so low that he didn't dare look straight. He cried out in surprise. The heavy sword attack could only hit 19 points. Even so, he did not give up and slashed again, but the result was still the same. What's more surprising is that it can still restore health. This made He Tian's face a bit unsightly. At the same time, the rays of light began to appear again, and Shen quickly spoke up. The rays of light appeared, quickly put in the white flowers. The moment the white flower completely fell into the rays of light, the sedge rope once again tied the monster's body. Everyone quickly got into position, then began to attack continuously towards it. Sumu was not idle either. He continued to use firepower to attack. Sumu knew clearly that this was definitely going to be a long battle. With the current formation, the entire team could be destroyed at any time, but he still wanted to try the ultimate challenge. On the other side, at Fengming Street, around the snowy forest, there was a group of people appearing in this place. The leader was Mo Zifa. He asked his subordinates in a low voice, "Are you sure you are the team of the six-layer blade?" The other person immediately nodded and replied, "Sure," but the famous Mu Shen was also there. Hearing these words, Mo Zifa immediately promised coldly. It seemed that this guy Mu Shen's background was not small at all. The other person continued to say, "Those Mu Shen group of people must have scrounged up some profit, or so could we." Just before he finished speaking, Mo Zifa's eyes were full of meaning. He asked in a dark voice, "Are you teaching me how to work?" The other guy hung his head in fear, his mouth twitching. He continued to say, "You guys said Mu Shen is only level 11, a low-level kid. What kind of ability does he have to invite the two presidents of the Great Guild?" The other person was even more scared, unable to say a word. Mo Zifa was even more proud. "I really want to meet this Mu Shen. Besides, get ready, we'll wait here for them to come out." The group behind immediately received the order. This time, Mo Zifa's eyes were full of determination. "Mu Shen, before this was different. Anyone can reach the top. You are still only level 11. Don't blame me for your incompetence." On the other side, at the Snow Forest altar, an hour has passed but Sumu's group has still not defeated the silver disaster monster. Its health bar is still more than half. The second boy couldn't raise his eyebrows. The firepower wasn't enough. The whole team had increased it, but the firepower was still not enough. They've used the beam 9 times and still haven't been able to kill them. The only thing waiting for them is that the entire team will be destroyed. But at this moment, the monster's health bar was full again. The players were even more panicked. Their health had broken through the limit. How to play now? At the same time that beam of light emitted again, everyone skillfully ran towards it and placed white flowers inside. But before all the flowers had been placed, the monster suddenly raised its head and made a handcuffing scream, causing the players to not be able to help but cover their hands. Sumu's face became even more solemn and hateful, and in the end, she still let him use it before growing up. This is a soul absorption skill. It cannot be avoided. It cannot be resisted. Far into the soul absorption range, everyone will turn into a statue of that person. In just a blink of an eye, the player was frozen into a statue. Even He Tian and An Shen are no exceptions, but their states are quite opposite. He Tian found it quite interesting. An Shen was trembling with fear. "Big brother, I'm one step ahead. I'm not willing." Sumu on this side also began to freeze. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, failed in the end. The entire army was destroyed. All his efforts were wasted. While he was in despair, Zhang Xuan suddenly spoke up. "Don't be ashamed. At best, let's start over from the beginning together." Sumu opened his eyes in surprise. Then he sighed sadly, apologizing for making everyone work hard for so long. "I knew full well that I would fail and would make everyone surrender their lives in vain. It's just that he hadn't finished speaking yet." Zhang Xuan interrupted. "You're too aggressive, don't forget, we're from the same guild. We trust you, follow you. Don't take all the pressure on yourself. We're friends." After saying this, she also froze into a statue, but her words kept repeating in Sumu's head, this word friend, long time no hear. But are they really friends? The lapis lazuli outfit she needed was auctioned off. Obviously you threw away the word friend a long time ago, but even if it's for friends, I can't lose. In just my eyes, everyone in this place was frozen. The monster still kept catching those human statues. He put them in his mouth and swallowed them. At this moment, its eyes noticed something. Lost in the forest of statues, that person had an egg that was also frozen. Not long after, its shell began to crack. Waiting until the shell completely broke, Sumu appeared from inside again. 100 divine powers is truly a luxury, so luxurious that in his previous life, even when he died, he never had it. but for the sake of this monster, he did not hesitate to use it all. As soon as it saw Sumu, the monster's eyes suddenly flashed with panic. Right after that, it rushed towards him again. Sumu coldly said. There was no rush. The faster the person was, the closer the person's time of death would be. As soon as he finished speaking, he called out his clone. Sumu looked at the clone and said, I will check its legs. You go drop white flowers to activate the mechanism. Immediately, the clone ran towards those rays of light, while Sumu stayed behind to block the monster's path. The clone kept throwing white flowers towards the rays of light. The moment all the flowers were placed inside, the binding strings appeared again. In a few moments, it tightly bound the monster's body. Taking this opportunity, Sumu opened the Hand of Death, increasing his attack by 100. Immediately after, he created Li Huo Tianjiang, burying it in a sea of flames. Even though the damage Sumu caused was a lot, compared to its health bar, it was insignificant. He continued to use firepower to attack it, until its health bar was only 1/3 left. At this time, Sumu stopped. He retracted the flame, then created flower mist and illusory dance. Right after that, Sumu threw it towards the monster. This was the attack he performed on Jiang Wan's behalf. But that wasn't all. He created 2 ice frost bars. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu slashed towards the monster. He coldly mumbled, This attack is for An Shen. After that, Sumu jumped down from the air, smiled coldly and asked, How is it? The magic performance comes from a senior magician. Do you like it? Immediately afterwards, a fire sword appeared in his hand. This attack was to kill a god, that is, the lower world. He fiercely stabbed into its chest. Its health bar had almost reached the bottom. With one final blow, Sumu activated Li Huo Tianjiang twice in succession, causing the monster to explode directly. He took revenge for the entire Wind God Valley. Sumu remembered you with pride, successfully killed him, performed complete magic, and the Snow Forest altar also successfully passed the test. Just at this moment, someone suddenly appeared on the altar. A low sound rang out again. I didn't expect you guys to actually succeed. Sumu was a bit startled. What's going on? You remember from your previous life. But the evil breath on your body made me unable to help but take it seriously. But at this moment, the other person was suddenly tied up by something. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. What's the hurry? I didn't say anything. Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Sumu glanced at the other person, suspiciously asked, Who exactly are you? He frankly replied, Who am I? It's not important. The important thing is for you to clarify. Who are you? Quickly go to Baidong Thang, there is the answer you need. As soon as he finished speaking, the other person disappeared without a trace. Sumu followed the traitor's eyebrows high. He had really been eliminated. In this sky, could there still be some highly intelligent existence? Sumu felt very strange. Since he was reborn, the apocalypse world was strange everywhere, making it clear who he was. Because the Snow Forest altar successfully passed, Sumu's entire team was successfully revived. Everyone was still confused as to why they won. Then they saw the monster's body lying on the ground. Everyone was immediately happy. And Shen hugged Sumu's leg and cried, Big brother, I thought I would never see you again. Surely you helped us overcome the hurdle, right? He angrily pushed his hand away and scolded him, letting go. Even He Tian went to thank Sumu. The comeback victory was so unexpected. He thought it was related to that ice phoenix crystal. However, this must be related to Sumu's secret. He didn't pay attention to their nonsense and quickly looked at the reward. Thanks to this mission, Sumu reached SSS level. Seeing these words, Sumu was immediately happy. Only one of the 3 levels had a perfect score, yet he was able to reach the SSS level. Maybe it's because without you, the team wouldn't be able to complete the final stage, so they gave you SS points. There are also many other rewards, notably the opportunity to learn cross-career skills. Sumu's smile is almost unbearable. This is something rare and hard to find. At the same time, He Tian also finished looking at the reward and happily spoke up. Sure enough, finding the hidden reward in Apocalypse is the real key to becoming strong. Everyone around him was also very happy about this. A moment later, outside the Snow Forest, at the transmission point, Sumu's group left the Snow Forest altar, preparing to rest. But at this moment, An Shen seemed to realize something. He exclaimed in surprise, Big brother. What he discovered was that there were many people around. In just a blink of an eye, the people hiding in the snow began to stand up, constantly shooting arrows at them. He quickly commanded. The soldiers opened their shields, the wizard healed, the others took cover. However, the opponent's attack was extremely ferocious. Even though they created shields to defend themselves, they still could not avoid taking damage. Sumu, Jiang Wan, and An Shen hid on one side. Sumu slowly spoke up. In the distance, there were dozens of enemy mages quickly approaching, truly well prepared. An Shen hesitantly asked, How are you going to fight? Mu Shen didn't reply. He texted the guild and started telling everyone the plan. Iron Guest will hide and infiltrate the enemy's mage formation, while the 3 people An Shen and Jiang Wan He Tian act together. The other party immediately looked down on him. 3 people still dare to confront 100 of us. This Mu Shen really takes himself too seriously. Right after that, he immediately shouted an order. First kill the 3 people of Mu Shen and then give all the benefits from their hidden copies to me. As soon as they finished speaking, they threw a fireball at Su Mu's group. He Tian quickly created a mountain shield, blocking all the flames outside. At the same time, Su Mu jumped into the air, skillfully summoning a fire. Muzafa did not take this action in his eyes. He laughed out loud disdainfully. What a fool, daring to jump into the air. Everyone focused on attacking him, catching him once and for all. Hearing these words, the second boy couldn't help but sneer. After that, Su Mu quickly summoned heavenly fire, a brilliant fire burning in the air, enveloping Mo Zifa's players. At this moment, Mo Zifa realized the danger. He trembled and mumbled, "This is not a magician's skill. What skill is this?" After Su Mu took action, the hunt officially began. Their health bars continued to decrease, creating opportunities for people from Fengthan Valley to assassinate. Seeing his people constantly dying, Mo Zifa's face immediately became ugly. "I'm level 17 and still don't have this skill. Mu Shen must have learned a hidden skill. Give it all to me. I must kill him." Su Mu quickly killed the assassin, reaching out to support him. Zhang Xuan also conveniently treated the assassin. He kept apologizing. "I was causing more trouble for the president." Su Mu scolded dissatisfiedly and said something nonsense. He said, "Look, no one cares who they came here for, as long as they dare to touch Fengthan Kok. That will be the enemy of the whole team." From today, Su Mu must also let others know that his Wind God Cup is not easy to mess with. Immediately after that, he relentlessly commanded his men to massacre Mo Zifa's men. Seeing this scene, Mo Zifa was angry and cold. He did not expect that the 6-year-old man would receive such a warm thigh. We carefully prepared the ambush, but it was easily solved, and his teammates also suggested retreating. But at this moment, a knife was pressed against Mo Zifa's neck. An Shen coldly spoke. It was too late to run. He instantly froze, trembling and begging, "Don't kill me." And Shen's lips were disdainful. Why is he so handsome? Having said that, he pulled his eyes to look at him for a moment, then opened his mouth to criticize. "Not handsome at all. Die." Without saying a word, and Shen directly slashed his neck. Mu Zifa hugged his neck and knelt on the ground, his face unable to hide the shock. His teammates quickly turned and ran away. He walked up to Mo Zifa and immediately accused him that he had forced us to become a suicide squad. And Shen next to me remembered you and asked, "Did he just say he would rob us of our equipment?" Su Mu immediately opened his mouth. "Is that so? I didn't hear you." The magician revived him and let him speak again. They kept talking about how to beat Mo Zifa and how to kill him, making Mo Zifa so scared that he peed his pants. On the other hand, at stage 5 of the clear path, a 20-year-old snow tiger monster is wandering in the snow forest. But at this moment, an arrow carrying lightning came from nowhere. It stabbed straight into the snow tiger's body, causing the monster's health bar to fall directly to the ground. At the same time, on a high tree branch, a woman was sitting there, smiling and talking. It must have been very painful. She was a member of the Black Dragon Palace, head to head. She looked down, sighed and mumbled, "When will I get here?" It is said that the first person to reach the S-level main city or higher will receive a special reward. I wonder what the SSS level main city will give. At this time, a person with ID spoke up in the wind. Dat. The team has finished resting, can depart at any time." She nodded and replied, "I know." On the other side, at Fengmin Lo, the revival point in the 3rd section, Su Mu led the group while walking and explaining the plan. He Tian asked next to him, about the hidden missions in stages 3 to 5. "Are there any other plans?" Su Mu sighed and said, "The next stage will be very difficult. Everyone go upgrade first. Meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Listen to his words. Everyone quickly leave." At this moment, Su Mu opened the attribute table and looked at it. He was a little surprised. The accumulated experience had already surpassed his current level by several million. If you use all this experience to upgrade, you can go directly to level 15. However, Su Mu still chose to upgrade the Death God's arm in the end, and the wind instantly came. Making it a bit difficult for Su Mu to stand, he pursed his lips and mumbled, "No. Is it possible that by upgrading the bone-keeping skill, death will come out and cause trouble?" At the same time, at Fengming Lo Stage 3, wind and snow suddenly broke out, causing difficulties for pedestrians here. They had no other choice but to find a nearby cave to take shelter. They were a group of 5 people belonging to the same guild, both level 16. At this time, someone kept complaining about going to the 4th door, but the leader remained silent. After a while, Thang Tu Huan slowly spoke up. It was about to enter the 4th paragraph, but the snowstorm came at the wrong time. There was a problem with this snowstorm. Last night she specifically looked up the official documents. In the 3rd stage of Fengming Lu, 2 monsters were sleeping. One type is the Feng Daibang ice, the other is the Swung Jiao ice, which only appears and operates when there is a snowstorm. Hearing these words, Than Tuhuin reluctantly nodded. Moreover, these 2 types of monsters are enemies of each other. Every time it appears, great battles will break out that are very unfavorable for the players. Everyone should be careful and try not to get involved. On the other hand, Su Mu had just upgraded his Hand of Death skill. Sumu reflexively looked at it and raised her eyebrows. Damage increased by 10%. Effective time has also increased to 3 minutes, which is not bad. In addition, he also received many rewards, in addition to a treasure map piece. Sumu exclaimed in surprise, having been able to find a clue about the legendary equipment. There is hope for my next set of dragon equipment. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He used the remaining experience to upgrade to level 14. In the real world, at the private club in Tianthang City, Yu Feng looked at the person next to him and said, Xie Lin, I haven't treated you badly over the years, right? Xie Lin was his secretary. She sat on his lap, missed you, and said with a smile, Master is my lady. He couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. It took a while before he spoke up. Tonight there was a meeting with the Yukthan Guild. If there is an opportunity, we can discuss cooperation. You know what to do, right? Xie Lin winked and smiled and said, I know. At night, at the 3 p.m. bar. Qin wandered left and right, hugging the two women next to him very freely. Yu Feng, opposite, kept pouring wine, his attitude extremely flattering. Qinlang smiled coldly and said, I heard that one of your guilds was destroyed by Mu Shen. Is it because your team is not formidable, or is it because Mu Shen is not average? Yu Feng bit his lip fiercely, wanting to refute but he couldn't. Qinlang glanced at her, then smiled and said, Okay, everyone go out, let this beautiful girl stay with me, face to face, you go out too. Leaving with an unwilling face in his heart, Yu Feng walked out with a happy mood. It seems that this matter is about to happen. Once he has support, he will take revenge on Sumu later. At the same time at Sumu's house, he was doing weightlifting. His whole body was covered in sweat. Sumu was resting while watching the news. He noticed the news. There was an avalanche on Mount Kolan. The scientific research team was buried by the avalanche, and part of the rescue team was also named to Tianyang. Sumu's face immediately became unsightly. His father was in trouble. He didn't expect that he came to Mount Kolan because he discovered the Ice Phoenix idol, but under the impression that this never happened in his previous life, and his parents moved away to protect him, Sumu suddenly thought of a reason. Many maps of Apocalypse are similar to reality. Could it be that what Dad encountered this time was related to the fact that he encountered the Ice Phoenix illusion in the Phoenix Valley? Feeling anxious, Sumu wanted to call his parents, but before he could, his mother called first. She said you two were okay. The avalanche had been cleared. Don't worry anymore. Sumu wanted to continue asking, but his mother interrupted. Dear son, wait until everything is over. Mom brought you here. What your dad discovered this time was very powerful. At that time Mom took you to open your eyes. Sumu nodded sadly, then took a deep breath. It's good that my parents are okay. It made me scared. On the other hand, in the Kolan Mountains, after Ye Qing turned off the phone, he sighed helplessly. Son, the snow is just a way for the Empire to block the news. Even though your father is okay, this time he discovered it. Having said this, she immediately stopped. She looked towards the rescue team and reluctantly asked why she was frozen in the underground tunnel of Kolan Mountain. What will they bring to this world? What are these ice statues? At Sumu's house, after receiving news that his parents were okay, he immediately went to bed to rest. It's just that before turning off the phone to go to sleep, she received a call from Trin Yu. Sumu raised her eyebrows. This girl, she's still looking for you to talk to you this late. What's the purpose? Trin Yu wanted to go to the same main city with him. She also got a strange material, a map piece. Sumu immediately raised his eyebrows when he saw the image. It was a fragment of the treasure map he had previously obtained, but Trin Yu actually found a piece, luckily not bad. Sumu exclaimed excitedly. The treasure map recorded the location where the powerful evil spirit had fallen. In this secret realm, those who excel will find legendary equipment, legendary skills, and even something beyond legend. Anyway, Sumu couldn't act too agitated, otherwise she would think she was being grabbed, so she couldn't lose face. Thinking about it, he replied, This thing is useless, but Trin Yu has already captured his heart. The expression on Sumu's face immediately stiffened. He sighed helplessly. It was too difficult. While Sumu didn't know what to do, Trin Yu replied. She said she would come find him to give him that map. Sumu felt that this was very problematic, but the map was right in front of her eyes. There was no other way, he had to tell her where he was. The two said a few more words and then said goodbye to each other. At the same time, in a villa area, Trin Yu sat on the porch, looked intently at the phone, and sighed for a long time. Actually, I have found you, Mu Shen. But she didn't understand why Sumu refused to proactively tell her his apocalypse information. Remembering Zhang Wan, she spoke sadly again. Is it because I'm not born like her? After a long night, at 8 a.m. the next morning, everyone began to gather in the game. Everyone had already leveled up. Looking at Anshen's rank, the second Sumu couldn't help but suggest, Your rank is higher than mine, let's play life and death commands. Anshen shrank her neck in fear, not saying a word less. At this moment, the system's mechanical sound rang out again. Stage 2 Phoenix Bright Road, Kotlan Mountain Range. Players please pay attention. When Anshen heard this, he immediately spoke up indignantly. Last night I looked up the information. The number of these two strong monsters was very large. I didn't expect to awaken. Sumu calmly said, "It's okay to follow me and leave." On the other side, at the cave where Tiu Haiyan's group was sheltering from the snow, as soon as everyone gathered, Tiu Haiyan spoke seriously. Everyone thinks that the higher the level of the main city, the better. But now no one has reached the SSS level main city. The players who reached the main city had already reached level 25. They couldn't give up, they couldn't delay anymore. They thought everyone would be afraid, but everyone trusted Tiu Huyan very much. She thought for a moment, then spoke again, believing that as long as she could come to the city, all her sacrifices would be rewarded. "Let's attack together and rush out. The dragon squad is not timid." After that, everyone left the cave. Tiu Huyan reminded everyone as he walked, "We don't have assassins, we can't sense danger. Everyone be careful." They slowly walked forward, but not long after, Tiu Huyan noticed something had changed, so she quickly reminded everyone. Not long after, an ice phoenix eagle suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately dispersed, then used mountain shields to shield themselves. Dan Chu Vu is the archer. She leads the attack. Chu Keat in the blood field of the eldest sister. She is in charge of suppressing. Chu Nian, Chu Ho, the two of them attack. As soon as the words fell, everyone continued to attack the ice phoenix eagle. Just at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Tia Huyan cried out in panic. Something was flowing up extremely fast under her feet. Everyone needed it. Just before she finished speaking, a monster rose from the ground, knocking her away. As soon as the monster emerged, it rushed towards the ice phoenix eagle in the sky. In just a blink of an eye, two monsters rushed into battle. The shock caused by this battle was so great that Thane Python's group of people were thrown everywhere. Tia Huyan quickly said, "Go, quickly leave this place." They quickly dodged away and gathered together in one place for a while. At this moment, the ice phoenix eagle spit out a ball of ice and snow. With a sound, there was an explosion here. Tiu Huan led everyone to run away. However, before they could run for long, many bone-cold monsters appeared in front of them, blocking their path, making them panic. Not only were their paths blocked on the ground, many ice phoenix eagles appeared in the sky. They were surrounded by two groups of monsters. They were mortal enemies. As soon as they met, they started fighting. Earth-shattering explosions continuously emitted. Two groups of monsters, one from Earth to the other from heaven, constantly rushed into each other. The impact from this battle was too great. The little master standing next to him was unfortunately hit by their attack. His health bar was directly reduced by half. Tiu Vu quickly ran to help him, then glanced at Tiu Huyan and asked, "Big sister, what should I do?" She pursed her lips and said, "If we can't escape this time, we'll all die. Since we can't escape, then there's no need to hide anymore." Just at this moment, a fire magic formation suddenly appeared in the sky. Tiu Huyan raised his head in surprise. Who was it? The flames continued to burn the monsters. Inside that fire, he saw Anshen's group of people constantly rushing into the siege and killing. Anshen did not shout, but followed the big brother to harvest all the way, gaining experience. A shocking scene happened. The two groups of ferocious monsters she had just now suddenly became like fish in a pond, constantly being killed by the army of Fongthan Valley. Tiu Huyan's group of people outside looked bewildered and speechless. While in doubt, a low voice suddenly rang out from within. In the face of absolute power, everything was like floating clouds. Tiu Huyan's group turned their heads in surprise. Seeing the person coming, they were immediately surprised. It was Mu Shen. Why is he here? Tiu Huyan took the lead and said gratefully, "Thanking you guys." Tom Mok shook his head and smiled and said, "Nothing." He recognized them. In his previous life, this python was also considered famous, a character who dared to fight and dare to kill. At this time, Tiu Huyan suddenly spoke again. "Sir Mu Shen, can we join your guild? We will definitely not get in everyone's way." The group of people behind were immediately surprised, then listened to her and wanted to join the guild. Tom Mok calmly said, "You guys go find Anshen, the personnel is not under my control." So right after that, Anshen arranged 5 little Huan people into Fongthan Valley. "You lead the group forward, brothers. Keep moving forward. We will kill the area of ice phoenix eagles and cold bones." 3 days later, in the 5th stage of Fengming Lo, the group of wood shrimp arrived at this place. Wooden shrimp looked around, then spoke up. "The final hurdle. Beyond this lake will be a new chapter. Everyone's level has increased, with thousands of ice phoenix eagles and cold bones meeting. It can be said that the most experienced monster this year is finally about to reach the main city, but Michael's trial is still not completed." While he was thinking, the system made a sound again, passing through the broken sky and reaching the mysterious frozen citadel. Legend has it that under the heavenly lake there is no terrifying sea monster lurking. Zhang Xuan slightly frowned and mumbled. "A deadly sea monster," the wood shrimp said calmly. "It must be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once alarmed, there will be no luck. If you don't know the mechanism, it will be difficult to solve." At the same time, the people of Black Dragon Palace were hiding and observing them. My mind followed the wind and said in a deep voice, "Dada, I have never seen this team before. It seems like they are new." The champion boy player next to him happily spoke up. The leader was the one who had achieved the achievement of defeating the boss first twice. Dada softly reminded him, "Take a look, don't be discovered by their assassins." Having said this, she continued to say that even though the situation seemed difficult, Apocalypse could not arrange a deadlock on the way to the SSS-level main city. Keeping an eye on them, perhaps there would be a surprising harvest. Sumu didn't know that the group of people were watching him. He was now step by step instructing everyone to safely pass through this place. Shen was extremely excited to go first. He happily spoke up. The 2 blocks were completely parallel on the left side. The thin, uneven wire was stepped on the thin side. The pink area was in the south direction, rotating around the ice surface, rotating around. Just having said this, he couldn't remember anymore. The words couldn't continue to be said, and several people from Sumu immediately sighed helplessly. A moment later, they followed the path created by Shen, step by step forward, and were soon ready to reach the shore. But at this moment, a sudden mutation occurred. Shen saw something coming. Fortunately, He-Tian reacted promptly, creating a shield to protect both of them. Unfortunately, the arrow coming from afar shattered his shield, causing him to suffer damage. More dangerously, he jumped onto the ice that shouldn't have been touched when he was hit by that arrow. Immediately, the lake's surface began to move violently. Everyone panicked. Sumu's face was also very unsightly. He-Tian's defense was high enough. There is also the Sun Thuan that can also block some damage. Yet this arrow can still knock away 700 health. This opponent is not simple. But the important thing you need to pay attention to right now is the monster under the lake. In just a blink of an eye, the lake surface was completely covered by the beast. As soon as Sumu saw it, she panicked even more. This giant beast Yu Ying, receiving the bloodline inheritance of the former Shadow, is a beast that protects and guards the city. At this moment, the giant beast Yu Ying spat something out of its mouth. Tornadoes began to appear on the ice. Every place it passes is a life lost. Not long after, Sumu's entire army was destroyed. A moment later, at the revival place of the 5th stage, Shen was still dissatisfied about being attacked earlier, and shouted loudly, "Who did it just now?" Sumu glanced around, spoke in a cold voice, peeping on the route, sabotaging our crossing of the lake. If he had already taken action, why didn't he show up? Hearing these words, a very sultry voice rang out in the air. Having been discovered, it was worthy of being a big man who had mastered 2-second spells. As soon as these words ended, a gust of wind suddenly swept past. Then all the people of Black Dragon Palace appeared, led by Dada. She coldly snorted and said, "We're out. What happens next?" Sumu frowned slightly, so it was them again. Their previous life was the first guild that could not be passed on. The elite among the elite use life and death orders to eliminate the weak. The loser must leave the guild, and are strong opponents. Black Dragon Palace is very strong. With the quality of Sumu's team, the whole team will probably be destroyed, but he has the confidence to take down the leader. After thinking about it, he said in a cold voice, "We are not easy to tease. You guys should quickly apologize to us for just now." Hearing these words, Dada's face showed disdain. She asked with an expression, "What did you say?" It's impossible to apologize, but she still wants to thank them. Without them, they wouldn't have known how to cross the lake. The invincible boy next to him quickly urged them to quickly defeat them and then go to the crowded citadel. Hearing these words, Shen immediately got angry and shouted loudly, "Come, I have tolerated you guys for a long time. Today I won't die, I won't stop. With your words, everyone will quickly follow." Dada's expression changed slightly. It couldn't be ignored, but it was a bit difficult to deal with. But one thing was very true. Other teams could also come to this place at any time and fall into the fight. This would be detrimental to her black heart. Thinking of this, she immediately walked out, arrogantly said, "Everyone's goal is to fight each other. I have a proposal for a duel." Having said that, Dada pointed towards Sumu provocatively. "If you can beat me, I will apologize." After hearing Sumu, he coldly snorted, just agreeing with me. Suddenly smiling, Dada pursed her lips and said, "Let me see if the legendary god is worthy of her name." As soon as she finished speaking, she shot an arrow. Sumu on this side was not idle and directly threw a fireball. With a bang, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. However, Dada's arrow still pierced through and shot towards Sumu. He quickly dodged and fell into silence. Archery shooting has extraordinary power, can destroy and pierce fireballs, but the accuracy is not high. Right now, he doesn't have much health, so he can't be impulsive. He should first avoid increasing the color of the stone. Of course, Dada didn't let him escape like that. She pulled the bowstring tight again, preparing to shoot another arrow. She coldly scolded him, "What a cunning guy, but don't try to escape." Sumu heard this and was a bit surprised. Before he could think about anything, the arrow pierced the old tree where he was hiding, and the medicine bottle in Sumu's hand also showed signs of being broken. When everyone saw this scene, they were constantly worried. He-Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in emotion. This Black Dragon Palace girl truly cannot be underestimated. On the contrary, the people of the Black Dragon Palace were extremely proud and boastful. "Don't think you can rest assured that you can escape. Dada is not an ordinary archer. This arrow hasn't finished yet. He can't escape." This sound fell into Sumu's ears, making him a little suspicious. It's still not over. What does this mean? But at this moment he discovered the problem. The arrow's energy had not weakened at all. Just in the eyes of the frog, it suddenly split into 3 arrows, rushing towards Sumu at a speed that broke the wind. This is a skill to attack the heart. 3 arrows will hit 100% even if it's fast. You can't escape. Sumok's face is a bit unsightly. The moment he looked at the hair scale, he called out his clone, letting it pick 3 arrows. At this moment, Sumu took a breath. It was too dangerous. The bloody clone was beaten and only a little blood remained. But he also discovered that girl's weakness. Outside, when she saw this scene, she was a bit surprised. She smiled coldly and said, she didn't expect to be able to use the clone's skills to neutralize this afternoon. So try it again and see how you plan to avoid it. However, at this moment, Sumu suddenly jumped out from the bushes. He used wind and shadow to rush towards the land. This made her think to herself in surprise. This was the occasion when she was hoarding her power to cause chaos. It seemed that Sumu had seen through Dat's one-hit kill route. That means you have such a beautiful dream. Even if this arrow has not accumulated enough strength in time, I still believe it can make you bleed. Thinking of this, she proudly exclaimed, look at me. But at this moment, someone reminded her, Dat, be careful above. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sumu had already called her clone to disturb her. Her arrow just kept shooting into the air. He smacked his lips in disdain. Why did he shoot so tight? Right after that, Sumu activated the skill Dark Mountain Strike, making the ground hover in the middle. When the people outside saw it, they were surprised and exclaimed in disbelief. This is a warrior's skill. How could a magician like him have it? Unconsciously smiling, Sumu remembers your provocation. Is it surprising? This is the reward of the Snow Forest Altar. It's hard not to love it. He has the opportunity to learn skills beyond his profession. Dat bit his lip fiercely, not willing to scold him. Don't be complacent. The next half of my bow and arrow will automatically attack. This time it will only attack the main body. Just need to graze a little. But before she finished speaking, Sumu's clone appeared in front of Dat, making her speechless. Without warning, the clone shot out a field, causing the earth to fly far away. It seemed like she would faint and hit her face on the ground, but he quickly pulled her back. Sumu smiled meaningfully. So what about this? As soon as his words ended, the purple arrow in front of him pierced her body, causing the health bar to immediately hit the bottom. Smiling coldly, Sumu pursed her lips and said, now you only have 4 health points left. If I make a light move, you will die immediately. Still not apologizing to her. I'm so unwilling, you scoundrel. I won't lose. Sumu was in no hurry, used his hand to hit her butt, and asked in a cold voice, are you sorry? This act of building a house of his made Black Dragon's group crazy. On the contrary, and Shen's group here were extremely excited, not expecting him to still have this way of playing. At the same time, Sumu kept patting Dat's butt, forcing her to apologize. Every time he patted her butt, he lost a point of health. The damage wasn't much, but the humiliation was enough. Before the attentive eyes of the crowd, Dat was beaten like a child by Sumu. It made her cry loudly. Even my father hadn't beaten me. Sumok didn't have the slightest sympathy. Her lips said, crying wouldn't be able to get through. There's one last point. I'll say sorry or not. The people of Black Dragon Palace here were angry but couldn't do anything. They could only use martial arts, but Sumu didn't pay any attention. He was waiting for Dat's answer. The insult was too strong. She spoke with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Sumu asked in a cold voice. Apologize to all my people. She looked at everyone aggrievedly and shouted loudly. I apologize to everyone, okay? And Shen at this other time almost had the words Big Brother Too Cool written all over his face. He proudly looked at He Tian and asked with a smile. I told Big Brother to play. Is it great? He Tian nodded slightly but did not answer. Jiang Wan shook his head and felt helpless. On this side, the people of Black Dragon Palace worriedly said, Dat, it's good that you're okay. She still feels embarrassed. Her voice trembled. Don't discuss this anymore. Sumu glanced at them, said slowly, I don't care about what happened before, but now we go to the lake first, no problem. Hearing these words, my mind immediately flew into anger and wanted to scold me. But Dat interrupted. I agreed. But with conditions. 3 days later I wanted to fight again. He frowned slightly and asked, was it necessary? She shouted loudly, yes, for the sake of dignity. But don't use tricks to deceive, do you dare? So right after that, they finally took the solo bet 3 days later at 2 o'clock at Lindongcheng Square. Having reached the agreement, they split up and went to Lindongcheng. Sumu led his men in. The soldiers immediately bowed to them. And Shen too couldn't help but feel emotional. These soldiers are bowing to us. At this moment, the system jumped out to give them a reward for successfully entering Lindongcheng. The reward is so generous, some people feel sorry for themselves. We have worked hard along the way, and it is truly worth it. Sumu glanced at them. Seriously speaking, everyone has worked hard. Now let's take advantage of the time. Whoever changes position, change position. According to his words, everyone quickly dispersed. The progress of world civilization apocalypse only has one. but activating the communication between the main cities requires the progress of world civilization to reach 2. Hurry to get to the top, a new beginning, a new future. Sumak looked at the scroll in his hand and whispered, "One of the benefits of the SSS City Master reward, although it takes too much time, using this will help you avoid the task of transferring to the position of a valet, no loss." Having said that, he immediately used it. 3 new professions immediately appeared, including necromancer, spiritual magician, and sorcerer. Sumu smiled and said with satisfaction, "These 3 systems are great. The magician really makes people fall in love. But the strongest among them is the vocation that I did not have the ability to cultivate in my previous life." Thinking about it, he immediately chose a profession. Very quickly, Sumu successfully changed positions, becoming a powerful wizard. His skills also changed, and the bone-killing formation began to strengthen Bone's Hoavu. The 5 Elements Talisman is a special skill of the sorcerer. You need to pay attention when using it. In addition, he also received the skills of the sorcerer, 10,000 talismans, and the divine action of thunder and lightning. 10,000 talismans attack the group, the Asura Dharma god. Once activated, it will be an invincible humanoid violent machine. The skill of instant teleportation with damage, divine action of thunder and lightning is also great, and Sumu also enhances the destruction of magic talismans. Completing another level up would be perfect. There are so many things to do. Jewelry quests, forming a guild, fame of the cunt. There was also the invitation from the temple. And the thing he was most suspicious of was who the person he met at the Snow Forest altar was. A moment later, Sumu walked in front of a famous businessman. It was a muscular man, wearing a human nose on his head, 4 swords hanging on his back, and a pipe in his hand. He looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Sumu replied frankly, using fame to exchange for something. The famous businessman heard and laughed loudly. "What can you exchange for a little bit of your fame? In my place, in addition to your reputation, the prerequisites must be fulfilled." Sumu thought for a moment, then asked him to give him the task. Without saying anything, "That's it. The level given by a famous merchant is the highest level. The difficulty level is the same, so what's the difference?" He also asked him to choose. Sumu chose a big one, but he turned around and said, "These tasks are too simple. Let me change another task for you." Sumu exclaimed in surprise, "It's easy to level danger. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous to change the other way?" But the countdown time for accepting the mission had begun, and he had no other choice but to accept. The famous merchant immediately took out something and said, "Take this with you. Go to Uncle City to find Uncle Nguyet. She knows what to do." Sumu took what was in his hand, remembering you slowly. The mission was intimate and special. The reward would surely be extremely generous. But when I came to Uncle City to find Uncle Nguyet, thinking about this, Sumu immediately thought of something. His face distorted, he remembered. Uncle Nguyet is the NPC that causes waves of terror to spread throughout the world of Apocalypse. Who knows, he already has the blood of so many players on his hands. Sumu hesitantly looked at the famous businessman and asked in a low voice, "Is it okay if I don't accept this mission?" But he remained silent, making him even more anxious. "Don't say anything," pointing a sharp finger at you. Sumu had to turn around and leave, wondering if Uncle Nguyet is normal right now. If it was like your previous life, wouldn't you surrender your life? At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. "Young man, secrets are not easily revealed." Sumu was startled and glanced at him. Was this sentence intentionally told to me? Was there an illusion that it didn't look like an NPC, or was it because he was thinking too much? What secret is this world hiding? On the other side of Lamdong Thon, Sumu found a blacksmith. He assigned him the task of finding someone to pay him, so Sumu accepted it. At this moment, the system popped up a notification again. Under the efforts of all the brave heroes, the world's electricity has increased by 2%. Sumak was happy when he heard it. It's getting more and more promising. At the same time, the rankings of the Tian Qingwo Long server also appeared. A big man who topped both the personal and weapon strength tables appeared. The world channel immediately exploded. Everyone was curious who this big guy who loved cows was. On the contrary, Sumu admired this person very much. Not only did he have a level 15 legendary weapon, he also leveled up twice, and also added 15. How unfair. But after thinking carefully, he immediately became happy again. The tall tree breathed the wind. This Thien guy was easily noticed by people. Ignoring this, Sumu found a place to text people in the guild. The person who texted the most was An Shen. After Sumu read his message, he immediately became dissatisfied and changed positions to focus on beauty. This guy dances all day. Reluctantly sighing, Sumu continued to text everyone about the upcoming plans, then made an appointment with them at 10 a.m. 2 days later. After the instructions were finished, he sat on the roof and looked at the moon. He couldn't help but feel emotional. The late-night scenery of the SSS-level main city was really beautiful. The moon of the eastern city was indeed rounder. In the real world, at the secret research base under Mount Colon, Tian Yang pushed Uncle Qin into the wheelchair, telling him about the great man's story. He would be imprisoned for selling information to the enemy. Uncle Qin snorted and scolded him. He deserved it. Tian Yang sighed helplessly, feeling sorry for the researcher who was injured by Uncle Chin's leg. Being in jail was too light for him. Yi Ching, who was next to him, also said dissatisfiedly that it was all a disaster caused by money. Uncle Qin nodded and replied, "You're right. Do you know how much other countries paid for the ancient model? That 100 million, if it weren't for a peaceful era, those thieves would have sailed a warship to rob it a long time ago." Hearing these words, Tianyang regretfully shook his head. Unfortunately, in the days we have been researching, there has not been any important progress. Currently, only a few small conclusions have been drawn about these ancient centipedes, but there is no progress regarding the Ice Phoenix and Ice Soldier statues. At this time, Tianyang suddenly said in a low voice, "Right, Uncle Qin, everyone go to the cold cellar. I see the ice soldiers there are strange." Uncle Qin was startled and asked, "What's the problem? Let's go and see." A moment later, in the cold cellar of the secret research base, where the Ice Phoenix statue and the human statue were kept, Uncle Qin looked around and asked suspiciously, "Are these Ice Soldier statues all hollow? Where are the others? Are they all the same?" Having said that, he thought for a moment, then opened his mouth again. "Do you suspect that these ice soldiers are the parasitic bodies of crickets, that hole?" But he spoke for a long time and still no one answered, so he called out suspiciously, "Yang Zi, what's wrong with you?" Only seeing this different time, Tianyang's face was very unsightly. He mumbled tremblingly that Ice Soldier was moving. On the other hand, at Thianthom, after exiting the game, Sumu went out to eat at night. Tomorrow he had to meet Uncle Mugit. Naturally he was a little scared. Things have come to this point. Fear is useless, just eat first. While he was happily eating and drinking, a girl came uninvited. She waved at him as if asking, "Sir, what a coincidence, are you going alone?" Sumu looked at her bewilderedly and asked, "Who are you?" Kyuta said with a bit of heartache, "The minister didn't recognize me. I'm Lak Kyuta. Last time you helped me win the competition." Now he remembered who the person in front of him was. When he heard Sumu recognize him, he was happy and carelessly took a bite of the meat skewer, then smiled and said, "Last time I invited you to dinner, this time you invite me, no problem." Sumu was a bit speechless. Kyutu didn't know what he was thinking. He was still happily eating and drinking and talking. "Sir, are you on the Thien Thing Go Along server?" Sumu Trong often replied, "No." She sighed when she heard it. Her tone was full of regret, originally wanting to say that Thangjiang City's master had discovered the entrance to the secret map, and wanted to invite him to form a team. "Secret map entrance?" he asked back in surprise. Q2 slowly explained, "A stranger accidentally solved its mechanism, then discovered the secret map entrance. Someone had already entered." Sumu openly opened his mouth. "That map is Emperor Qing's secret realm." Kotu was a bit surprised why Sumu knew. He said on the forum, "The players of Thangjiang main city were still very lucky." So quickly, a new secret copy was discovered, and today the communication authority under the main city was also started. Sumu quickly texted the 3 people at Jiangwen, meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning at the teleportation tower to go to Thangjiang main city. But looking at An Shen's reply, he really regretted accepting him into the guild. After that, he texted a warning that if he didn't come early, he would be abandoned. An Shen immediately cried and made nonsense and was directly attacked by Sumu. The next morning, at Dongthang, the 3 people at Jiangwan had already arrived. Sumu looked at An Shen dancing there. Lips asked, "Why did you come?" He happily replied, "How can girls be as important as Big Brother?" After that, An Shen took out his sword. "Remember you boasted, I changed my job to a hidden swordsman, just need to be handsome, enhanced with 10 light effects. Jiang Vuong on this side will be changed to Dr. Quang Min. From now on the healing power will be even greater." On the contrary, He Tian has not changed his profession yet. An Shen asked suspiciously, "Why haven't you changed your profession yet?" He Tian shook his head and replied, "I haven't thought of it yet." Sumu was also very surprised and said, "This is an important matter, you should think about it." At this moment Jiang Vuong spoke again. "I received news that Black Dragon Palace will teleport all players to the Winter Citadel." Sumu raised her eyebrows and spoke up. "This is not good for us, let's gather our strength to develop together." A moment later, at the teleportation tower of Lamdong Citadel, a lovely little elf appeared in the air, smiling happily. "Dear heroes, the citadel was extremely numerous. It took about 2 hours to wait." Sumu was not surprised. At this time, the little elf suddenly spoke up. "There is a secret technique that can help everyone without waiting, but the cost when using the secret technique is extremely large. Each person only needs 5,000 coins. Without hesitation, Sumu pointed at An Shen. "Isn't it just a secret teleportation technique?" He looked at him bewilderedly, and in the end, he still paid for it. A moment later, they teleported to Thongdiang City. Just like the little elf said, there are a lot of people gathered here, probably because of the secret environment. In addition, they also met acquaintances, a group of people from Black Dragon Palace. One after another, they all changed careers. Sumu silently observed her, but has already turned into a control mystic master. The setup is not bad. 1 arrow kills 1 person. Unfortunately, you are not an ordinary magician. One day he saw Sumu as a loser symbol. but secretly befriended him. This scene had also appeared in his previous life. Sumu was still considered the big man who led the way. They quickly went inside, only to see an extremely desolate scene around. This place was quite similar to the ancient world in everyone's imagination. Jiang Huinyu couldn't help but feel that at the end of the world, different areas will have different cultural contexts. This place is similar to our Sun Hai mythology. Look at the ancient mountains over there. But Sumu shook his head to deny. It was not a mountain range, but an ancient giant. Information and stories of giants quickly appeared. He pointed in a direction and suggested, "Let's go, we'll go there." He Tian looked slightly at Sumu's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a sword hole?" En Shen said in fear, "Do we have to go to the top of that sword hole? It looks so scary." Regardless of how they reacted, they still followed him towards it, quickly arriving at an empty lot. But at this moment, En Shen suddenly exclaimed, "What just patted my head?" Yang Huang glanced at him, asked him comfortably, "What's wrong with you?" I was so startled, he quickly shook his head. "I'm not kidding." Right after that, En Shen suddenly saw black shadows floating in the air. They kept flying around everyone. But with just one blink of his eyes, he couldn't see it anymore, making him cry out angrily. He couldn't see it anymore. It was clearly just there. En Shen panicked and picked up his sword, pursed his lips and said, "Without an entity, the defensive key in blood is the same. Also immune to attack. What the hell is that?" When He Tian heard it, he suddenly replied that it was a strange ghost. En Shen looked around bewilderedly, but couldn't see anything. Just the feeling of being beaten still existed. He cried out in pain. "It hurts. Is this game really hurt?" He Tian glanced at Sumu and asked, "Is there a way?" At this moment, Sumu activated the 5 elements fire talisman. In just a blink of an eye, the circle of fire surrounded the 4 of them. Jiang Shuang worriedly said, "This thing can temporarily protect, but the number of strange ghosts is unknown. We are still very far from the mountain that Qing Emperor transformed into."